of logistics and trade costs came out very, very pronouncingly. There is need to reduce logistical and trade costs. Again, looking at the time sensitivity exports, increasing the corridor efficiency, fast border clearance, as well as strengthening the internal inland logistical systems, such that it's very easy for these goods, especially the value-added products, to move from the various production centers to the border. The third issue, again, comes back is strengthening compliance with quality, SPSS, and certification. Again, that one comes out very, very clearly, and there is need for, again, if we can focus on 5-6 value chains and ensure compliance, such goods can be, with all the system, SPSS standards, traceability, the quality, we should be able to improve the entire performance of the agro industry. Then scaling aggregation and producer organization models, this also comes out very clearly. Each smaller producers may not be competitive. There is need for rethinking the entire aggregation models, such that, and the organizing producers, such that if we have organized producers, aggregation becomes easy. If they are adopting uniform standards, we can now get the quantities, ensure quality, get to scale, and be able to take up these opportunities. Access to affordable finance was cross-cutting across, and there is need for that. Investing in trade enabling infrastructure also came out very pronouncingly across the various both road, energy, and so on. Then strengthening traceability and digital systems. Again, this came out pronouncingly, that we don't need to only wait for the markets to demand us to have traceability systems, but we need a deliberate effort such that by the time the goods reaches the market and there is any either alert, we are able to follow through who was the producer, and these producers have records so that we are able to know what went wrong. Was it the pesticides applied correctly? Is it an issue of handling? Then we can have a very good collective system. Third one was promoting service-led growth and regional competitiveness, where we had a very good discussion, and a number of issues really emerged from this discussion, where Uganda, one is adopting a focused services export strategy, targeting potential subsectors, because the plan was to identify 4-5 sectors: tourism, ICT-based services, professional services, which we can really work on. Again, looking at the entire system, moving from the standards which come out right from the curriculum development to the output. The second issue which emerged is reducing regulatory barriers, ideally having a comprehensive regulatory audit such that we have a modern regulatory framework which can ensure that the quality of the services come out quite clearly. And in that, one issue which was again came out pronouncingly is having mutual recognition agreements and regulatory cooperations with key markets, such that if we can, Kenya can recognize our professionals, then it becomes, and the vice versa, it becomes easy for trade in services to happen. Strengthening digital readiness, including data protection, cybersecurity, e-commerce, again came out more pronouncingly. In the global economy, we need to go digital, and it key in the entire transformation. Then building industry-linked skills and certification systems came out very, very clearly, and supporting SMEs to become export-ready across in tourism, in our professional services, in communication, financial services, come out very clearly, and then promoting collaboration platforms and services cluster, such as the tourism circuits, ICT innovation hubs, logistical platforms, such that there is collaboration, there is strengthening. Tourism should be speaking quite clearly with the creative industry, for example, and this came out quite pronouncingly as one of the recommendations. On the fourth thematic issue which came out was on the SFTA, again building on the keynote address by His Excellency the Secretary General of SFTA and the discussions which followed. SFTA came out as a cross-cutting thematic areas, and a number of real recommendations comes out. If you can move on the slide. A number of recommendations came up, and these include one, treating SFTA implementation as a co-driver of Uganda's trade economy. We know the SFTA review under the AFAM is going on, and looking at it as a strategic initiative to know where we are, why we are where we are, such that we take reforms which can tap into this SFTA market, came out clearly. So we need to finalize the implementation review findings, and then accelerating private sector awareness and utilization of the SFTA tools. There are a number of tools which are there intended to help countries, including state parties like Uganda, to take up that opportunity. It came out quite strongly. Then strengthening logistics, a fundamental challenge, custom cooperation, and border efficiency to take up the opportunity. Then fifth thematic area was on enhancing trade finance and investment for export competitiveness, quite strongly, and the conference recommended strengthening trade finance instruments through national and regional development finance institutions, very critical, and we need to move. Exploring adoption of local currency payment systems, again, the payment systems under the COMESA, then the PAPS under SFTA. This came out quite clearly because it can enable Ugandan exporters and importers settle payments rapidly without having to convert into other currencies. Then preparing a national database for investable projects to access financing. There is the SFTA adjustment funds and other initiatives like African Development Bank, such that we can build financial capacity of our sectors, such that they can take up these opportunities. And expanding risk-sharing mechanisms and credit guarantees also came out quite critical because we are going into new markets, new systems, a lot of uncertainties and risks, and this can come in quite handy. Aligning public procurement policies with industrial and trade projects also came out. How do we support local and regional industrial initiatives through our trade projects and trade policy? So it came out quite, because the two should reinforce each other, came out quite pronouncingly. Then mobilizing blended finance and partnerships also came out quite pronouncingly. The sixth theme was promoting inclusive development. Again, the youth came out quite strongly, questioning a number of frameworks within the conference agenda. So the key recommendations we captured was one, developing targeted export development program to support SMEs while taking cognizance of the role of youth, women, and other categories. Then expanding access to affordable finance and technical support, again, came out, especially for the youth, for women, led enterprises. Again, promoting local supplier development programs linked to industrial parks. how do we promote this linkage, came out pronouncingly, and strengthening subnational delivery mechanisms for export development and trade facilitation at the local levels, at district and sub-district level. Then 7 was the issue of monitoring and accountability. As we do all these things, a sound monitoring and accountability framework is very, very, very critical, and there is a need to establish measurable performance indicators such that when we come maybe around this time next year, we should be able to show how we have performed, growth in exports, diversification of exports, and so on, whether they are happening. Then 2 was publishing regular progress reports and trade performance scorecards, such that we can clearly see out the diversification, logistical efficiency, value addition, and inclusion, to what extent they are happening. Then institutionalizing structured public-private dialogue platforms to monitor reforms and resolve trade bottlenecks came out strongly, especially the need to strengthen the interinstitutional trade committee. I think Siatina and many stakeholders pointed this very strongly. So there is a need for these platforms and coordination of all. There are a number of committees: the National Trade Facilitation Committee, the NTB Committee, the SFTA National Implementation Committee, and so on, aligning all these ones within the IITC, and then mobilizing the public, the private sector, civil society, academia, such that we can hold dialogues and have a structured implementation strategy. So in conclusion, generally the participants reaffirmed their collective commitment to working together to transform Uganda into a competitive, export-oriented economy, leveraging regional and continental markets to drive industrialization, job creation, and economic development. Calling on the government, the private sector, and all stakeholders to transform these commitments into concrete actions, ensuring that trade becomes the central engine of Uganda's journey towards the 5 billion economy by 2040. That is a summary of the key issues, and glad to know if there are major issues which you could have not captured clearly. Thank you for listening to me with that presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex. Maybe I'll request that you remain on stage to see if there are any queries, questions, or comments on what you just presented, or if you think there are any issues that were left out. Okay. We'll be glad to hear from you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kalinda Jamada Musa, and I'm the co-country lead of the Africa Continental Youth Advisory Council on the AfCFTA. I have one thing that I think was left out, and then one thing that I would recommend is considered for the future. The one thing that was left out was on theme 6, on the youth and inclusion. Our request was for institutionalization of youth participation in the development of the country's trade policy. So it's not simply support and that kind of thing, but actual institutionalized, meaningful youth participation in the development of such policies. And the one thing that I would equally recommend is, as we encourage businesses to go into new markets across Africa, the government should also make a commitment to protect those businesses. Part of the discussion that the gentleman from Tembo Steel was advancing on policy, on Uganda's export policy, is that even when policies exist and then these different businesses go into the markets and they are mistreated, as it sometimes happens in different markets where we are integrated, they are not always protected by their domestic government, which is Uganda. So as we encourage governments to go into other regions of the continent, which are new, can we also make a commitment that the government will protect them in case they're mistreated by those countries' trading policies? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we get another one, I could highlight on the youth inclusion, actually, when we say, which was among the last point on strengthening the IITC should be able to bring all together. Singling out youth would be part of the main report, but when we are strengthening the IITC, we are saying the academia, civil society, private sector, whole of government, and when we look at the private sector, you are talking about the manufacturers, the producers in agriculture sector, and all the various groups. So that one is clearly captured, but in the main report it will come out more probably straightforward. And the policy, I think this one comes across, but what I remember, the key issue is not to protect, because as we go into the SFTA, ES, COMESA, we are really trying to open markets, but really build the capacity of these and have consistency in the policy application such that the needs of the private sector are wholly addressed. But thank you for those comments. We shall have them more pronounced in the main report.
Thank you. Anyone else who feels that there's something that has been left out before we get into our first panel? This is day one recap. Okay.
Okay. I'm good. Okay, thank you very much. And we look forward to listening you today as we take note of all the deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. A round of applause for Alex. In a bit, we'll be getting into our first panel. And the first panel is really going to be about minerals-based industrialization, from extraction to domestic value addition. We have, of course, different representatives from different mineral-based companies and organizations. Later on, we'll get into the leapfrogging in trade competitiveness and the role of ST&I in high-value manufacturing. We'll also, later on, be getting into other conversations. So for now, we're going to get into our first panel, but allow me take a break for a minute as you get your tea and coffee together and allow more people to come into the room so that we have quorum to begin our first panel. Thank you. panel. You can come in with your tea, and that's all right, and the tea centers will remain open throughout. I request that you make your way inside so we can begin. Yes. My name is Kana Mgume. I'll be facilitating throughout the whole day. And I would like us now to get into our first panel. This is going to be about minerals-based industrialization from extraction to domestic value addition. And this particular session is going to be moderated by Fred Alex Tugume, who is the Acting Commissioner, Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, Ministry of Energy. Mr. Tugume, you're welcome. The hashtag online is hashtag UG Trade Review 26. Hashtag UG Trade Review 26, but we're also broadcasting live. If you go under that hashtag, you'll be able to see the link. You can share it with your friends, colleagues, and other stakeholders that are not in the room or are still on their way. Mr. Tugume, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Riding on a protocol already established, I want to welcome you to this session, which is the mineral-based industrialization from extraction to value addition. As the MC said, my name is Fred Alex Tugume. I hold a doctorate in geoscience, and I'm the acting commissioner for the Geological Survey Department in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And this department is the one which is actually focused on exploration and quantification of the minerals in the country. That's where the mandate lies, just for your information. In this morning, we are going to talk about mineral-based industrialization, extraction, to value addition. And with me, I think I have people who will be joining me here, and I would like to invite them to join me here at the podium. One is Mr. Alan Agumia. Alan Agumia is a seasoned miner with 15 years in mineral trading and mineral exploration in the region, specializing in silicities and beryllium mining. Please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to join hands and welcome Mr. Agumia. I think we're in the shadow on this side. Yeah, on this side. Another person who will be joining me here is the Mr. Wanda Kahurubuka from the Uganda Development Corporation. He's a manager, investment, implementation, and coordinates the implementation of projects in the various sectors, including sustainable extractives. Please, you are most welcome, and join me here. Thank you. Right. Without further delays, I've just given a small hint about their names, but I want to give them an opportunity to explain who they are and what they do in detail. Please. 1 second or 2 minutes, rather 30 seconds. Say who you are and what you do in detail. It's working. It's working. It should be working.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name is Alan Agumya. I am a seasoned miner, like I've been introduced. I've been in Uganda's mining industry for more than 15 years, trading, specializing in 3 Ts, which is tungsten, tin, and tantalum, as well as beryllium. I'm also the chairman of the Miners Forum. This is a group of miners specialized in base metal mining. I'm also engaged in critical mineral exploration projects with 2 Australian listed companies in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, Mr. Dr. Alex Tugume. My name is Oren Wanda Kahuruka. I bring you greetings from Uganda Development Corporation. We are happy to be part of this conference. I work as a manager investments implementation at UDC. First of all, UDC is the investment arm of the government of Uganda with a mandate to promote and facilitate industrial and economic development. And our key priority sectors or industries, if you wish, sustainable extractives, agro-industrialization, tourism, services, and infrastructure. We are happy to be part. We undertake greenfield projects and also brownfield projects. And our financing mechanism is through equity participation, where we acquire stake with other investors and also shareholder loans. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to a bit of some questions here, and I start with Mr. Agumya, who is involved with the miners. Uganda is endowed with several minerals, a number of them, by the way. And as I've told you, we are involved in exploration and quantification. And some of these can be classified as metallic, industrial, and gemstones. From the miner's point of view, among these several minerals we have, which one do you think needs more focus, attention, and how can the government or private catalyze the process from extraction to value addition?
Thank you. Uganda is a mineral. It has a lot of minerals. It's a mineral-endowed country, and I think the minerals that we have in Uganda that can cause significant economic change in this country are, number one, marble in Karamoja. We have huge reserves of marble deposits located in Moroto and the northern part of Karamoja. The global market value of marble business is more than $70 billion. So I think if government can strategically position itself to unlock the potential of marble in Karamoja, it can, have a significant impact on the development of the country. Secondly, I think we also have huge reserves of phosphates in Sukuru and Namakara areas of eastern Uganda. The phosphate deposits Uganda has located in this region are upwards of 200 million tons, okay? This volume is almost the same amount of phosphates that Saudi Arabia mines in its Al Jalmid mine. Saudi Arabia makes more than $2 billion a year from these deposits that they have, and we almost have a similar amount of phosphate deposits in Sukuru. So I think if government can find a way of unlocking the potential of the phosphate deposits in Sukuru and do downstream mineral value addition, transform this phosphate rock into triple superphosphates and single superphosphates, I think the amount of phosphates we have there can generate more than $2 billion a year, which I think can rival the revenue we expect from oil. And then thirdly, and it's good to note that the phosphate deposits we have in Sukuru are the biggest in the region, okay? So we are strategically located to produce a lot of fertilizer, not only for the region, but also for the export market. Thirdly, I think the Orome graphite project that is in Kitgum has delineated a huge amount of graphite, okay? The amount of graphite we have in Orome is one of the biggest we have in the region, and East Africa and the eastern part of Africa is home to some of the biggest graphite deposits in the world. So I think strategically positioning the graphite deposits in Sukuru, noting that they're some of the biggest we have in the region and in the world, I think can have a significant impact on economic development. Number 4, I think we have a lot of iron ore deposits of hematite type in western Uganda, specifically in Kanungu and Kabale Kigezi region. The hematite deposits we have in western Uganda are the biggest in East Africa, and this positions us to become a major steel producer for the entire East African market. The steel industry in East Africa today is a $4 billion business, okay? But more than 80, I think, % of this is still imported steel, all right? So the amount of iron ore, especially in Kanungu, can transform the downstream value addition, especially when it comes to production of iron ore, of billets, all right, still iron ore billets and sponge iron, which can have a significant impact on the economic development of the country. Should I continue? Yeah. All right. So I think we have a lot of potential. Currently, our steel consumption as Uganda is, I think we may have crossed the 1 million ton consumption demand. So if we are consuming 1 million tons of steel a year, half of that is going to the region, to South Sudan and I think Eastern Congo. If we are able to tap into, become a self-sufficient country when it comes to steel production, I think we can unlock a lot of potential and create a lot of jobs, by transforming our iron ore deposits into steel. But the biggest bottleneck we have in unlocking this potential is the energy, all right? We don't have the energy to unlock this mineral value addition we're looking for, and unless government takes deliberate steps to increase the amount of energy generation we have as a country, and also reduce the transportation costs that miners have, steel manufacturers have to incur to transport iron ore 600 kilometers from Kanungu or in Buhara in Kabale to Iganga or Tororo. I think we are still, we may not be able to unlock this potential. So government has to take significant steps in making sure it finds ways of reducing the transportation costs of iron ore that miners are facing right now. The steel manufacturers are paying more than $50 a ton to transport iron ore from Kabale to Tembo in Iganga. It's more than half the cost of iron ore, And once the transport cost is as high as it is today, it means that the miners are getting peanuts on a dollar for the value of the mineral. So government has to strategically dedicate itself to finding ways, and it's unfortunate the National Mining Company is not here, but I'm sure Mr. Tugume will find a way of relaying this information. It's important that the National Mining Company gets into drilling the iron ore deposits we have, especially in Kanungu. These are massive iron ore deposits that have not yet been measured. And if we don't measure and explore and quantify those deposits, we shall not be able to unlock the steel value or even create a use case to make huge investments in infrastructure development.
Okay. Before we divert before we move from that point, I would like you to, as a miner, from the miner's point of view, what would be going by the geopolitics, what would be the critical minerals in Uganda that needs to be intensified in terms of extraction and value addition, critical minerals? If you can just give me, let's say, a list according to you, the miners, what you would consider as critical minerals.
All right, so as critical minerals, I think Uganda has the potential of being one of the biggest tungsten producers in the world, outside China. So we have a huge amount of tungsten deposits that are dormant in this country. More than 16 mines, based on historical information. We used to have more than 16 mines producing tungsten in the 1950s. Today we have nothing producing. All the mines are dormant because of current government policy. But tungsten, as you know, is a very strategic mineral, especially for the US market today. I used to export tungsten for more than 6 years in Uganda, from 2011 to about 2016, before we had an export ban. So tungsten today is a very strategic mineral, especially for the US and EU market, simply because the biggest producer of tungsten in the world today is China. And we all know what's happening with the trade bans that are happening between China and the USA. So tungsten is a very strategic mineral for Uganda that can be, pivoted to make us a very strategic supplier for the EU and the US market. Secondly, I think we also have very many dormant tantalum mines in this country. We used to historically produce significant amounts, but all those mines today are dormant. Tantalum, which is also tantalite, is a strategic mineral for the global, electronic industry, and especially the military industrial complexes around the world. So tungsten, tantalum, and based on historical information, Uganda used to produce more than 10% of the world's beryllium. Beryllium is a niche mineral, very strategic and unique, and based on the global consumption and demand, I think it can also be positioned as a very strategic mineral for the country to position itself.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's go to another question now. Let's say going to Mr. Wanda. This one. Taking note that UDC is a state-owned company, and as you are aware, minerals, generally, these are found underneath. We don't grow minerals. It's not like you have a farm and you go and harvest minerals and take them to market. You have to go and look for them. How do you expect to de-risk the exploration and actually see how we do domestic value addition for the minerals, the farmer, the person who was representing the farmers here, Mr. Gumia, we are going to remove that risk. How? As a state-owned company without overshadowing the private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Tugume, our moderator. And once again, good morning, participants. And I also recognize the presence of our Honorable Minister, General Wilson Mbadi. You're welcome, sir. Back to the question, how does UDC expect to de-risk exploration and mining, as well as value addition to the mineral industry? As my fellow moderator my fellow panelist has noted, Uganda is endowed with a number of minerals. However, our exploitation and harnessing that opportunity has been limited. And the biggest challenge is financing is one of the biggest challenge, because minerals are a heavy capital investment undertaking. And therefore, for any financier, you are looking at not a minimum of 10 years to return the investment that you are making. And given the structure of our financing in Uganda that is dominated by commercial banks, that is not possible. To give you a perspective is that development financing in Uganda is less than 1% of the total GDP of Uganda, and contributes a low proportion to the financing requirement. If you are talking about UDC and UDB, which are the leading development finance institutions, domestic, there are others, of course, like the international ones, Africa Development Bank and IFC. But looking at the local components, it is very limited. Taking an example of a sector like iron and steel, to set up a vertically integrated iron and steel industry to meet the expectation of Uganda demand, which Uganda imports about $400 million worth of iron and steel. An investment would require not less than $100 million. And a good one can go up to $500 million. However, that is investment that is difficult to be mobilized locally. So as UDC, we are lobbying the government to ensure that capitalization is provided to exploit and undertake such investments in a mineral-based, in the sustainable extractive industry. But also important is facilitating the other enablers, because financing, if the financing can be available, but if the other enablers, like my fellow panelists have talked about, of transport, of energy, to ensure the mineral is extracted from the ground and then transported to the different parts of the country where the value addition and beneficiation is to be undertaken, then it becomes difficult. Then also the issue of trade policy related to ensuring that Uganda is not a dumping ground for some of the imported cheap materials from other countries that have developed their industries is also important. Because for any financier, the decision of investment has to be looked at the net profit margin. How much will I take home as mine? And if the costs are high, and these are comparable figures, he compares with other countries that have reduced the cost of doing that business, he will not be attracted into that industry. So to summarize, critically is capitalization and also providing the critical enablers of transport, of energy, and the trade policy matters to ensure that the product that is produced locally moves smoothly. But on UDC, we are doing lobbying the government and also looking for partners, not only to bring the capital, additional capital that is provided by the government of Uganda, We thank the government, has been very kind to us, but also lobbying others to bring additional capital as well as technology that is important, because in some of the minerals that have been elaborated about, we don't have the technology and the capacity to extract and add value. The expertise and skills is inadequate because Ugandans have not been into that area, and therefore sourcing expertise to train Ugandans is also important. So in summary, that's what I can say now.
Can I add something? Thank you. So I would like to echo and add on what he said about financing. So the Orombo Graphite project today was reactivated, brought back to life, thanks to the IFC, the American, I think it was the IFC, I think, in America. They gave them financing of about $5 million. The project was stuck, but the $5 million that they gave them was able to help them, come up with a measured resource for graphite, which is, I think, one of the biggest we have in the world, or even in Africa. The amount of money that was used to unlock that potential was only $5 million. The government has $5 million to put in for exploration, okay? The amount of money we need to delineate the resources of iron ore in Kanungu today is not a lot of money. $10 billion is $36 billion. The government has this money to put there. But I think there's a lack of deliberate government action. My friends here have this money. $10 million is not a lot of money to de-risk an asset, because if I invest $10 million and I de-risk an asset, and I find that this asset is worth, let's say, $20 billion or $10 billion, you don't need $10 billion to de-risk an asset of $20 billion. The amount of money we need in exploration is not a lot of money, okay? With $5 million, I can drill and find that this deposit is feasible, and I find out that this deposit is a waste of time, and I lose that money. And that's what happens in exploration. We lose a lot of money in exploration, but when you hit what you're looking for, then it's a run. It's a home run. So government has $5 million. It's not a lot of money. And then secondly, what is hinted on skills development. It's important for government to know that if we're going to do skills development, especially when it comes to mining, the people we are educating in schools, they have to be given areas of practice, okay? You are not going to take miners and put them in a classroom and teach them mining. They have to go out in the field, go in tunnels and mine these minerals to gain experience, okay? So it's very important as we are talking about skills development. Skills development will only happen with active mines, and you will only develop those skills in mines, not in classrooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that rejoinder. As if you are preempting the next questions I have on the list. This question goes to both of you. The good thing, you have one from government, state-owned, another one is from private. The country has put a very nice legal regime, and now the one that controls the mineral-based industrialization is just the recently act in the ministry, that is the Mining and Minerals Act 2022, only 3 years old, and has several attendant regulations and policies that he supplemented. And I think from your point of view, from what you have, you who are in the field, you have really seen how effective it is or how ineffective it is. I just want to hear from you, both of you. What would you like to change or keep in our legal framework, so that we can have this social license, so that when you go somewhere, the Karamojong don't run after you, or if you go somewhere in Kanungu, they don't chase you, so that your work is done in accordance with the environmental social governance. And briefly, just highlight. Both of you.
Thank you, moderator. Under the Minerals Act of 2022, that principally establishing the Uganda National Mining Company is a good piece of legislation for promoting the minerals and the abundant resource that we have. For me, really, I'm not into changing and reforms at this point, but strengthening the implementation of the Minerals Act. As my fellow panelist, sorry, the name, Alan has noted, we have vast resources and we need investment to ensure, both for public and private, to ensure it is implemented. Much as the Uganda National Mining Company has been established and to lead in equity sourcing partners through equity participation, and a certain proportion has been reserved for it. For that to be achieved, a fund probably can be established, a minerals development fund, to ensure that resources are available across different bands in the value chain of the mineral industry to stimulate investment and provide that patient capital for investment. It is not by surprise that I'm sure geopolitically you've heard about the critical minerals or the rare earth that some countries are leading in that aspect, like China. They have invested a lot to be there. And we have some of those locally, but we need dedication in investment, in financing to facilitate the capex, and also to provide the enablers. So, in summary, enforcement of that act is what I would encourage for now to ensure that we take advantage of it. Thank you.
Alan?
Thank you. Generally, I think the new Mining Act that was passed a couple of years ago was a good intentioned piece of law. However, I think the policymakers need to take into consideration that we are making these laws for Ugandans. Okay, these mineral resources are Ugandan mineral resources, so we need to curtail the policy to favor local indigenous people. Now, for the issue, I have, I think, two issues with the mining, the new Mining Act, or three. But number one is for me to get, as a Ugandan, to get a large scale, because they categorized the mining leases into three. So I have a small scale, which is for poor, I would say poor people, or people who can't afford, have a huge investment capital. And then there's a medium scale, and then there's a large scale mining lease. A large scale mining lease is for people with a capex of about 300 billion. Mr. Tugume, am I right? It's 300 billion Ugandan shillings. Honestly, there's no Ugandan who will be able to have 300 billion to meet that threshold. So I think they should have, you should have put some provisions for Ugandan investors. Even for a large scale, I think a medium scale, you need a huge amount of capital, which we all know cannot be afforded by Ugandans. That's number one. Number two is the amount of time that was given for these mining leases. For a small-scale miner who we categorically stated has to be a Ugandan, it is only given, I think, is it 5 or 7 years? Now, we all know mining is a capital-intensive investment. If you give me 7 years as a small-scale miner, there's no bank in Uganda that will give me money for 7 years to invest in a highly risky business, even housing. They will give you long-term capital, 10 years or. But if I'm a Ugandan and I have a 7-year mining lease, small scale, and I go to Stanbic Bank and I say, Stanbic, I need you to give me, let's say, $1 million to invest in mine, it will ask you, when will you recoup this money? Okay? They will not give me $1 million. So the way we design the law, it clearly shows that even the small-scale miners can't go to banking institutions and get investment. So how did we create this policy? There should have been some, I think, provisions that allow, to take that into mind, that the institutions we want to get capital from are viewing our industry as a very risky business. And if they see you as a risky business, they need guarantees to make sure, to know when will you be able to pay back their money. Okay, so I think that the amount of entry amount for licensing for indigenous people it's too much. Very few people can afford it. Number two, the years that were given for Ugandan mining holders, licensed mining holders, are too small to get financing. And for us as miners, I think we may not need government to give us money to say we don't need free money. We just need an environment where we can work. Most of the miners today who are mining in gold or even tungsten miners, they get their financing from investors. There are people who are willing to bet money on them. Okay, the money is there, but the environment in which we are working is what is preventing us from growing. So I think those two issues are the challenges us miners saw in the new mining policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to another one which you have already partly answered, both of you. And this time I want to get how do you rank? Now we are talking about value addition and infrastructure. If you go to a certain place, what kind of instruction do you want and how do you rank it? If you are going to do mining somewhere, let's say, and you want infrastructure to be developed, let's say you talked about it already, electricity, roads, and whatever, water, and those kind of needs. Which one do you think would be more important to facilitate quick development and value addition at that particular site? Both of you. It's for both of you. You have already talked about it.
Thank you. The infrastructure to facilitate mining is majorly transport and energy, as Alan Aria elaborated. For mining to be effective and profitable, energy should not go beyond 5 cents per kilowatt hour, and it should be reliable. To give you an example of take advantage of our iron and steel deposits in Muko, we need about focused 1,000 megawatts of power for iron and steel alone. And if you consider our power portfolio, which is about 2,500, so that's a significant portion. That is iron and steel alone. He has talked about a number of iron industries. So investments in the energy supplies are very critical. And other countries now are moving, the market is moving into renewable energy also, solar. So expanding hydropower, solar, and others is important. For iron and steel in particular, there is also a key element of what they call a reducing agent, which is usually coal, and currently Tanzania is the major supplier, and it cannot be transported by road because it will wear out your road network and would require like SGR. So investments in transport infrastructure, like the standard gauge railway connecting Uganda to Tanzania to supply such a raw material, is important. So you have inter-country highway transport corridors to be open, but also within country from extraction centers like Muko to areas like Tororo where current and Jinja where the value addition perspectives are happening. Yeah, maybe Alan can add on. Yes.
Thank you. I think just to expand on what he has mentioned about iron ore. So if what we need to be able to unlock downstream mineral value addition in this country is, number one, energy. You know, we need to expand, we need to create we need to generate more electricity, which is very small at the moment. 2,000 megawatts, about 2,000, I think 200 megawatts of generation capacity is a very small amount to create downstream mineral value addition the way we want it to be. And then I think number two would be transportation costs, okay? The transportation cost of minerals today, is specifically, because it varies for every mineral. If I'm transporting a ton of iron ore from Kabale to Tororo Igang at $50, $60 a ton, it's a very expensive amount. It's more than half the cost of iron ore, so it's a very big problem. So we need to find ways of reducing that cost to make the downstream mineral value addition viable, all right? If I'm mining tungsten and I'm transporting a ton of tungsten for $300 to Germany or wherever I'm exporting it to, it's not a big problem because the value of tungsten is extremely high, okay? So it's very important that we look into energy generation and skills development. We don't have people who are specialized in downstream mineral value addition, in converting this, in mineral conversions, in converting tungsten into tungsten carbide or APT, or even converting tin or even iron ore into sponge iron ore billets. We don't have skills, we don't have people who know these things. So we need to create an environment of skills development, okay? We need to reduce the cost of transportation and also increase power generation to be able to unlock mineral value addition in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. We are running out of time, but I have two more questions for you, which I would like you to answer briefly. And this is what the President is always talking about. Our fountain of honor is more focused on local value addition. How can we make this mineral-based industrialization more robust and vibrant so that this can contribute substantially to the economy? Briefly. The question is for both of you. Alan, can start.
Okay, I think the only way we can be able to unlock, the fastest way, we need to develop a long-term strategy on unlocking mineral value addition in Uganda, because minerals are it's complicated business, and every mineral is unique in its own way and has its own requirements. So we can't bundle them all up and say we shall add mineral value to all these minerals at a go. Government needs to create a very specific strategy on adding value for each and every mineral and create a pathway, long-term strategy. You know, from skills development, we need to develop human capital, you know, of people who know these minerals, who are specialized in minerals. You know, we need to create specialists in tungsten. We need to create specialists in phosphates. We need to create specialists in iron ore smelting. So it's very important that we create a long-term strategy for mineral value addition, but also understand that it needs government's deliberate effort. Government has to be dedicated in achieving this.
Thank you again, Commissioner. So on the point of value addition, I think the key is addressing the constraints that have forever bound us to a low level of value addition. And here is taking care of the core inputs like financial capital, as we have said, creating affordable financing for these people to enable them borrow at a longer period of time. I think the highest you can borrow from a bank, highest period now is 5 years. And before you have even started, and the highest from a commercial bank, the highest grace period I think you can be given is not more than 2 years before you have, in addition to the interest rates that are very high. So addressing that would unlock capital for people to invest in plant, in equipment, in training of their staff, and sourcing the necessary technology that is important. And of course, talking about the enablers we talked about earlier, and I'm happy with the National Development Plan 4 that talks about clusters of the like-minded ministries. For example, we talk about the production and value addition cluster that brings about energy, that brings about energy, that brings about works and transport, and other important players to ensure that the public investments are aligned and synchronized. Yeah, such that you don't reach a point and say, this is missing, and that can delay the profitability of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we leave this podium, there is a last one here, and that's for both of you. If now put yourselves in the shoes of the prophet, what do you think, what measurable things you would do, do you see in the next 2 years out of this kind of process of mineral-based industrialization? How do you see ourselves in the next 2 to 3 years, the outcomes? Sitting and talking, or should there be some action?
I think the onus is on government, on government people and government policy makers. We've had an export ban in Uganda for almost, I think now it's coming to 7 or 8 years. We've not seen significant investment or an improvement in mineral production when it comes to all the minerals we used to mine during the colonial days today. All of the mines are dormant, and we are not seeing any investment appetite coming in there. So if government needs to, if government doesn't want miners to mine and export and generate cash flow, government needs to invest money in miners. You need to, Uganda Development Corporation needs to give us money as miners in this country to do what they want to do, because it seems the investors we're expecting to come are not coming. All right? So if government does not step up and act and give miners in Uganda money, and keep waiting for Chinese or Indian investors to come and do what they want us to do, then we shall still be here 2 years from now having this same conversation with no development. And by the way, every year that passes by in Uganda, the biggest challenge that miners are facing, or minerals in this country have, is population growth. Okay? If you go to Kabale today, the miners are mining iron ore down, and people's homes are up on the mountains, okay? So if you have minerals, people tunneling under people's homes, in Busia today, population has, if you went to Busia 10 years ago, and you go there today, the amount of population growth in Tira has increased immensely, and that makes mineral mining more expensive and a challenge long term. If it has increased today in 10 years, what is going to happen in the next 5-10 years? Okay? It will be a big problem. Same thing happening to iron ore deposits in Kabale and Kanungu. If you go there today, the population has increased immensely compared to what it was 10 years ago. I used to go to a mine in Kisoro. I visited a mine in Kisoro in 2012. Okay? That mine was abandoned by an Indian during in the mean years. It only had one house of the mine owner. In 2012, If you go there today, I have a video of that mine today. There are more than 14 settlements in the open pit mine. Okay? Now imagine what is going to happen in the next 5 years. If government does not put money, if UDB, our friends at Uganda, don't give miners money and risk capital and understand that they will have to burn some money in order to unlock Uganda's potential, we are going to be here next 2 years having this same conversation because no one is coming to save the mining sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, the moderator. Yeah, where may I see that in the next 2 years, there is a lot changing in the minerals and extractives sector. We can leverage what has already happened in oil and gas with government commitment. Oil is now months away, I think, and it will add substantial capital to our economy and value. And then also look at the investments that have been made in gold refinery, making gold our biggest exporter, overtaking coffee. So there are skills that have been achieved and capital that has been attracted. So we can leverage those and improve in sectors where there are gaps and also continue to invest in addressing the market failures that may be in certain aspects. Because we have what the world needs in substantial amounts, like the iron ore in Muko, about 580 million metric tons in Muko, and that is substantial. Of high-grade iron, about 70 to 90% purity. And the world has what we need, but we need to mobilize capital and also train people and organize ourselves. But I see we are at the point of takeoff now. We must harness it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are coming to the end of this discussion.
Mr. Commissioner, maybe before you end the conversation, we'll give it 10 minutes to engage with the audience and pick their thoughts, if you allow.
Yes, I do if there is time. I was about to close.
We just have 10 minutes to close this panel.
Please, now time for questions, few questions to the panelists.
I'm not giving any question, I'm giving information. From National Planning Authority, but also my experience as a member of Natural Resources Committee for 15 years, but also Chairman National Economy, which government financed over $80 million in the Sustainable Minerals Project, and I made a report. I think, first of all, we appreciate the panel, but the fact that they are not fully constituted in absence of UNOC and the mining company, I think we have overstretched the panelists. Number one, the mineral sector we are discussing is full of secrecy and information asymmetry. So we can live here with a very bad picture. The future of mineral sector in Uganda is bright, but there has been a lot of secrecy. Number one is that when we invested that money, there has been slightly more information of how much mineral wealth we have. The aeromagnetic surveys and all those other investments, even Karamoja, which had delayed because of insecurity, at least was flown. So the problem we are having, the investors in quotes, had more information than the owners of the resource. So that asymmetry must first be stopped. Secondly, the president and the country, and here in this review, what we are talking about is value addition. We are not looking for investors to mine ores and take them out. We are looking at value-added minerals. So how do you get value-added minerals? If UNOC was here, they should have told us by now that, first of all, in all of these minerals, including oil and gas, Africa, including Uganda and our neighborhood, we have a net import of oil and gas, a net import of iron ore. So you just don't have to be, a rocket science economist to know that we are importing more than in this region, Great Lakes, beyond Uganda, DRC, and South Sudan, more than $10 billion in oil and gas products. So the case for a refinery becomes very easy if you took at that angle. But because we are largely using the colonial mentality, Uganda, small as it is, the coal coming from Tanzania should not be a problem. Yesterday we said we need a multimodal transport. We need, because from Tanzania, there's some water transport can be done. We can do, I talked of the minimum gauge rail, because even in Australia today, they are moving minerals not by standard gauge rail, they are using meter gauge rail. So the moment we agree that we are going to look at this as a region, it becomes easier. But upstream, let me start from upstream. For us to know these mineral wells, we need to invest as a region, not only as Uganda. We cannot wait for the investors, more so when they are abroad. That's why the mining company is formed. That from upstream, to remove this asymmetry of information and secrecy, it is the governments, and I'm saying governments, is under the East African community, we have a mining arrangement. We could own these laboratories because we are lacking those laboratories. And we want to depend on the miners to go to South Africa, if we are lucky, or even abroad, to tell us the findings of what is in our mineral. So as East African community, we can do that. And so right from upstream, in prospecting, we can work as the East African countries, and then also when it comes to the value addition. So for me, I even think the MUCO should not just be a Ugandan project. We have just imported a lot of iron and steel for our oil and gas. Our neighbors are equally doing the same. If we had done this 7 years earlier, then the feasibility of the future value addition of mining would come. So, but the ones who are now in charge of us importing, they come here and mine to create jobs back home. It is a cartel. It is a cartel. Let us understand that when the refineries are being formed, there is already a cartel which thinks that inland Uganda should not have refinery. And that's why we thank Nigeria that at least now somebody is making a refinery which can supply the whole of West Africa. It's not a Nigerian refinery. The refinery of Dangote is not a Nigerian refinery. He has made a regional refinery. Actually, he has caused the panic. You know, they even first denied him Nigerian crude. Until recently, he was importing because of those, I don't want to use the word mafia, but because of those networks. They didn't want, Nigeria has been failed many times to own a refinery. So I thought that the picture which was being painted here was not, but also in technologies. Government has invested in artisanal mining in that project, and we know what is lacking. By the way, with modern technology, mines can be removed from underground when you're on the surface. In oil and gas, for example, if was here, they would have told you, we had 590 oil wells for Kingfisher and Tilenga. But because of technology where we do vertical and horizontal, they have been reduced to less than 50. So more than 500 speculators who thought they were on top of the surface, they have been removed by technology. My own village, where we have more than, in my neighborhood, more than 12 wells, they are only being removed from 2. So technology can also, we can leverage on technology to also solve some of those problems. So for me, I would want to encourage that let us, as Africa and as Uganda, invest in knowing how much wells we have first before we look for any investor. We almost made the same mistake in oil and gas until we knew how much we have. Secondly, the Mineral Act was good. A lot of mineral license was with briefcase companies, which will never do anything anyway. So we provided for revoking of all those briefcase companies who had licenses and introduced competitive licensing. By competitive licensing, when you are going to assess the capacity of this company to do the work. I want to emphasize state participation. Don't expect every Ugandan to have the capacity and the knowledge to do oil, these minerals. It is high-tech, it is capital intensive. But state participation is a very good starting point as you bring in other citizens. In Nigeria, the leading company now, local company in oil, is owned by a lady. But they started also working with the national company, then they bring in citizens. So I thought that the picture which was being painted of minerals was very bleak, and it shouldn't be bleak. All we need to do is to work together as neighbors in this region, so that we are the ones going to supply the needs of Africa. We are not discussing to supply Uganda, we are talking to supply East African community, and then later the African Continental Free Trade Area, and then also we are saying private sector role, the state participation, because we don't expect government to be the lead. Government can be a startup, but bring on board the private sector. And as you rightly said, even in NDP4, we are talking about clusters. So it's unfortunate, couldn't come. The mining companies would have been here. The picture should be better than what we have had. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So I'm going to take maybe 2 more comments.
Good, thank you very much. I'm Leonard Okello from the Uhuru Institute. The discussion of the panelists, and thank you for the private business person, thank you very much. You gave me some hope, quite a lot of hope actually. But there was a lot of lamentation also, and I struggle with lamentation because it makes us not go far. One is, I was very disturbed by the proposal that the 7-year licensing for small scale, and the fact that Ugandans are limited by the law to small-scale mining. I was asking myself, in this population of 46 million, surely we can't mobilize the resources together and put in big money through our cooperatives. We can do it. We can do it very easily. Why did Ethiopians build their big dam, the nicest dam, using Ethiopian money, not external money? I think when you start planning for financing, we should begin to think of what other sources of local resource mobilization can be done locally in Uganda by Ugandans. If we can spend over 1 trillion shillings, giving 1 million to every household of the so-called poorest, 39%, it means, and then when you go around the villages, you'll find that these 39%, they have 3 goats, they have 5 goats, and the poorest are 9%. If they sold these goats and translated it into cash to buy shares into these companies, we could actually raise enough money. Probably each of them could raise 1 million shillings out of their goats and cows and be able to buy shares in this big mining company where we can then invest in serious mining. I think for me, government officials, Honorable Minister, I think you need to be talking to your technical people to begin to think more Ugandan inward in financing rather than expecting external money only. I was very disturbed that my senior commissioners there were talking about external money, external financing, when we are here and we also have some money in our pocket. Thank you.
maybe. Last comment.
Good morning. Jen is my name. I also work with the Uhuru Institute. As I was listening to Alan particularly, I was asking myself, what is the skills level that the rest of us have? He sounded so exotic. Once he started saying, tungsten and tal, what. I was wondering how many of us actually associate with these minerals. So here's the thing. I also feel that so many of Ugandans that are as well vast as it is may have gone out to work in countries that corruption is less in. I'm in private sector, guys. Business in this country is hard. URA will give you heart attack. Then you go to the standards, you'll get an arm string. Can we improve on the environment so that we stop capital flight? Because if we don't do that, even these minerals will not find Ugandans. Ugandans will go to some place, do the right business, and will keep expecting whites to come and deal with us, with our corruption. So what am I saying? Let's improve on the environment so that all this corruption and, meandering stops, and then can we build capacity so that when we talk about minerals, we are not imagining, I don't know how many of you know what these minerals look like, but me, I have a very limited scope of whether they are purple, blue, or black. So I think we need education, not in the sense of a classroom, but yeah, we need to understand minerals better than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator and the panelists. I have just two issues to raise. One, we need to situate this conversation within the global context. There is an ongoing scramble for critical minerals, and Africa and Uganda are at the center of this scramble. So a better way of having a greater bargain is thinking regional value chains. But the more we think inwards, Uganda, we will be, at the center of the scramble and will not really maneuver through. And when you look at the recent pronouncement by China, the granting of the zero tariff access to 53 African countries, among the products, critical minerals emerge as some of the products of interest to China. So it means China will continue its search for minerals, and what really dominates that search is extraction rather than greater value addition. So we need to put our policies right. For example, the Investment Code Act 2019, we do not have strong provisions on technology and skills transfer, and when we attract investors, it's more of extraction without really being intentional on technology and skills transfer. Thank you so much.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. Mr. Commissioner, I'll hand it over back to you to conclude the panel.
Thank you so much. First of all, let's first thank ourselves for being great listeners and great participants as well. You will agree with me that the discussion has been rich, and I take out the following from my own observations. I might be right or wrong. One, we must know that mineral exploration, to extract, you extract something you know. You don't just go and extract something you don't know. Once you extract, you add value, you beneficiate, you make the concentrate rich, and you remove those unwanted things. And the process is quite high and risky, and it needs a lot of money. It's capital intensive. So where do we get this money? We are not looking at this money to go and establish farms. You are going to go to sink money, and you might hit something, or you might hit nothing. So that's one. Number two, we have to have a good environment, as one of I didn't hear the name properly, but a lady who has presented and what my colleagues discussed, something that's acceptable. What we would say, a social license. Without a social license, sorry to use this region, and I'm using it because as the acting commissioner, I lost staff in Karamoja 3 years ago. Someone was killed doing exploration. He lost people lost their lives. But that's not the point of discussion here. But if people know what it means, and we agree and work together and collect data, therefore, we work and get good results that promote the nation. Many other things that rose, of course, you have to have the skills, and you have to have the good, as I said earlier, a good environment. But those are the basic, the skills, money, and a good environment to have this mineral-based industrialization move forward. Of course, this is coupled with technology, and what one of the persons said here, Uganda must define its critical minerals in its local, and look at how it can also fit in the regional scale. Because critical minerals are a hot cake now in terms of geopolitics, and also to know the terms, rather than what will be used in this kind of energy transition, what will be the best minerals to be used when you go into this energy transition period. Allow me to thank again my panelists here for the nice and smart way you answer these questions. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. Once again, I'm Dr. Fred Alex Tugume, the Commissioner, Acting Commissioner for the Upstream Geological Survey Department. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tugume. Another round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much. You may now take your seats. A lot of course, key points stood out, but I think what was key was investment, and investment from within. Thank you very much. You may now take your seats. A picture, okay. If you're looking for the program, you can go to the website www.nationaltradereview.ug to get the program of the day. We still have a couple of panels to go. Thank you very much. And the next panel, ladies and gentlemen, will be, allow me to recognize the presence of Minister, State Minister for Trade, General Wilson Mbadi. Very many thanks for joining us this morning. I would like us to get into the next panel, which is leapfrogging in trade competitiveness, the role of ST&I in high-value manufacturing. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Mutambi Joshua, who is the Commissioner Processing and Marketing, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Dr. Mutambi, you're welcome on stage. May you welcome him on stage. You'll introduce your panel and take it away. You have 25 minutes, which means at about 55, we'll be ending this conversation, including the audience engagement. As you can see, people were really eager to engage. So you have about 25, at about 11:55, we'll be ending this conversation to allow for the next agenda on the program. You may now take it over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanare, for your introduction. And thank you, the audience, Honorable Minister, for joining us. And at this stage, let me take the opportunity to introduce the panelists. Yeah, I think I'll do better here. Yeah, this morning, we are discussing the leapfrogging in trade competitiveness, the role of ST&I in high-value manufacturing. And we are supposed to have Professor Charles Kwesiga from URI, whom I'm informed is not able to make it, but has asked his assistant, Ms. Orishaba Joanita, to represent him. So may I call upon Madame Orishaba to join me here. Thank you. Round of applause. Next, we are not able to get STI, and therefore we got the next, Mr. Aran Senyondwa, Director Policy and Advocacy, Uganda Manufacturers Association. I hope we have Aran Senyondwa in the house. Yes, welcome. Let's receive Aran Senyondwa. Next, we are supposed to have Engineer Paulo Musasizi, the Chief Executive Officer for Chira Motors. He has also told us he's not able to make it, and we miss him. So we have Director Digital Trade, Trademark Africa, also represented by Mr. John Kurova. Mr. John Kurova, you are welcome. Yes, take your seats. This session is supposed to discuss positioning science, technology, and innovation as a practical driver of trade competitiveness, enabling Uganda to move into higher value manufacturing in all the sectors and capture more value in regional and global markets. We are supposed to identify the policy, regulatory, and investment actions required to strengthen Uganda's innovation to industry pipelines, and also diagnose what manufacturers need to adopt advanced production and digital trade capabilities in order to increase our productivity, quality compliance, certification, and market access. Therefore, we are privileged to have this team here, and I will ask them in 2 minutes to introduce themselves and tell us what the organization they represent do, just without diving into details. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll stand on the protocol that has already been observed in the interest of time. My name is Joanita Orishaba. I serve as the Director for Industrial Production Systems at Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Uganda Industrial Research Institute, fondly referred to as URI, is a government institute established by an act of parliament, of course. And our role is to make sure that research translates into practical applications and commercial relevance. And so we serve entrepreneurs and industry, tech-based entrepreneurs, to move their ideas from their minds to the market shelf. And in a nutshell, that is what we're about. And of course, championing innovations. Thank you very much. I look forward to the session.
Thank you. Alan?
A wonderful good morning to us all. My name is Alan Senyondwa. I serve as the Director of Policy Research Advocacy at the Uganda Manufacturers Association. For those of you who may not know, Uganda Manufacturers Association is the umbrella body that represents manufacturers in the country, and that is over 7,984 of them. These manufacturers are under the industrial sector, which contributes about 25.2% of the GDP, about 30.3% of your taxes, and yes, indeed, they consume 70% of all electricity produced in this country. That is who we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is John Kulova, and I work with Trademark Africa, which is a trade facilitation agency within the continent, and we are currently in East Africa, the Horn, West Africa, and the South. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner John Patrick Mujisha, if you are around, please join us as a panelist. Good, you are welcome. Yes, you can also, in 1 minute, introduce yourself. Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Habari asubuhi. Yeah, trade, if you don't know Swahili, you won't trade in East Africa and Africa. Yeah, so I'm Patrick Mugisha, Commissioner in charge of Business Development and Quality Assurance, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. But I stand here with the fact that before I came to trade, STI has been my space for the last 12 years. So we felt we don't need this gap. We can fill the gap. Program working approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can now get into the real discussion. And let's first start with Orishaba from Yuri. Yes, as per your mandate, Uganda Industrial Research Institute is an engine driving industrialization agenda in the country. And as you attended yesterday's session and today, you are supposed to discuss to us what are those binding constraints that you should have in place to make sure that you satisfy the public in order to drive industrialization agenda. And this is in respect to the role of STI in this case. Thank you.
Moderator, I beg to have you repeat the question. Was it constraints or infrastructure? The binding, because you said binding constraints. Is it binding
Yes, the necessary requirements for you to be able to do your work and drive the industrialization agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. So of course, there's critical infrastructure that is required to be able to drive the industrialization agenda. To start off, we need to move the ideas from the minds of the innovators to the market shelf, to the borders. So what is some of these requirements? Number one is that we need to have internationally accredited testing, calibration, and validation labs. So we know that to be able to trade, some of the commodities are required to be tested, and also some of the ideas are new. So you need to first prototype these ideas and move them from your mind to something that is tradable. Number two is that we would need common user facilities, advanced common user facilities, especially for tech-based ideas. So if it's a tech-based idea, how are our young people, because yesterday I think there was a general view that the young ones are being left out. So the young people may not have access to these advanced technologies. So we're saying one of the requirements is common user facilities, whereby these young people, and even the old ones, as long as you're an innovator, where you can be able to turn your idea into a viable product and also do pilot production. Before then, you can invest heavily in advanced manufacturing. So as you know, this session is about value addition. And just to kick us off is, what is value addition to even begin with, and innovation? It means that we're improving the original worth of the item that we had. So in order to improve, create worth, additional worth over and above the original value, is that there is critical infrastructure that you require. But not everybody is going to have the funds to acquire this infrastructure, especially when they are tech-based ideas. So we need common user facilities to be able to achieve that. And the third one is that we need dedicated training infrastructure for industry-ready professionals, because there has been a mismatch a lot of the time between what the academia is churning out and what industry requires. And industry is moving very fast, and there are certain industry-relevant skills that we need to impart in our people to be able to make them relevant for industrialization. So we need dedicated training infrastructure to be able to get industry-ready professionals, simulation labs where they can do their apprenticeship. We need workshops and yes. So the other requirement is the funding for R&D. For the longest time, R&D is normally an afterthought. And for the countries that have made it and have industrialized, R&D is at the core of their business and even the core of their survival. Imagine Israel without R&D. They would have been obliterated already. So literally their survival is depending on R&D. So we need to make R&D, apart from us, it facilitating trade. Even to be able to participate in trade, you have to be alive. So R&D is very critical, and we need it to be at the center, at the pivot, and not for it to be an afterthought. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Alan from the manufacturers, having listened from the Research Institute. So Alan, from the manufacturer's perspective, we've been talking of value addition, adding value, and yet we keep being ranked as a low value adding nation. In your perspective, how should we move from that segment to the higher value added manufacturing and be able to take advantage of the export markets? That's the first component.
Thank you very much. Value addition and exports. First and foremost, as we all know, Uganda is basically an agro-processing country. So if you look at the statistics, they do show us that about 60% of our manufacturing capabilities are in agro-processing. So now the question is that we have been exporting commodities all this time. How do you add value so that whatever you're exporting, or in which areas do you want to add value so that whatever you're exporting brings in more? So number one, the first thing that you're going to have to do is think of what the export market needs and then cascade it backwards. And so what we see is raw materials or commodities as grain alone will not bring you. So how do you get the grain into its respective components or respective product areas? That is, first of all, the value addition. Think of standards. How do you ensure the standards you're using in the country are competent enough to be taken over by the other partners? If you want to talk about standards, think of what we've had with the South Sudanese government in the area of grain. How would you ensure that your products have higher value, less aflatoxins and all the other things so that you're able to export to your neighboring countries without big problems? Then think about the packaging of those agro-produce. How are you packaging your goods so that whatever is being seen from the customer's perspective has that quality mark in your mind that what I'm taking on is a product of high quality. So you are basically going to touch all the areas from input logistics to production, from the production to the logistics, all the transport logistics that are taking your things, then to the marketing. And then to tie it up all, how do you design and finance this package that you're putting together in order that whatever product you have put out there is of high value? So basically, when it comes to value addition, you're going to touch each of these areas before that product is outside of the country.
Okay, but the Industrial Research Institute continuously brings out products that have been researched and have been tested in the labs. In your perspective, we need to do some diversification. Because even you add value, but if you don't diversify, what is your opinion on that?
Now, that is the beautiful thing with this sector called manufacturing. It is the sector between agriculture and the service provision. Now, in order for you to have products that are bringing in high, can say FDI and foreign exchange into the country, naturally you have a palette of products that are being churned out. That is the beauty with manufacturing, that there is not one single, if you look at grain, look at maize, whenever maize enters into a factory, what products do you get out of it? You get maize flour, you get maize bran, you get all the different animal feed products. At the end of the day, it is the one sector that allows you to diversify. So indeed it is true that URI will insist on having these products being diversified. That is how you bring products in, more foreign exchange in.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Trademark Africa. Yes, we've been saying that we have markets, and at the same time we need to continue negotiating markets. In your opinion, how can the digital trade and the paperless processes help us to penetrate these markets and be able to sustain them?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And again, I think digitization and digital tools are an enabler. That's the first thing that we need to understand, okay? Now, from my experience working at Trademark Africa, we've supported multiple initiatives around digital trade, all right? And this has been under three main strategic pillars. One of them is under digital trade policy, which I think is a very, very strong backbone for implementing any digital intervention that has to be used within the region and also within the continent. The other pillar that we've actually also strategically worked against is on digital trade services. Now, you've heard of implementations such as single windows, electronic cargo tracking systems, e-certification systems such as phytosanitary systems, and things like that. So what am I saying at the end of the day? Why is this so important, okay? Now, when you talk about administrative and logistical costs, if I'm a trader in, let's say, what is the farthest point in Uganda? Maybe let me say Ginger, okay? Ginger. And the certification agency, and I'm dealing with probably agricultural produce and I need to export, the certification agency is in Entebbe, okay? So if I do not have, if there's no digital implementation for me or digital facilitation for me to be able to get my trade documents, I'd have to travel all the way and probably line up for a phytosanitary certificate for me to export. Now, with digital tools, you can be able to do that at the comfort of where you are, provided that digital gap has been closed, okay? Now, the other important aspect, and I think it's a big cost that is incurred by a lot of traders, is at the points of entry, yeah? So you're looking at cutting down on clearance times, okay, at the points of entry. A lot of traders normally incur a lot of costs in terms of, storage costs, demurrage costs, because of delays at the borders, okay? Now, physical connectivity is very important. Infrastructure development such as wide roads is very important, but this needs to be coupled with digital highways, okay? So the demand for physical infrastructure will never end. At some point, whatever the physical infrastructure can provide will always be saturated, okay? We'll always have traffic on the roads, but how do we ensure that pre-clearance processes can be activated through advanced sharing of trade documents at the points of entry with border control agencies? So this can only be done through digital tools, okay? Now, the other factor that is also very important is on embracing of information exchange across borders and components such as e-signatures, okay? Now, why is this important? Yesterday, I was just in a meeting with the Bureaus of Standards, and I posed a question regarding, cross-border information sharing of lab results, okay, for people who are, for traders who are participating in certain value chains. Now, if harmonization of, for example, standards has not been done, you find that very high costs are incurred by traders who are trying to trade across borders, because you'd have to comply with two different standards, okay? Now, the digital backbone can be able to ensure that information can be exchanged across borders to ensure that the trader is not exposed to redundant processes and repetitive processes such as inspections and unnecessary tests that have already been done in the country of origin. So those are just some of the items that digital tools can be used to actually lower costs for manufacturers and traders across the board. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Mugisha. We know you've spent some time in the ST&I space. Given all that they have said, of course, all these signatures, certifications, and all that, behind there has to be some fundamentals, the regulatory framework and policy incentives. What do you have to say on where are we standing now so that we can be able to leapfrog to this space?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And I want to thank my other colleagues for their submissions. From the trade perspective and the critical role of ST&I, number one, as a country, we have to acknowledge that ST&I is a cross-cutting subject matter across the different domains of our sectors. And if you focus on the ATMS as a case in point, the A space has ST&I. The T space, as much as it's tourism, you may ask yourself, how does ST&I apply to that? I will tell you shortly. M, a lot of STI is a key enabler in that space. If you look at the ST&I, which now cascades around the entire platform, talking about also the ICT aspect and the creative economy, all that has got ST&I component embedded in it. But looking at the current STI landscape in this country, of course, a lot has changed over time. A few years back, we had at one point, the ST&I component was under Ministry of Education and Sports, if you recall. I believe most of the people recall here. Then eventually, we had MOSTI, that is a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, which happened to be one of the co-founders or the pioneering staff in that space. But I was foreseeing the Department for Innovations and Intellectual Property Management. Then we had also the transition from that 4 years ago, forming the ST&I Secretariat under the Office of the President. But to date, the policy that still governs ST&I remains the STI policy of 2009. A lot has changed. It's more than almost nearly 20 years now, and so much needs to be done. But focusing on how that translates into trade. Trust me, when STI comes into trade, it changes everything. If we want to have productivity, if we want to increase on the capabilities of our production in terms of the particular value chains, STI enables that to happen. The machinery you need to be able to even protect, for example, the shelf life, post-harvest handling for the agro space, you need that bit. And if we go to the space of the mineral, the past discussion was quite amazing because if you look at the centerpiece of this is STI. But however, one of the panelists, when he said that we do not have enough skills that we can actually position ourselves as a country to see the full value beneficiation of these minerals. That's true. Why is it so? It's because the technologies that are being employed currently in the mineral value addition, those technologies are not domiciled here and they are not traditional to our setting. This is what happens in the STI and trade. If you look at a country that is able to have a high turnover of high value added exports, what you call the high techs, number one, at the center of that is intellectual property. That's why you find Uganda today, and I want us to be tacit and let's be transparent in our speech today. Uganda, our top export today is gold, right? True or false? How many patents do we have as a country in relation to gold as a mineral? 0. Tungsten in Uganda, we have it in plenty, too much, but we own none of any of the technologies in that space. The biggest producers of IP in tungsten is China, because they're the world's biggest producers of tungsten. So how the big boys play the game is, if I own the raw material and I've got volumes on my side, let me also own the technology. So since childhood, colleagues, we've known that Africa is well endowed with minerals and natural resources, but you don't own the technology. You don't own it. So for you to use it, you need to seek permission from someone who owns the technology to even extract your own mineral. So for the case of trade, we want to position ourselves in the knowledge economy. The current trade review is supposed to be articulate and focus ourselves on how do we position Uganda in that space. The current industrial policy that we are mandated to implement as Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is very clear on the aspect of technology transfer. If you look at the current MSME policy, which is also going to be reviewed, it's going to speak in line of how do MSMEs participate and be competitive by leveraging on technology transfer, because if we cannot finance R&D, let's adapt. So I think with the legal space, Mr. Moderator, our focus area now should be how do we look at the policy dimension to make sure that the priority areas of government, of our economy, are also leveraged in these policies. But beyond that, the policy itself, it can be there. The financing of these policies is what also fails us. Implementing them becomes a challenge, but then also not having strategic partners who can actually support these policies to also live to see what they really want to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Yuri. I know that under NDP3, you've been building capacity in terms of technology, human resource, personnel. As we aspire to join the knowledge economy, what would you tell us in the next 2 years? What would you like to prioritize to accelerate the Uganda's competitiveness?
Okay, thank you very much. So what we'd like to prioritize is, so we have 2 campuses. We run 2 campuses. One is at Nakawa, mainly focusing on agro-processing and mineral beneficiation. And then we have another campus in the Namame Business and Industrial Park. And that one is focusing on apprenticeship and training that moderator is asking about. And our focus for the next 24 months is fully operationalizing this campus so that then it serves industry's interests. So it's supposed to serve a dual function of churning out technology-based products, but as well as training and offering these critical industry-relevant skills that I have been talking about. But we need now government to fully fund and prioritize it. So as an institution, we are prioritizing that. We are hoping that the government will, will meet us midway and we can see this facility being fully utilized and harnessing its potential. And we believe that it holds immense and great power for developing our industrial sector, particularly with regard to training and imparting industry-relevant skills. We also offer skills training to entrepreneurs directly, and not just for the skills that are needed for industry. So entrepreneurs as well receive training, so particularly for the agro-processing. So if you have an idea, you're a farmer and you have an abundance of milk and the price of milk has gone down, you can come to us and we'll show to you how to turn that product from milk to a value-added product, whether it's going to be cheese or yogurt or whatever it is that you're interested in. So we'll take you through the entire value chain and train you and offer even technical advisory services in that regard. And it's not even unique to agro-processing. We also have the cosmetics and petrochemical industry. We have the minerals, like I said earlier, and we have the textiles and garment construction, and we have the bamboo and wood processing. So it's a wide array of products which mainly focus on what our key resources are as a country and how we can then turn them into value-added products. So we have the skills training, yes. We have the industrial training and apprenticeship, and that is how we are trying to make sure we have industry-relevant skills in the country. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Aaron, yes, you talked of the fundamentals that are needed for the manufacturing sector to be able to thrive. And at the same time, we know that you are in the region. And in the customs area, we hear sometimes the manufacturers, they shift, come and invest here. After 2 years, they shift and go to another region. And sometimes even they leave what has been given them here, not fully utilized. Tell us what are the key policy actions that you would like to see before you start shifting to other areas for you to be able to fully utilize your installed capacities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The policy areas, but before I go to that, in order for us to fully utilize our installed capacities, for those of you who don't know, right now they are at 52 to 54%. In other words, about half of our industrial capacity is not in utilization. In order to do that, we need to augment or do policies that augment the demand for our products. So you have two choices. Either you augment policies for export purposes or you augment policies for local demand. Now, in order for you to do the local demand policies, you have to ensure that we empower the Muntua Wansi, all the Muntua Bridge, whatever you call it. And how do you do that? You go back to the fundamentals of economics, which talk about gross domestic product. In other words, how do we increase the production and productivity of our farmers, of our people down there? So the PDM has done some job. Now, the challenge that we have facing is, how do we increase production? In the agricultural sector, the way you increase production is by somehow having the capacity to predict and guarantee some price systems for the farmers. And once you have guaranteed that, that means you are then able to guarantee what we call agglomeration, or what you want to call warehousing, or what you want to call aggregation. Now, if a farmer knows that his product will be taken on by an aggregate farm and at a particular price in the next 5 to 6 months, then the manufacturers knows where to get those products. So in doing that, you build a cycle that the farmer now has capacity to uptake what the manufacturer is producing. So you have completed the cycle in that a farmer trades what he has, and in return is able to procure that which the manufacturers have produced. The second one is policies towards export. Now, when you are dealing with exports, you begin again to deal with aggregation at national level. And now, the biggest commodities that we're exporting are coffee and gold, as already been indicated. But let's touch coffee. Why is coffee now booming? It's because we now have processes and systems which are able to aggregate coffee for export purposes. Can we replicate the same in all the other agricultural produce that we have? If we want to export maize, where do you point and you want to say that here are 100,000 tons? If you go here, you'll find them, and therefore we're able to export them. So aggregation in that area will help us do the exports. So those two policies will help you to drive up the GDP, to drive up manufacturing for Uganda to leapfrog to the next level. The other things I want to touch on is the policy around the energy. Because we know that energy and electricity are a big hurdle in this country right now. The question is, how do we drive our policies towards production? If it's an electricity policy, let us have that electricity policy drive production. If it's a logistics policy, when we are building roads, are we building roads that are leading us into the productive areas, or we are building roads for the purpose of building roads? So as we continue, financing policy, another major policy. I cannot be having manufacturers borrowing at the same rate like any other borrower. Manufacturing needs lower interest rates, needs long-term interest, and therefore you need to have a policy of financing this productive sector. And last but not least, let me touch on this. If you are going to do exports, and you're going to do exports to the Congo, exports to South Sudan, exports to some volatile regions, you are going to have a policy which guarantees, or what we call the Export Guarantee Insurance Scheme, so that our exporters don't lose their product. I'll end by this practical example. If I am exporting my tea to Mombasa to be auctioned, how am I guaranteed that by the time the tea is auctioned, which will take 1 or 2 weeks, my tea is still as fresh as I took it? You need to ensure that by that time the tea is auctioned, A, I, the egg transporter, B, I, the manufacturer, I, the tea factory, is guaranteed that whatever happens along the way, I will be paid. In order to help me guarantee the farmer that no matter what happens, he or she will be paid. So the guarantee scheme moves all the way from the trader to the manufacturer to the farmer, thus guaranteeing that everyone along the value chain has income, and therefore your GDP leapfrogs to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. Building on that point, we know that the medium and large manufacturers should actually work closely with the micro and small manufacturers. What mechanisms do you have in place to make sure that you continue supporting the micro and small?
Thank you very much. Once you are in the area of international trade, you have no choice but to aggregate and agglomerate your produce. For example, if we are going to export coffee, value-added coffee, the factories need to know where the small producers are so that they can purchase from the small producers in order to aggregate those large quantities. Big suppliers in the international realm, we as a single company cannot fulfill those particular purchases. I'll give an example. A company like Tesco, Walmart, and all the others, Aldi, will want you to supply 1 million t-shirts every 2 weeks. In order for a large-scale company to do that, it has to partner with the small-scale companies so that they have the necessary quantities to export. So the systems and mechanisms we have put in place is a collaboration between the larger players and the smaller players, especially when it comes to exports. And you can't run away from it. And that is very important. 2, the other thing that we are putting in place, or we are trying and struggling to put in place, is that how do we get our SMEs to be certified so that it is easier for us to aggregate their products at large scale? If we cannot certify the small-scale manufacturers, their products, it becomes difficult for them to have those standards. 3, again, allow me to go back. Production, distribution, marketing, the only thing which ties these things up is affordable financing. And the smaller you are, the more difficult it is for you to get funding. So we want to work very closely, especially with the Uganda Development Bank. How do we ensure that our productive sector called manufacturing is able to access financing at manufacturing affordable rates? The return on investment in the manufacturing sector is anywhere between 15 and 20%. If therefore the commercial rate is between 18 and 22%, it means if you dare borrow that money, you're only going to make but losses. So we need to work closely as a nation to know which financing scheme is necessary for which area, which sector of trade, and when it comes to manufacturing, the commercial terms do not allow accelerated industrialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we are running out of time, I just want to ask all of you, the panelists, tell us, as if we execute these areas you have all mentioned, each one can tell us what would be the 2 or 3 measurable outcomes that we should be able to track in the next policy as a mechanism of ensuring delivery. You can start.
Yeah, very quickly. If this economy is to leapfrog, the one element that we must track is production and productivity. If we cannot track how much more maize are we producing in every season, how much more cotton, how much more coffee, if we are unable to track that, we are not going to leapfrog. 2, since you've said 3. 2, we need to track the aggregation. Before I come even to that one, we need to track how we are supporting the farmers. My executive director likes to speak about something they call rural industrialization. How are we ensuring that the farmers are getting the equipment and getting the right information? Commissioner, information, the science technology people will agree with me. Information asymmetry is what is lagging mostly between the people who have the capacity to export and the people who have the capacity to produce. What is the price going to be of maize in 2 months' time? Should I plant? Should I not plant? If you can assure us that area, then I'm sure production will take place. I think I better stop at that and let the others also have something to say.
Thank you. Trademark Africa.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the inputs. Very, very informative. Now, I think for me, the most important aspect, I think for the next 2 years, that I think we should embrace and fully embrace, and not just partly, to ensure that paperless trade actually happens. We all speak about we want paperless trade, but we're all stuck on paper itself, right? We do not want to embrace digital signatures. We don't want to embrace electronic records. So my colleague has talked about information sharing with farmers and predictive pricing. This can only be done through a very strong digital framework of information sharing, right, in real time. Now, the other aspect that I think is inevitable is usage of artificial intelligence. The only way that we can be able to ensure that there's predictive analysis of what my colleague has talked about in terms of prices is through machine learning models and predictive analysis of artificial intelligence, which is integrated in our systems. We have so much information, we have so much data that is being held in different agencies in this country and even regionally, but there is no correlation of this data. What information can we get out of this data, which I think can be leveraged by embracing artificial intelligence. And it's inevitable at the end of the day, and it's coming whether you like it or not. So we'll need to ensure that we have proper frameworks to be able to ensure that it's leveraged in the correct way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yuri?
To achieve the leapfrog, we need to move to industry-centric production. So particularly for the agro-processing, because yesterday we had Bella Wine, I don't know if she's still around, and Delights. We also have Olen from UDC for the Sorority Fruit Factory. As an example, if they are to receive raw materials from the public, they must meet a certain standard, and they must be consistent for them to have a consistent product. So while it is true that you might be a mango farmer or an orange farmer, the factory might reject your input if it wasn't industry-centric. But then who is informing the farmers about what the industry requires? So while it is true that we might have a lot of maize or we might have a lot of fruit, if it is of different varieties, different properties, then it cannot be utilized for industry. And so the production needs to focus on industry and be industry-centric, and not just individual farmers each producing their own input. So I think that will go a very long way in because even the bigger producers of juice will tell you that they are importing some of the pulp, despite the fact that we actually have a lot of fruit here, and it's because our production hasn't been industry-centric. So that is the first one. The second one is what I would like to see is improved survival rates of the startups. So while we have a lot of startups, there is what we call the valley of death. So a lot of them are dying before their fifth birthday, so to speak. And so one of the measurables I would like to see is improved survival rate, and that is why we exist as URI, to be able to support industries to survive that first period of the journey when they are most likely to face death. So we'll journey with you and make sure that, especially the ones that are tech-based, we'll journey with you to make sure that there's an increased survival rate. So basically, like with the incubation facilities, we are allowing you to test the waters with one foot, and instead of going in full swing and drowning. So so an improved survival rate of the startups would be a good measurable. And then the third one would be enhanced utilization of research and research outputs. There is no need to go into a tech-based venture or acquire technology from, you sit on your computer, acquire technology from China, only to reach here and realize that it was not appropriate, it was not a good fit for what you require, and yet government has put in place structures to support you and make sure that if you're ordering technology, is it the right technology, is it what you require, than you sitting on your computer ordering something from China, from India, and you get here and it is the wrong fit. So I would like to see enhanced use of research institutions, research outputs. If you have an idea, let us first put it to a test before then you can put it out. And I think in that way we'll have more competent businesses that can trade competitively. Thank you.
Thank you. Last.
Thank you very much. First, the issue of informality in our private sector is what kills us, especially both the actors themselves, but also government to be able to get the necessary revenue that they require. And to us who believe as much as the MSMEs are dominated by the informal ones, it does definitely means that there's a reason why. And I think now it's a question of now presenting incentives through this kind of policies to encourage an MSME operating in the informal sector. What is it for me to actually to transition to the formal space? So it calls for a collective effort and action for different actors in the room to be able to define that incentive package that really need to help these actors to transition. And that calls the fact that, I mean, it's quite interesting that if you ask any MSME that what's your biggest challenge, access to credit, access to finance, but the lending rate maybe is too high. But, you know, the truth is, you see, a child cannot carry a fellow child. Most of these banks, off record, I don't know, on record, the reason they can never negotiate lower rates, they're also borrowing money somewhere. So they're also in business. So how much do you want them to give you at what rate? So they have to balance their books as well. So government has to be deliberate on that bit. Number two, I think we really need to have the TRIPS agreement. That's the trade-related aspect of intellectual property under the WTO, to really begin to speak to what we really want as part of our national industrialization agenda. Under that TRIPS agreement, it's very clear when it comes to aspects of technology transfer. And we need to leverage on that, because countries that maybe may not be well endowed to generate the technologies and IPs that are required, you can leverage on other countries that have it and negotiate better terms to have the technology acquired and utilized. Third, partnerships. Partnerships are going to be critical, both within government and especially this whole drama of my mandate. It's a big problem, because when you're pushing for the same agenda for the Tenfold Growth Strategy, it means every MDA has to find their niche and see, this is where I'm going to go. But if it's not possible, collective efforts, partnership is going to help us win this race. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. I'll give a few minutes, 5 minutes to the audience who has a burning question. Okay. Wow, 2. There is a lady there, and then the 4th. And then, okay, 5 of them. So, where is the mic?
Right here.
Okay, you can start from there. There was a lady.
Good morning. My name is Isabella Mgeni, and I'm Country Coordinator on Intercontinental Youth Advisory Council on AfCFTA. My question is, I have 2 questions actually. One, in the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area, how do you think Uganda can strategically position itself better to compete with bigger industrialized economies within and beyond Africa? That's 1. 2, we've talked a lot about high-value production, and I'm thinking if we are mentioning high-value production, we need to look into the skills gap that we have as a nation. So what significant investments do you think Uganda can input in skills development to better prepare the workforce to be able to deliver in an advanced manner and embrace industrial innovation? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan Ojako. I'm a lawyer from Matrix Advocates, and one of my specialties is international trade. My question goes to Mr. Emmanuel Otu. I don't know if I got your name right. Director of Digital Trade at Trademark Africa. And I must credit Trademark Africa for different initiatives that you put in place as far as digital trade is concerned. I think you're doing a fantastic job. But I'm also concerned with the fact that despite the fact that you've put in place or enabled digital trade with all these different initiatives, also interested in some of the perils that may come with it, especially as far as the fact that there's a lot of information exchange and data moving around. Governments getting traders' data, cybersecurity concerns, among others. What mechanisms do you have in place as far as data protection and privacy is concerned regarding these cross-border data movements and exchanges of information? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Joshua Baguma. I work for Hortifresh, which is an association for fruits and vegetables, as an umbrella body in the horticulture sector. And the Department of Agronomy and Compliance, which deals with the crop health, in terms of insect pests and the diseases. Mm-hmm. So my question is linked to competitiveness, and it's good we have Yuri in this house. And as trade, I think the trading bit, when we put our fruits and vegetables in the box to go to any country, for us that is almost the end of the value chain. And it is my appeal that we also speak more on production. This is what yesterday the Honorable Victoria was talking about, that whereas could be interested in the trading or loading something on the aircraft or on a lorry, it is also prudent that we also think about where it comes from, because you cannot trade what you don't have. So in this regard, my issues on the incubation that Madam was talking about there. I'm happy with Yuri, with your facility in Namamve, but it is also my view that we need to situate these facilities in strategic positions. Thanks to Ministry of Trade through the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority, they have started up a facility at the Entebbe Airport where Hortifresh is lucky that it was allocated one of their warehouses there, and we are yet to start operations by taking charge and utilize it to be our packing facility so that we're able to incubate our exporters of fruits and vegetables. But you find that government support, in this case, whereas it has provided an empty warehouse, but STI and the rest have tried to support and see how we can equip it. It is my appeal, maybe that's another question to Yuri, if there could be a possibility of starting up something else, because it is not enough in a strategic place, and for us, we believe in our culture. It is very hard to drive to few products from Kasese and deliver them.
Okay, thank you. Point noted. We need more facilities.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say, that can we set up something in the city center which connects easily with the roads, Masaka Road, Fort Portal Road, Ginger, something that can help to incubate our exporters so that we're able to have one place for certification.
Thank you. There was a hand here. Here in front.
Good, thank you very much. It was exciting listening to comments about R&D. And I know that on top of URI, we have Zonal Agricultural Research and Development Institutes, ZADIs, around the country. Now, those ZADIs, and the reason I'm raising this, because the number of things we once had in this country, which kind of vanished, and then we are trying to recreate in conferences like this one. Those ZADIs used to be called District Farm Institutes. Yes. It is where farmers, mainly big farmers or corporate leaders, went and learned the practice of how to manage certain crops, manage certain animals, and then livestock, and go back to practice them. Some of the younger people went, the younger farmers did apprentices. I did one when I was in my primary school for a whole 1 month. I spent in Ngera District Farm Institute then. Now, today, good research is going on in these ZADIs. But I'm not very sure how much of that
technology transfer from the research is connected with the farmers. Because I'm trying to do some coffee farming in northern Uganda, and I'm struggling just even to get the seedling or the technology from Ngetazadi into, I've had to come to Bukalesa to look for seedlings. When government, OWC is promoting coffee and cocoa big time in northern Uganda, and the Zadi is there in Lira, and I cannot get the things there. I think there is something we can do, because in those Zadis, and I got this to the personal part of my life, in those Zadis, there used to be a cooperative wing, a hall for training cooperators. Those buildings still exist, but they kind of have vanished. They're no longer being used for training cooperatives. Each of them around the country, they used to be, those things can be reactivated so that they become also the point at which research done can be connected to the farmers who will come for these trainings into those wings, the cooperators that go back to then apply this knowledge they've got from that place. I think there is a missing link.
Thank you. Point taken. Partnerships and strong collaboration has been highlighted. There was a hand here.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. This is Humphrey Mutasa from the Grain Council.
Yes.
We are in a national trade review. The Grain Council trades. So let's review. 1, we want a review when it comes to data. Give us data about sources of grain in this country. Where do we go? Trade is hampered because we don't have data. So let's review nationally. It's the reason we are here. Science and technology. Innovate for us a way of accessing money without collateral. You are into innovations. Trade is hampered because we don't have collateral as far as small traders are concerned. Innovation Ministry, I don't know, Secretariat. Innovate for us and give that innovation to banks. How can they lend money without collateral? Can they innovate things like group, cohesion, such that if one person applies, 10 people sign on their application, where will they run to? But you continue asking for collateral. Science and technology, help us to innovate something and give it to the banks. 3, an integrated central repository where everybody can plug and play. We need it. This has hampered trade, sir. We are in a national trade review. Let's tell everybody concerned that we need a central repository. We cannot be having Parliament has another percentage of people employed in agriculture. OPM different. Minister of Agriculture different. How many people are employed in agriculture in this country? Ask anyone, they don't know. Yet we are an agricultural country. Every ministry has their own data. Even the data statistics of WUBOS are doubtable. We cannot continue
are you
like
doing
that.
research?
Lastly,
I thought we are
in a trade review.
Yes.
We are reporting to you what traders we have been facing.
We are trying to increase exports and competitiveness. So
I cannot
don't know.
increase export if I don't know what I can manufacture, sir. So I'm trying to let you know that a grain council member that needs a dryer that can dry a metric ton for 4 liters per metric ton. I need innovation, somebody to tell me there is a dryer that can use 2 liters to dry from 15 to 13 and a half of a metric ton. I want an innovation. So that is hampering my trade. Lastly, other than one-stop border posts, we want, please, we are in a review conference. We are telling you that the many trailers that are on borders, it is because of paper-based clearance. Can we have an innovation? Because we are in a session of science. Can science, technology, and innovations innovate something that is going to limit the 1,000 trailers in a legal border, such that when they increase and they put an e-voucher, then we are able to use that technology you innovated and we reduce the cost of doing business. Come up with the cottage industries to support MSMEs that are certified. Okay, so come up, Sebo Nyabo Yuri, help us to come up with a cottage technology where manufacturers can pick certified commodities to export. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last hand was already behind you. That is the last hand.
Yes, Mariam is my name. To Mr. Alan, you talked about the issue of standards, packaging, and all that. Most of the farmers have been able to cover up all that, but we have talked about the procedures of ready product and for the exports, but at times farmers face a delay of transporting their goods from one destination to another. Most times those of the cargoes, we all know that sometimes it takes 4 days, but it can delay to 7 days. Yes, the commodities of the products, sometimes they end up getting spoiled, causing losses to their side. What is the government or the ministry going to do about that so that we limit that when it comes to their side? And then to Yuri, Madam, you talked about the training for the young is not allowed, but you still talked about the limited resources. Some of the initiatives or youth back in our communities, they can access their own resources, and they end up starting or innovating something new for a change in their lives of income. Do you have a design package for such small initiatives on a local-based level, where you can at least come to them, train them, and see a way forward about it? Because sometimes they can fail to reach Nakawa, but yet they can still produce something from wherever they are. So do you have or plan to have a design package for such local initiatives or no? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll bring back here, not that all of them should be answered because some are points to note, but you can take on those that you can in 1 minute or half a minute per person, then we conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about the participation for our MSMEs in Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I think definitely this is just a market opportunity that if you've got the right product, meets the right market entry condition in the particular jurisdictions, you should be able to access that market. But the institutional frameworks that we have also within the sector trade program, look at the aspect of financing through UDC, looking at Uganda National Research Institute for incubation, looking at Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. So I think that forms an ecosystem that can support MSMEs to define their niche and be supported to take their products in the particular jurisdictions. But then also it goes back to the aspect of numbers. That's why when we help them to also pool their resources, pool their particular commodities, they can meet the markets that are required. A case in point, recently when we needed to meet the demands of the Algerian market for milk, every actor had to come on board to make sure that we've got the volumes that satisfy that market, but also we meet the standard and comply to those entry conditions for them to have our product on board. One of them was some of these products are supposed to be halal complied. So meaning that also something that can be able to be appreciated as well. Then on the skills component, definitely as Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and also speaking to the wider mandate within the manufacturing program, we want to leverage on academia-industry partnerships as one of the easier ways to be able to boost skilling of the different actors in that space. I know we've got, Uganda is a youthy population, but majority of them are also, some of them are also educated, they're graduates. But the question is, how do we narrow that gap of unemployment, which is because either the graduates do not have the necessary skills to meet what the industry requires. Then last but not least, also the TVETs. For example, now we recently got a new TVET Act, number 3 of 2025. And with this one now, it stipulates how skilling is going to be done through apprenticeship to support the ones that go through the TVET school and to make sure that we've got the skill base that meets industry-focused needs that can actually help our young people to get employed. I'll stop at that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Yuri?
I'll start with Isabella's question. Isabella was asking about the skills gaps and how they can enhance industrial innovation. And I think I said this severally in my submission, that one of the core reasons of our existence is to bridge the skills gap and produce industry-relevant skills, Industry 4.0 relevant skills. And so the vocational institutes have done a bit with plugging this gap, but it's so, what the vocational institutes do is very basic, and so what you're trying to do is over and above those basic skills, what can we do to produce a population that is ready for Industry 4.0. So I think I reiterated that severally, that is why we exist, and we're trying to bridge that gap. I took cognizance of the existing gap, but efforts are being made to bridge that gap. From Hot Fresh, I think the core of the question was that can we decentralize URI services, because sometimes it may not be possible to come to Chambogo or to Namamve campuses. We have made some effort in that regard, and so we have pilot plants in different parts of the country that focus on the core material or resource that is abundant in that area. So you'll find we have pilot plants for food processing, pilot plants for textile and garment construction, depending on the area. So, but the funds haven't allowed us to decentralize the extent that would be very meaningful, but we are aware of that we need to decentralize the services, and some effort has been made in that regard. Somebody was asking how technology trickles to the farmers and linking it to ZADI. I just wanted to highlight that URI comes in post-production, because the agriculture production is the mandate of Ministry of Agriculture, and they're the ones with the competencies to do that. They're the ones with the agronomists, the soil scientists, the sericulturalists, and the required competencies for that. We begin post-production when you have the raw material, and now we need to transform it into a value-added product. Is there a need for better linkages between the agriculture and the industrial production? Absolutely. Is there a gap? Absolutely. So we appreciate that we should have better linkages, and yes, we'll do better in that regard. But however, our activities are guided by NDP4, and the NDP4 gives us priorities. So you'll find that when agro-processing is prioritized, we will look at what the existing gap is, and then we'll try to fill that gap. So while we do not participate in agricultural production, we have made research to facilitate agricultural production. So simple equipment like hurlers, like threshers, dryers, those simple technologies that we shouldn't be importing anymore. So we have done research to make simple equipment to facilitate agricultural production. There is no reason why in this era we are still using handheld hoes. So we've done some research to be able to revolutionize agriculture. From Grain Council, I think he touched on that.
Data we share against.
And then for cottage industries where traders can pick commodities to trade, I think I've touched on that with regard to the pilot plants that we have all over the country. Yeah. And then somebody asked if we have packages to meet the youth where they are. Absolutely, we have community outreach programs, and we've done this severally. If you have a group or you organize yourselves, we'll come to you, even as an individual. If you already have your facility or your resources to be able to do value addition, and you just need us to come to you, we do that every single day. We live for that. So yes, we do come to you. You don't have to come to us. Thank you very much.
More information sharing is needed. Thank you. Yes, Aaron.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start with Isabella's question on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And maybe as I start there, I'd like to say, it is indeed a privilege to work under, for, and with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. This particular ministry is responsible for over 70% of the GDP of this country. So it is very critical, as someone said, for us to review in order to achieve this 500 billion. Now, if you go back and look at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area negotiations, the country that is supposed to get the most benefit out of the AfCFTA in the EAC is a country called Uganda. Full stop. There are no commas about it. We are at the center of the EAC. You have a huge market in Congo. You have a huge market to the neighbors of Congo. You have a huge market down after Tanzania and all the other countries down, and then up. The major commodities that we trade amongst ourselves are agricultural value-added products, which we in this country are responsible for. So what does that mean? It means the following, that we have to quickly ramp up our production. We have no choice but to ramp it up as quickly as we can. Now, this is what brings me to the question by Mariam about the farmers. Sometimes I shudder at the workload we want to put before the farmers. You want the farmers to do the following right now, to look for the seeds. After looking for the seeds, no, first, before you look for the seeds, please look at the weather and please predict when the rains are coming. Are you done with that? Please weed on time. Please go and buy the right seeds. After buying the right seeds, please weed again on time. After that, please harvest on time. Don't forget the herbicides and pesticides and all those things. Please don't. And after we have done that, please do post-harvest handling. And then the last one, which Mariam, you're talking about. Please find a market. We're talking, are we talking to PhD people who are able to do all these things in one go? That is why I said this particular ministry is a privilege to work on, because cooperatives are under this ministry. A farmer should do his or her work from the planting to the harvesting. The issue of looking for markets shouldn't be the issue of a farmer. It should be the issue of cooperating, associating, and marketing together. These are fundamentals of economics. We cannot be having farmers loitering all over the place looking for markets. No. Especially when it comes to international markets. We have a saying, trade is war. Now you want to carry your, what are they called, what are they called, the corporals all over the place without a general. The privates, you want them to go and do trade. Where? This is the job of the generals, to guide and lead and protect the small ones. So having farmers all over the place, no. Let us help the ministry. Let us advocate the ministry for stronger cooperatives so that the cooperatives can then supply the manufacturers and support the manufacturers to export. Full stop. There are no commas about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next.
Yeah, so I'll tackle the questions on cybersecurity issues and some of the threats that, of course, are plaguing digital systems, especially in trade. So basically, maybe to start from this, no system is bulletproof at the end of the day. If anyone tells you that my system is bulletproof, he's lying to you, all right? But what we normally do is we try as much as possible to embrace best practices on hardening these systems from cybersecurity attacks. Now, in terms of information sharing, there are technologies that can be used to ensure that data integrity and data sovereignty is preserved. And for me, it's quite sad that a lot of our agencies, even within this region, are not really switched on these technologies. Technologies such as distributed ledger and blockchain. This technology can ensure a lot of data integrity and data sovereignty just by the fact and the virtue of how it works. Okay, and this is where I think even the panel has talked about a lot of digital skilling and sensitization on these technologies, such that you build a very strong trust framework for information sharing. Because at the end of the day, all we are discussing here regarding informing the farmer about prices and things like that, we cannot do that without effective information sharing, and it has to be done effectively through digital tools. The other issue that was talked about was on paper-based clearance at OSBPs. I think this is an issue that has already been beaten to a pulp. And of course, we are trying as much as possible to move from a paper-based system to a paperless system. Anything behind any smart gate that we have set within the region has to work digitally for this thing to work. So having frameworks that can allow for electronic exchange of data is paramount. Yeah. So if we expect to have no-stop border posts or one-stop border posts that are very fast in clearing, we should first embrace this from a regulatory perspective, public sector and private sector. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think we come to the close.
That gentleman there, there's something he raised about the collateral.
Put on, switch on.
Sorry. About the issue of the collateral, Mr. Mtasa. So there are two aspects we are looking at as a ministry moving forward, and especially as we try to review some of the trade-related policies that are going to support this entire space, like the MSME policy and the National Standards and Quality Policy. And at the center of it, we're also trying to look at products like, for example, right now, while we're advocating for intellectual property as intangible assets, they can actually be traded as collateral for financing. So that means we are going to position MSMEs to innovate at the farm level to actually have IPs that can actually be traded for in exchange. But again, we want to co-ideate this possibility with the financial institutions to accept it and see that it works. Then the next one, together with UNBS, we're looking at if a product has been certified, is that sufficient enough for maybe to encourage a financier to maybe cash in because that allows you access to market, something of that nature? So it's something we'll be happy to get you on board to get all these things discussed. But ideally, it's going to be a co-ideated approach to make sure that every stakeholder comes on board and we see what could be the outcome in a sandbox, kind of like a possibility. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And maybe we give them a round of applause. And as a custom, they are requesting for a photograph with the minister and one of the sponsors. Maybe I hand over back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doctor, we request the Honorable Minister and the County Director, Trademark Africa, to join the panelists and the moderator to take a picture. You may now take your seats. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, the panelists. And by the way, URSB is reminding you that their services, if there are any inquiries or queries, they have set up just outside the room, a conference room. If you need any services on company registration, IP registration, status of your companies, name check, etc. In case you need any of the services of URSB, they are available just outside the conference room. We're going to go into the second last panel before we go for lunch. We're going to do just one more panel and then we go for lunch. And this panel is going into conversations on scaling trade through collective enterprise, cooperatives as market-driven engines of exports, growth, and competitiveness. And the moderator of the panel today is Robert Bario Barije, who is a Commissioner, Cooperatives Development under the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. He's also the Registrar of Cooperatives in the country. So he's responsible for registration and monitoring of all cooperatives in the country. Welcome with me, Commissioner Barije, on stage. You're welcome, sir. You're going to introduce your panel and lead us to lunch.
Thank you, Canary. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's quite difficult talking to you before lunch. The energy seems to be really low. I hope we shall manage anyway. Honourable Minister, we are going to tackle one of the themes of this review, which is scaling trade through collective enterprise. And the sub-theme is cooperatives as market-driven engines of exports, growth, and competitiveness. So just to bring this theme into perspective, Honourable Minister, we are talking about competitiveness and export growth. And as you may all be aware, one of the major exports, or the major exports of a country, as we talk now, are gold, coffee, dairy products, cocoa, horticulture, and fish. There have been whispers about where the gold comes from. I can see some of you already smiling. But the gold actually comes from a number of districts in our country, including Gamudat, Busia, Moroto, Buhweju, Namayingo, Kasand, and many others. We from the cooperative sector have more than 11 cooperatives registered to mine gold. Talking about coffee, we have close to 1,000 cooperatives dealing in coffee. Quite a number, more than 100 in dairy products. More than 150 engaged in cocoa. And there was a colleague from the horticulture sector here. More than 100 cooperatives registered dealing in horticulture. And more than 300 registered cooperatives engaged in fish. So now that's from the cooperative perspective, the contribution to the whole of this economy. And of course, this is driven by more than 33,000 financial cooperatives, or what we call SACCOs. We have on the register 10,678 PDM, more than 15,000 traditional SACCOs, and more than 7,000 Emyoga cooperatives. I'm giving all this information so that we discuss this theme from that perspective. So with that background, I'm happy to invite our panelists this afternoon. We have Mr. Ivan Asimwe, the General Secretary of Uganda Cooperative Alliance. Please give him a round of applause. We have a representative from Ankole Coffee Producers Cooperative Union. I don't know whether I only picked your name, Yekonia. Please give him a round of applause. We have the CEO of Stedfin Sacco, Mercy Agaba. We have the Commissioner Warehouse Receipt System Department under Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And lastly, talking cooperatives, you can now see the numbers. Lastly, Commissioner MSME Department, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. So, Mr. Patrick Mugisha, please come over once again. Don't mind, they are a little bit hungry. They will welcome you later after lunch. So as Mr. Mugisha takes his seat, I'd like to give each one of you not more than 1 minute to introduce yourselves and your institutions, or your departments, or the mandate of your institutions, starting from Mr. Asim here.
Thank you so much, Moderator and the Commissioner for Cooperatives, Honorable Minister, and all delegates around. Allow me to observe the protocol in the interest of time. My name is Ivan Asimwe, and I'm the General Secretary of Uganda Cooperative Alliance, which is the apex body for all registered cooperative societies in the country, like the Commissioner has already mentioned, because currently we have over 46,000 registered cooperatives. Secondly, I'm the Chairman Board of the National Cooperative Bank, and I'm also the Chairman Board of the Cooperative Insurance Company, which is here, CIC. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Next, Mr. Yekonia. Yekonia who?
Tumwijeho.
Mwijeho.
Tumwijeho.
Tumwijeho.
Yes.
Yeah, please give us, apart from tell us a little bit about Ankole Coffee and its contribution to the economy so far. Thank you.
Thank you, the Commissioner of Cooperatives. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tumwijeho Yekonia. I work with Ankole Coffee Producers Cooperative Union. It's a union located in southwestern Uganda, dealing in coffee. This union started in 2006 with 3,500 individual farmers and 10 cooperative societies. Currently, we have 37 cooperative societies as members, with over 20,000 individual farmers of coffee. And we do export coffee. Last year, we exported 200 containers, and a container of coffee is 19.8 metric tons. So in Ankole Coffee, I work as the operations manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister and participants. My name is Deborah Charasime. I work with Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I am the Commissioner of the newly created Department of Warehouse Receipt System. We were once an authority in this country. We are still an authority. We were established by an act of parliament as regulators of the warehouse receipt system. Given the nature of our work, we participate in implementation. So basically what we do, or what the warehouse receipt system is all about, it's about using commodities. I will restrict myself to agricultural commodities, using them as collateral against which you can secure financing. And this is to the background of our economy being a smallholder economy. So for the smallholders, through maybe cooperatives, you need to aggregate, raise the volumes, and the other aspects that goes with it, and be able to secure financing against your volumes. Thank you.
Thank you, and for speaking with authority. We can now appreciate you worked with an authority. Mercy, next.
Thank you. Allow me to thrive on protocol observed. My name is Mercy Tumukunde. I am the CEO of STEDFIN, Uganda Circle. STEDFIN is a circle for the U.S. mission employees locally engaged in Uganda. And as we celebrate the milestone of Uganda export base reaching the USD 13 billion, we know that behind every value chain, there are numbers. We have been celebrating numbers in this room. And circles, we position ourselves to bridging the gap, the junction between all this conversation that we have been having in this room, because we need money. So I'm here to talk about money for Muntu wa wansi, but which is very key if this nation is supposed to take off. STEDFIN, we are not very many members. We have about 1,500 members and an asset base of about 75 billion. It's good to be in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. Patrick Mugisha is my name, Commissioner for Business Development and Quality Assurance, where we host the function for MSMEs. So basically for us, what we do, we breathe, we live, we dream about MSMEs to make sure that we make their, their contribution that they present to Uganda's economy actually is supported, well enabled, and to make sure that we also try to address the issue of informality among themselves. And I think what we are here is basically to break that jinx to see how do informality for MSMEs can leverage on the cooperative space, collective enterprises, to make sure that they count. Thank you.
Thank you. Starting with you, Mr. Simwe. How, in your opinion, do you think government can better support cooperatives in adopting innovative practices and technologies that boost export readiness?
Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner, and good afternoon, everyone. Possibly before I come to that, allow me just to give this preamble, in addition to what the Commissioner submitted, that cooperatives contribute over 2.68% to our GDP and they employ 16% of our population. And the majority of these employers are the savings and credit cooperative organizations, which are circles. Now, what should be the role of government in this? And if I'm to begin with UCA, because UCA partly is supported by government, one aspect is the issue of capacity building, ensuring that there is capacity building and skills development. As I was here, the other panelists mentioned the same. Because as cooperatives, we need to skill them. We need to build their capacities to be able to go into the export market. Number two, we need to support cooperative education. Majority of Ugandans tend to confuse a cooperative with a company. And that even goes to the policymakers, it goes to a taxman, it goes to everyone. So how do we ensure that we strengthen, we invest in cooperative education is very critical. Currently, by the moderator, we have 2 cooperative colleges, Chigumba and Tororo. Chigumba, the cooperative education here started in 1954 at Nsamizi. 1963, cooperative education went to Bukarasa. 1974, Chigumba, and currently we have also Tororo. Moshi University, which started on the 5th of January 1963, currently is offering cooperative education from certificate up to PhD level. But Uganda, unfortunately, we are still at certificate and diploma. So where are we heading? So what should be the role of government in this? In ensuring that we equip these people so that they can ably compete in the export market. We need cooperative education. Number 3, we need policy. Policy, legal, and regulatory framework that is favorable for the cooperatives to proceed. You have been reading in the papers, for example, the issue of regulation of bigger circles, where towards the end of last month, and I want to thank His Excellency, that we had a meeting with His Excellency on the regulation of large circles, and His Excellency was very clear that Bank of Uganda regulate circles as member-owned institutions, not as companies. Then talk about taxation. What should be the best tax regime for these cooperatives? Because a cooperative is not a company. But the challenge we have in the country, even to us as accountants, we do not study cooperatives. We study financial reporting in the companies. And for that matter, even taxing a cooperative, you use the company accounting, which is very wrong. Because a cooperative is member-owned, member-used, controlled, and benefiting members, which beats the accounting principle of legal entity concept in accounting. So for that matter, you need to understand the cooperative concept in order to create a tax regime for these cooperatives. Then that is on a policy issue. Issues of arbitration and dispute resolution. It should be the role of government to support especially Uganda Cooperative Alliance, which is empowered under Section 142, to make sure that in the case of disputes, because these are many people, how do you come in to resolve these conflicts so that business can move on? Then they talked about finance.
Try to wind up on
yes.
that, please.
How can the government create access to affordable and appropriate finance? Bwana Registrar, we appreciate the government for creating alternative funding like agricultural credit facility and others. But are the small holders getting this money? So what should be the role of government? Because cooperatives cannot go into export market if they don't have patient capital. So this is necessary. Lastly, the issue of infrastructure is very critical, that these cooperatives are given enough infrastructure for them to manage the value chains, right from inputs up to collective marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go next to Ankole Coffee Producers Cooperative Union. You've been informed it's largely a farmers' organization, which is competing quite favorably with many other companies in the export market. As you may be aware, we may talk about the large coffee earnings, but we should also be appreciated and be informed that 90% of these, the export earnings, actually controlled by, His Excellency doesn't want that word, foreign owned, but multinationals, maybe that's better. Meaning there is likely to be a large repatriation of the earnings that we actually talk about to these multinationals. So, Ankole Coffee, as an organization engaged in coffee production, processing, and export, what strategies have been most effective in expanding your export markets? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ankole Coffee, as I told you, we deal mostly in coffee. And as he has said, we are not doing bad, but of course there are challenges. As a union, we have put some strategies to ensure that we remain in market and our performance continue striving. One of the strategies we have looked at, we have invested in certifications. As smallholder farmers, we cannot compete favorably with multi-internationals because they are here, they are everywhere. So certifications can only help us as smallholder farmers to favorably compete with multi-internationals in the market. Certifications like fair trade that has helped us acquire trade finance from international lenders. Certifications like organic that has helped us acquire, get good price in the market. Because as we sell, we also get organic premium. This premium helps us pay a good price or the favorable price to the farmers. We have also invested in direct marketing and partnership. We help farmers to access good market by attending exhibitions, international exhibitions, by talking to buyers directly, and creating that partnership on behalf of the farmers. Another strategy is that through partnership and certifications, we have been able to access finances from abroad. Of course, I can say affordable finances, which you cannot get here in Uganda. You have heard people talking about financing. Financing is a very big challenge here in this country, because I remember in 2024, the coffee prices went up unexpectedly. And of course, as our projections, we ran out of cash in the middle of the season. So now, we had borrowed from our international lenders. We ran to our local banks. It was a nasty story. These banks we have been transacting with, transacting billions and billions of money with these banks. But what they were asking from us, it was as if we had never dealt with these banks. They ask you the land titles, you submit them. They want you to mortgage the stock. Of course, now the stock you have already mortgaged it in the form of tripartite agreements. Now they want you everything. Thank God maybe for ABSA. I think it's ABSA that saved us, that gave us some money. So it is a nasty story. But we have been able to trade, to compete with multi-internationals using the certification that helps us acquire finances from international lenders. Then another strategy is constant communication with our buyers. We make sure every year ending, we communicate with our buyers in the form of, we give them a chance to assess our performance. So we get feedback from them. They tell us what went wrong, what was not good, and so on. This has helped us to maintain our buyers. I can tell you that the buyers we had in 2008, we still have them.
Maybe.
So as we acquire new, we add on the other old ones. So we maintain a pool of them.
Maybe out of curiosity, what are your current markets?
Our?
Markets, where do you export?
Majorly, close to 80% of our export goes to Europe.
Europe is big.
Yeah, majorly Germany. Germany takes like 60%. Then we also export in Spain. We export in Japan. We also have buyers in Japan.
Yeah, that's in Asia now.
Yeah, in Asia, yeah. Then we are also, because now Europe is becoming a challenge, exporting in Europe because of the new EU regulations, we have a strategy of now shifting from Europe to Asia. We have started now talking to buyers in India, in the United Arab Emirates, in Hong Kong, Malaysia, so that now we can easily export without these regulations that are now hitting heavily on us, more especially when you are certified with organic. We are seeing the certification, the cost of certification is moving higher. Around this, it's tripling the cost of certification. So that's where we are.
Yeah. I think we shall add on from there, but you can see the passion of someone who is really enjoying what they are doing. The money person, Mercy, State FinSACO, from the financial perspective, what innovative financial products or services should be introduced to promote the growth of member enterprises involved in export trade from the general financial aspect? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like my boss Ivan mentioned, SACCOs are unique entities that many people fail to understand how they work, fail to understand the SACCO philosophy, fail to understand the SACCO business model. SACCOs are meant for a dual mission, and that is for socio-economic missions. And because of that, many people, when they talk about SACCOs, I'm sure when people read my name and they said I work with a SACCO, people think about the small institutions that are happening down there. But there is a big difference between the traditional SACCOs, the commissioner mentioned that, and the other types of SACCOs. We appreciate the PDMs, the MYOGAs, but we also appreciate that they are traditional SACCOs which are holding the economy of this nation and are supporting all sorts of people from the grassroots up to the bigger farmers. We are dealing with members, we are dealing with people who only understand the language of SACCOs. People, when you go and talk about lending, talk about savings, talk about loans, and then you mention bank loans, they may not even give you an ear. But when you talk about SACCOs, they will call you and say, let's hear from her what is she talking about. And those are the people that I want to concentrate on here in this conversation, because They make a lot of difference. If we have to grow our economy, we have to prioritize them, because together we pool our resources. The money that we work with as circles, we call it local money for our local good. People helping people. And as people focus on the foreign capital and foreign money, we focus on our local money. So a good question is, what are those products that can be brought on board if we have to grow the economy? One is the value chain financing products, because unlike collateral-based loans, value chain finances, or those products, they link funding to an inevitable capital or repayment source. For example, you look at the warehouse receipt system. Many people want money. They want money for pre-harvest. They want money to harvest, to manage the storage, the post-harvest system, and they don't have money. And so as circles, we come in to finance that gap. We come in to bridge that gap. As we finance people who export, our farmers who export to the foreign markets, you realize that the foreign, the export cycle is not a short one. Maybe 3 months, 6 months before they get money. And these farmers have children who are going to school. These farmers need food. These farmers, sometimes they are sick, they need to go to the hospital. If we don't do that, if we don't finance them and provide money as they wait to be paid by the buyers, then they are going to start selling their produce in the gardens. In December, I was in Kabale, and there were farmers who were selling beans in the garden. They sold beans, fresh beans in the garden. A buyer will come and say, this garden, the entire garden, I'm giving you 500,000. And they just sell it because they need immediate cash. So as circles, we come in to bridge that gap, ensure that they have the immediate money that they need, one, to buy the inputs to manage the process, the value chain, and then when they have exported and they receive the money, then they're able to pay back their loans, which are subsidized loans. Again, because circles use their local money, and we develop products because we listen to our members. What is it that they need? Once we listen to them, those are the products that we actually develop so that they're able to speak into their needs. Of course, we have products like asset financing, agribusiness loans, because we, like someone mentioned here before, if we have to grow this economy, we have to take a step and mechanize agriculture. We cannot expect the export economy to grow if we are still depending on a whole for the farmers or smallholder farmers to make a contribution to this economy. And to mechanize that, we have to give them money, we have to link them to people who are able to supply tractors and other small assets that they need to mechanize their farms, and then we pay directly to them. They go and take their machines, they use them on their farms, and then when they have harvested, they're able to pay us as circles. Definitely, as circles, we also leverage numbers. We leverage numbers, and one of the advantages that we have is that we work with groups. We work with groups of farmers, and because of that, we have group guarantee loans. Group guarantee loans, where a group of farmers will come together and they approach you, and they're able to guarantee each other, because some of them don't have collateral, they don't have land titles, they're operating in rural areas. And because they are all there together, they will come together and they say, please, can you give us money? And you give them good money, they go and work as a group, and then they're able to pay back as a group to the circle. Most importantly, again, if we have to make a difference in our lives, in the lives of the farmers and exporters, we cannot forget the insurance product. because our members, the economy, I mean, the weather patterns have completely changed. Right now, farmers are losing money because they cannot even afford an irrigation system. A member of my circle has spent over 60 million trying to dig a well on his farm in northern Uganda, and they failed to find water, underground water, because he was trying to find a way of how to keep his farm irrigated. About 60 million. He has lost it. People come and they tell him there is water here. They try to dig, there is no water. Such a farmer who loses 60 million, a smallholder farmer, that's a big loss.
So have you made him repay?
We need to, of course we understand as circles, we restructure those loans, but we need to work together in this ecosystem so that we're able to support one another. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you think about whether that loan was insured. Deborah, is it very good? Coming to you, and from now the warehouse perspective, how does the system support farmers and cooperatives in managing market risks and securing better prices for their products? Now from the warehouse receipt system perspective.
Thank you very much. The framers of the warehouse receipt system had one purpose: de-risk transactions or de-risk trade. And to de-risk trade is to consider the objectives of all the stakeholders involved in that trade or in that transaction. Now, how does the warehouse receipt system mitigate the risks involved in trade? We are looking at this in the perspective of cooperatives, where you have individual smallholder farmers aggregating their produce maybe at primary society level, where they have basic storage, where you're sure that issues of quality assurance, issues of maybe digitization of information are not going to be handled. So the warehouse receipt system encourages aggregation and then delivering to a better or a certified warehouse using the context of standards. Now, where aggregation has been done is where warehouse receipt system comes in to facilitate or to de-risk the transaction. By the time you aggregate, you have basic objectives. I'm looking for a better price, or I'm actually aggregating to supply a contract that on my own I might not be able to supply. I need to have my colleagues aggregate together. So how do we de-risk the aggregation processes? Now, what happens is that as members, or as, they are members of a cooperative society, bring their grain together or their commodities together, a receipt is issued, and that receipt is collateral. Now, in the issuing of the receipt is where the quality aspects are taken care of, but it must be at this center where you have the facilities or you have access to these facilities that I can actually access what you've brought, print for you what I would call a document of value, a document of title. Now, this is enabling you by assuring you of what you have. Because way back home when you produce, you just know maybe you have sacks. You might not even have the equipment and the mechanism to determine the quantity and the quality. So when you come together, you have the volumes that can be run through maybe some equipment, like a dryer, cleaner, then you have that kind of capacity, or you have access to this kind of capacity, and you'll be able to standardize or certify your commodities. Now, the risk in the transaction comes about when you move from now the warehousing bit, where standards are met and volumes are met, and now you're shifting to the receipting, just like our name is. In receipting is where we have the financing of the commodity without necessarily trading it or selling it off. Now, before you sell it off, maybe you're reading the market is not appropriate or is not nice, is not the kind of market you'd want to sell at. How do you access financing, which is the receipting? Now, you pledge this receipt to a bank. Now, the bank or a finance institution like the circle he's talking about is way far away from where the receipting, the aggregating is happening. Now, warehouse receipt system comes in to ensure that the financier several kilometers away in Kampala will be able to trust what this cooperative or this person has presented as a warehouse receipt or as a representation of the commodities in terms of volumes and quality that is way in the villages, several kilometers away, without necessarily having physical access to see or to encumber. Now, what the warehouse receipt system does is to introduce the legal and regulatory framework that covers all that transaction and everything. Now, we also work with third-party organizations. These are superintendent firms and collateral management firms that cover the risk, transactional risk, operational risk, and these come with comprehensive insurance, professional indemnity, corporate guarantees, so that in case of any peril, the farmer who has presented the receipt or who has aggregated does not lose. And the financier who has financed that commodity does not lose. So our job as government is to ensure that every stakeholder's interests are taken care of and risk is mitigated. Now, going to markets, we live with facts, like we are smallholder farmers. It's always going to be small volumes, fragmented all over the place. Now, the assurance on markets that we do, we make sure we link through digitization, through information sharing, and we communicate these volumes. For example, if Ankole Coffee is aggregating in Kabohe, and we are manning that facility, or there is a warehouse receipt system operations at that facility, our job is to make sure that we provide market information, that basically this is what is happening here, this is the quality, this is the quantity, and this is the asking price, and then they get to meet and transact. Basically, that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Coming to government, Mr. Mugisha, how does the government, or generally, and Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in particular, view the role of MSMEs within the collective enterprise framework in driving export growth and competitiveness?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, once again. So definitely, when you're looking at, for example, the Tenfold Growth Strategy, and recently of course, the National Trade Policy, together with the National Export Strategy, the NES, which all under review. So basically, they're trying to focus on our possibility as a country to actually tap our space into the exports. Generally, we've been net importers. We do a lot of importation, and we do less of exports. But of course, that means that we could be having the right products, but maybe we are not able to meet also other market entry conditions in those particular jurisdictions of focus. But for MSMEs, when you talk the collective aspect, is one, as the name sounds, micro, small, and medium enterprises. It could mean that also the quantities that, let's say, the export market is targeting, one MSME might not be able to pull those numbers. But when they come, they're aggregated, or in another terminology, it could be pooling, yeah, of these commodities together. It means, irrespective of how they position themselves, and now this now brings the link to the cooperative movement, how it fits into this bit. Cooperatives traditionally, they're either working horizontal or vertical in terms of value addition of particular value chains. So if these ones are more entirely on numbers that you really want aggregation, so an MSME that is exporting can be guaranteed of sustainable commodity that is required in that particular market space. So to us, again, bring the fact that how do we also, and again, if let's say, for example, the key actors who are, for example, the farmers, who are producing, let's say, for example, cocoa, for example, and they're not into a cooperative. So they're already existing informally. So when they come into the cooperative space, it gives a structure which can be deemed as formal, and they can easily interact with the MSMEs that are involved in the export market. So to me, there's that close relationship where informality today that is choking most actors in the MSME domain can actually leverage on the cooperative line, come in, get formal, because they're dealing either in one particular commodity or maybe diversified, but they're able to position themselves in that last mile who can actually be able to take this to the next market. So to me, I believe it's one area that we believe the private sector growth of this country and the export, they speak to each other very closely, because that's where we feel we can get more foreign exchange to push this to reality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure how much time we have. I think maybe 20 minutes or so. But I've been informed most of you were in Ramadan and Lent, you are fasting. So anyway, let's have another round of questions before we break off for lunch, before this session ends, and I'll come back to you, General Secretary, Uganda Cooperative Alliance. In your view, what are the critical policy reforms needed to position cooperatives as key drivers of export growth? The critical policy reforms needed to position cooperatives as key drivers of export growth.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'll just run through in the interest of time. What are those? One is ensuring that the cooperatives are not excluded, or they are part and parcel of the policy formulation. Most of the policies here are made without the input of the cooperative. So it should be one critical area that any policy that is coming in that affects especially the smallholder farmers, let the cooperatives be part and parcel. Number two, provide certain incentives for these cooperatives to enter the market. Trade policies, licensing, certification. Is it affordable, like Uncle Kofi was mentioning? If, let's say, they are to go to the external market, what is needed? How long does it take for them to get, for example, a license? How long do they take to get to the market? Then talk about preferential financing is critical. Like Deborah has mentioned, there is a need for financing. Most of these people cannot enter the external market because of the financing. And that's why, like Master was mentioning, that farmers have reached the extent of selling gardens, not even produce, but gardens, because they are hungry for money. Another policy reform is quality control and assurance. It's very critical that you come up with a policy. Take an example of coffee. You find someone drying coffee just on the bare ground, and another one, like a union, is drying coffee using the real standards that are needed. But when it comes to the market, they are almost getting the same price. So where is the incentive for this? It's a policy reform that is needed. Market certification, affordability is also, I've mentioned it. Capacitate cooperatives through trainings, invest in trainings. They need a lot of trainings. If they are doing business, are they doing it using the cooperative approach? Are they following the international cooperative principle and values? Are they going to the right market? Are they entering the market with the best quality? All of that is needed. Promote cooperatives among cooperation among cooperatives is very critical. How do you, for example, bring Ankole Coffee with Banyankole Kweterana, Okoro Coffee, Bugis cooperative unions, and they come together and enter the market as a block? That's when they get more money, instead of one going alone. So those are some of the policy reforms that are needed, that once the market is there, the policy is critical. There's also need for a policy, like I was in Italy one day, that you cannot supply if you are a single smallholder farmer. But here you find a farmer is supplying alone, but if the policy was there that for you to supply, for example, to government, this is an issue, maybe the minister, you will help us in this area. A middleman is buying cheap products from the farmers. Let's say at 800 shillings, he's buying beans, a kilogram at 800 shillings. But the same middleman is supplying it to a government entity. He's supplying at around 4,000, and the government is watching. So how do you support all of these smallholder farmers come up with a policy and say, unless you belong to a farmer group or a cooperative, you cannot supply to government? So this policy will encourage and will promote and support these smallholder farmers instead of supporting one individual trader. Another is on trade logistics. There is a need for that to ensure that, like Deborah mentioned, we have the warehousing receipt system. So how can government, for example, come up with a policy reform of ensuring that, or in order to, let's say, ensure quality standards, ensure volumes in the market, how can we support these cooperatives to go through the warehousing receipt system? And in fact, you even begin from production, because quality usually is distorted at production. How do they access better quality inputs? How do they produce? How do they aggregate value add so that they collectively bring their produce and enter the market with a quality product that meet the international standard? There is also an issue of cooperative education, which I've mentioned. There is also the issue, the control, the quality control. For example, our farmers continue to dry the produce on the ground. Is there a policy? Can you, for example, in Rwanda, if you are drying your coffee and they find the coffee on the ground, are there punitive measures? But you find someone is drying on the ground. Ivan, who is also a coffee farmer, I am drying properly on a tarpaulin, but at the end of the day, we are getting the same price. So where is the motivation? So those are some of the policy reforms. A policy on taxation, like I mentioned, it is very critical.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I can see each one of you, I thought would squeeze as much as possible, but we have less than 10 minutes, and to be fair, I would like to now give opportunity to the audience, because all these are questions, these panelists, but I would be selfish to continue without giving chance and opportunity to the audience. So people with microphones, please move around, be on the alert, so that we can have, we give our participants opportunity to ask questions. Let's start from Honorable in front here. Please come forward. Right from here, we shall go backwards. From Honorable, we shall move to Mr. Leonard Okello. Then, yeah.
Thank you so much, this afternoon panel. Honorable Minister, Trademark and distinguished participants, National Planning Authority really appreciates this think tank, because it's also part of our mandate, that we get proposals, not doing business as usual, given these turbulent times in the business we are trying to go into. And I will start with the constitutional mandate. A lot has been talked about beyond Kampala from yesterday. Even Yuri got the same question. To achieve the Tenfold Growth Strategy, using NDP 4, 5, and 6, we are also doing regional plans. So the next phase where we are not only speaking of Greater Kampala, we are also going regional. So we are saying in whatever we are doing, we should be intentional to be regional. And we want to thank the President and Operation Risk Creation led by General Saleh. We already have a Karamoja plan. We are now almost finishing the actual plan. And why do I bring this? Because the cooperators keep taking us the sentiments of the Bunyoro growers, of the Wanyankole Kweterana. But also God made these regions different. Apart from the regional balance mandate, entitlement, and equal opportunities, Chigezi is very different from Ankole in terms of agriculture patterns and what they can produce. And we've already been talking of their endowment. Karamoja is very different from. So we are saying, in line with that, we would want specialized value chain producer cooperatives. So my cooperator, let us not go back to the other old cooperatives. This time, let's be intentional. Value chain. From yesterday, we were talking about specialized. You cannot be a master of all trade, a jack of all trades and master of none. In this business we are going to, we must specialize. So that even the DFIs we are talking about, we now call them the district, the ZADIs. What should be done in Chigezi, for example, a highland, it's a different tea. It's a different, what they're going to produce there. What's going to be done in highlands of the Sebe is different. Bugiso has different coffee. So we should be intentional to say, Acholi can now do some coffee and cocoa. But they have already been doing vegetable oil. But they can also do livestock. And they have also gone into sugar. So you identify there are 5 areas of specialization, but handle it in the whole value chain. Why do I bring this? We should not just look at the PDM, NADS, and the other old models. We know in this world market we are competing for, and the one of Africa we are going to go and region, there was 2 models. One is a smallholder, the other one is a nucleus working without growers. So it's actually possible to make it less laborious if in every region you have one source of inputs, the agro-machinery, the extension and advisory, including research, their value addition, their transport, and therefore consolidation and aggregation for marketing. So I'm answering not only the cooperatives question, I'm also answering the question, who is giving the right inputs today when twice I have bought wrong seeds? People are buying wrong seeds. Big people. General, you may also, Honorable Minister, may have ever bought wrong seeds. The President has ever bought wrong acaricides for ticks. The President has been supplied at one time. You know? An acaricide which cannot kill ticks. So how do we protect a small farmer? Why am I saying this? The presentation since yesterday seems to have looked so much at a smallholder. Can we, yes, when we are bringing supplies, say for example for food, world food, when we look at food, sometimes the world is fed more by smallholders. But when we are talking of competitive market, it must be nucleus without growers, not land grabbers who say you are taking the whole land in Toro. No. The Kalangala model is good because you have not had the complaints of the Teso fruit factory, the problems I've had since yesterday. There's nothing like wrong supplies. For the Kalangala, they know the right vegetable oil seedlings. For the sugar industry, which I have worked for, you will never hear that they had a wrong what? So can we also, if we are really going to leapfrog, if we are going to talk about tenfold, think of best practice, think of the proven performance, that nucleus projects, if they are zonal, specialized, and can take us the whole value chain, and provide what we are looking for as government in the 7 pillars of modernization of agriculture. It starts from inputs, it goes to the advisory extension, the machinery, including crop finance, because the issue of crop finance has kept coming in. The issue of crop finance, because the moment you have a cooperative in that nucleus, a producer cooperative, then the issue of crop finance is also sorted. The issue of warehouse receipts is sorted. So I think sometimes we are doing work in silos, and yet if we are going to engage the big markets, we must consolidate. And therefore, for me, I'm advancing what we have put in the NDP4, the producer, specialized producer cooperatives across the whole value chain, but targeting every region so that we don't leave any part of the country behind. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I could not cut you short because one, I think what you are saying is quite relevant, and two, you are seated next to a general. So, so let's have Leonard, and let's please now wind up our questions or comments.
Yeah.
Sorry, we shorten them as much as possible.
My comment goes to Mercy. You know, in this country, one of the most successful circles are actually, we want to call it workers' cooperatives. The Stanford of this world, or UN mission staff, the NSSF circle, staff circle, MTN staff circle, a lot of staff circles. In the every ministry, every MDA, we have these circles. Yeah. Wazalendo circle, I mean the biggest and among the biggest in Africa. Exodus, growing prison circle. Now, these are, if you want to call it elite, middle class, working professionals. And they have a potential of investing in agro-processing so that they provide markets to our grandfathers, our cousins, our brothers and sisters who are in the rural struggling for the market. Or at the worst, if they cannot provide industry, they would be the ones to pull together resources and invest in trade, in agro-trade, so that at least they are, because they can pull their resources together, they have reserves, and so they could pull a company together and do this kind of thing. So I think it's an area which we, the elite, who are in the cities, who have a fairly very successful professional-owned staff circles, can invest to create employment for our own by creating market, processing and market for their products out there. I think it's an area we should think about seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now have a lady? There's a lady right behind there, yes.
Okay, thank you so much once again. My name is Isabella. So sitting on a Youth Advisory Council, I'm very passionate about young people. In highlight of policy reforms, I have not heard anything about youth-led integration into activities, you know. Yeah, because the youth, the young people make up the largest percentage of the nation. What are we going to do? What mechanisms are we putting in place to support these youth, maybe to scale their innovations, you know, to ensure that maybe these innovations are channeled through collective enterprise models and they can be able to drive competitiveness in terms of trade. That's one. Two, regionally, we are looking at taking advantage of the regional global trade affair that is happening. So because I'm also on a Youth Advisory Council on AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, how are these collective enterprises going to be able to take advantage of these opportunities created by the AfCFTA to be able to expand exports, you know, across the continent? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very valid comment or question. We are talking about, we are missing out on the youth. And just as a reminder, if you visit any typical cooperative society dealing in coffee, majority of the membership, 95%, 60, 70 years and above. And I'm sure we all know the life expectancy in Uganda. So meaning they are living beyond their borrowed time. They are living on borrowed time. So it's high time we brought the youth in the agricultural sector bracket. Next question by a lady. Where is she?
Yes, I'm here.
There's a lady. You are sounding like a man.
I was given.
Okay, fine, go ahead. But
as you get the blessings of Ramadan, pick this clearly. Number one, my name is Shigonya Elias, the Secretary General, Islam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Uganda. First, the key gap is on access to affordable finance for these cooperatives, and I would implore this review to include access to halal trade opportunities. We have a lot of opportunities for halal trade, but the Ministry of Trade does not have any single policy or regulation on halal trade. That's a very big gap, and we have a big open market across the globe. So that one is relevant. Number two, revival of extensional services. Cooperatives need extensional services, but they are nowhere. Number three, zonal commodity development model. Zonal commodity development model. If each of these cooperatives can target a particular market, then we are far to go. Lastly, can these cooperatives adopt the shifts in the market demands to be tuned to agro-tourism and other innovations that are new in the market? Even tourism as a major subject, that these cooperatives can help in such communities where tourism is due to engage in such avenues where they can make a better livelihood. Barakallahu fikum, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my time is up, but now we are in your time. So let's hear from the next question. Jen, please make it short.
Yes. During the Africa Industrialization Week, we invited cooperatives to engage with guests. And one of the things that came out was a lot of them did not know what was going on in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Are there any initiatives that the ministry is engaged in to just disseminate that information so that the cooperatives can get? Secondly, for Deborah, if you could help us understand through the warehouse receipt system, how much money have cooperatives actually been able to access as institutions, or in terms of the individual window, are there figures that we can work with and know that the warehouse receipt system has created this level of impact, in terms of the sector? And lastly, to the Ministry of Trade. I have had the privilege of engaging almost all the departments in trade at the moment, and thank you for that. However, I feel like we need to do more to get to know what each department does. Sometimes you go to trade and you're talking to them about cooperatives, they are in shock of what you're saying. How do you work as departments to ensure that you sort of have a good feel of what each department is doing, because we are Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for those difficult questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Colonel, I need your guidance here. I can see like 2-3 hands behind there. Fortunately or unfortunately of ladies, so I don't know, should I let them? I knew you would. Kindly, the ladies at the back, I hope, Minister of Trade, you are taking down the questions.
Commissioner,
for
a second, Gamba Paul Dogota, I serve at Siatini. My question is to Commissioner Patrick. Thanks to the panelists for the presentation. My question is on whether there's some targeted support for MSMEs, as some of the questions have highlighted, in terms of taking advantage of the opportunity that is presented with the AfCFTA, in terms of navigating some of the complex prerequisites around the rules of origin and all these other things. If there's targeted support that's directed to MSMEs, thank you very much.
Thank you. The very last now at the back. As they pick the mic, I hope Patrick will answer. Now I can easily delegate. Officials from Ministry of Trade will answer all the relevant questions regarding Ministry of Trade. Okay, Deborah and Patrick, are you there?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Robert Waswa. I work with Youth Cooperation for Ideas. Isanen Gio.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
Anyway, you could proceed. Okay. The mic has been hijacked.
No.
Proceed.
The language cooperatives understand rotates around funding and money issue so that they can be able to scale up in their coverage areas. Let me give you a scenario. I work with NGOs. And the problem we've been having is that to access funding, of course, you apply for it from a donor. But a donor has a requirement that you have to submit, for example, an endorsement from the district local government, where, of course, you have to visit the office of the cow so that you can get this letter. But sometimes you are tossed up and down and you cannot be able to get this letter, sometimes even to lose the chance of the funding. This is something that should be rectified. If I come to your office and I really want to support in terms of an endorsement to back up my application for a project that is going to benefit the community, I also request you to respond positively and kindly than tossing me down, up and down, wanting chintu chidogo. And this is the problem we are facing in the community and even some other areas. So this should be improved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over
now
to
the
you,
veilers.
Mr.
I hope,
Commissioner.
Colonel, you can give
Over
the
to
mic
you.
to the right person now.
Over to you now.
Oh.
We're done with the comments in the audience.
Oh, great. So, whom do I start with? I think Mr. Simwe on the issue of the bring on board the youth or youth deliberate reforms targeting the youth. Mr. Simwe?
Thank you so much, moderator. She's very right. In the interest of time, I didn't highlight all the policy reforms, but it is part and parcel of my presentation because we need to integrate in the youth
Maybe
and
explain
women
the how.
within the cooperatives.
Explain
how does
the how,
it work?
especially more so because most are now in our city riding borders.
Very good. How does it work? Number one, practically I worked in a circle for 9 years, from cashiering to general secretary to general manager, and this is how we are doing it. One, you need to develop products that attract the young people there. For example, talk of borders, the motorcycles. Talk about some of the enterprises that attract these people. So it's not about talking about agriculture. You need to create, have products and motivate these young people, motivate the women. For example, how do we bring women on, and youth? Have, let's say, school fees products, where now the young people can join in. Bring in the inputs, bring in some enterprises that really bring the young people, the women in these cooperatives.
Okay.
Maybe if I'm to just continue on Honorable Mukitare's submission, yes, you are very right. And I have been listening to you on Radio 1, where you always emphasize that if we are to develop this country to a 500 USD economy by 2040, we need a holistic and integrated development approach. So you are very right. We need that approach. Can, for example, the Minister of Trade talk to Minister of Agriculture, talk to Minister of Local Government, tourism, so that we all speak the same language? Can we have extension services revived? Can we, so we need a holistic approach in order for us to have these cooperatives strengthened and going into trade. And not only trade, we should not even run it to the external one. We even begin with the local trade.
Okay.
But the moderator was shocked that now
Okay,
when you go to
in
Nakawa
the interest
market.
of time, let's please move on to the other questions, the other panelists. The issue of halal trade, Patrick, and maybe you could also touch on the zonal export markets. The last one on how many cooperatives have accessed financing through warehouse. That one, Deborah will answer.
Thank you very much. So for the halal legal frameworks, first I want to thank you for your submission. Two things are happening currently. We are in the verge of reviewing the National Standards and Quality Policy of 2012. And that's one component that is actually going to come out clearly, key interventions, and eventually in the implementation strategy, those aspects are also going to come out very clearly. But then also, Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority, there's a lot of work they've also done, especially in securing halal-dominated market like Malaysia, which is one of the biggest markets for our exports. And so basically there's a lot that is happening in that space, but also as we navigate around to also build our national quality infrastructure, we want to definitely recognize some of the halal laboratories that are recognized by UNBS under the Laboratory Recognition Scheme, but eventually also UGANAS, the Uganda I think I'm hungry, guys. Accreditation services. So it's actually going to be overseeing as well that particular component. So you're actually there and you're going to be able to support, because there's much of our exports in terms of our fruits and also like our beef go to the Middle East, which is actually halal as a market entry point. So that one. Pardon? Yeah. Yeah, and milk as well in Algeria. Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable. Then also, if you look at the kind of support, as you said, for the regional space for MSMEs, I think there's a lot that is happening, my brother from Siatini, from the different institutional setup that we have.
I think that it's really a wide question. Maybe you could now look at the zone export markets that we also, zonal export markets. The zonal export markets. Zonal export markets. Export markets.
Yes, fine. So, so for the export markets, that's the question the gentleman asked. Yeah, so definitely, as we said, in any export destination, there are market entry conditions. Now, the actors who are the MSMEs, majorly, need to be supported in different aspects. Number one, if, for example, we are looking at standards that are required for that particular market, UNBS come into perspective. Also, MAIF at times come because of the SPS and the phytosanitary requirements. We try to sensitize these MSMEs and provide for them a platform to support them and handhold them. And this same thing is actually happening under UFZEPA, Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority. Then, of course, when you spoke about SFT and rules of origin, the Department for External Trade is actually going to be of much help to you. And I would request if you could actually find time and come and just have some dialogue to really be able to appreciate how that works out in our space. But generally, that is basically what we want. Even in addition to that, freedom to operate as far as intellectual property management is concerned comes out clearly, because you could be exporting into a foreign market with your brand and your trademark in that market infringes on an existing trademark. Boom, that's a case for you. So I think that support is what we really want to push to that level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debola, tell us how much cooperatives have accessed through warehouse, if it's 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, or nothing at all, please. You are not on the spot, but answer.
Thank you very much. Again, facts. Warehouse receipt system established by Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, targeting cooperatives. Reality, the basics regarding the ecosystem within which the warehouse receipt system operates. You look at what cooperatives have and what the system requires, and there are some mismatches. However, I'll offhand mention statistics for financial year 2023, when we went into rationalization, and then we lost some year, which is 2024, and some bit of 2025. We registered only 89 million shillings through one warehouse, and that portion was for cooperatives, though the trade through was about 5 billion in that warehouse, using the warehouse receipt system. Only 89 million, but even this 89 million, I cannot say it was directly for cooperatives, because some would come as associations. I realized that some cooperatives actually call themselves groups. Yes, and that goes back to Mr. Sinwe's issues from cooperative education. They are registered as a cooperative, but when they deposit, they register themselves on the receipt, and you say a group, and you say, is it a CBO? Is it just an association? You dig deep, it's actually a cooperative. So we still have those information asymmetries. However, all this is, I think it's as a result of the kind of infrastructure cooperatives have. These unions you're looking at, apart from maybe Ankole here, most of them have seriously run down storage infrastructure. And as we speak, we are in the process as Minister of Trade, through the Warehouse System Department, of partnering with these unions and maybe some circles to upgrade and standardize their infrastructure so that we can keenly now and directly fast track what cooperatives are doing through those facilities. But because I can tell you for a fact, the facility I'm talking about is in a district that has the biggest, that used to have one of the strongest cooperative union. But because that cooperative has really issues,
Which one is that?
No infrastructure. These are secrets. The cooperators have become now associations and groups, and they are using a private sector facility. As Uganda, as a warehouse receipt system, we have no problem with that. We welcome everybody and anybody as long as there is a functional warehouse that can provide the services. But I would love to see cooperators using their facility, and we can better tell who is more positioned. So the initiatives from our department through the Ministry of Trade, we are supporting cooperatives and even the non-cooperatives, the private sector, to see that we have credible infrastructure, warehousing, ICT, quality infrastructure, and all these things, so that we can speak of the 500 billion market. Chair, before I hand over, there was a question about how to bring the smallholder to the 500 market, or the SMEs to the 500 market. I know there's a lot that is being done and worked on in our several departments in the ministry, but specifically for us as warehouse receipt system, at the AfCFTA level, we have established an association of commodity exchanges. So all these partner states or member countries of the AfCFTA have exchanges, and we have exchanges, and now we have even gone into the national marketing company. So all these exchanges are looking at the warehouse receipts as trading instruments, meaning you must have a functional warehouse receipt system in your economy to be able to interoperate the exchanges and be able to speak with your colleagues in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I hope, Jenny, you've understood. Your question was short, but the answer is as short. I think now let's I request you to give your closing remarks, but before we do, to the gentleman and the lady who are in the private sector, what's your call to government regarding realization of the full potential of cooperatives in export growth? How do you think government can help Ankole Coffee or support Ankole Coffee to realize its full potential as we close?
Thank you. As I close, we request the government as the cooperatives to do the following so that the cooperatives can thrive and remain. I was checking, 40% of the cooperatives in Uganda are dormant. And there is a reason for this. One, the government needs to improve infrastructure. Yesterday we were here, power was on and off. I thought it was up country, but I again found it here in Kampala. I tell you, 2023, we spent over 150 million Ugandan shillings on fueling the generator to process coffee, because power was on and off. Even when it was on, you find one line is weak, and the machine cannot run. So you run the whole day on a generator. Let the roads, electricity, and storage facilities, as she was putting out, be the best. Two, facilitating financial access. Let's revive our national cooperative bank so that we have our own, where cooperatives can go and they don't ask us these titles, what, sign here, go back, come back, that one. The cooperatives will not survive. Then lastly, let's strengthen governance and leadership. because most of these cooperative societies are dormant because of their leaders. When the money comes, they see some money, some of them run with the money. Others misuse the money. They take it as their personal money, and you find they have already mismanaged. They don't know that this money really is for people who contributed to these cooperatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There were 3 points: cooperative bank, strengthening governance, and improving infrastructure. Do you have any commercial banks here, by the way? Any banks? Oh, none. Lastly,
thank you. I want to make a comment to what Leonard said. I think that's the problem that we have generally.
Which one? What did he say?
Regarding collective efforts, collaboration, I think that is the challenge that we have, because the circles that are in Uganda right now, given the numbers, everywhere you go you find a circle. So if we collaborated, we can be a game changer in the economy of Uganda. The challenge we have is that everyone is pulling their side. We are competing with one another. Everyone wants to post surplus at the end of the year. At the end of the day, we are all pulling and running away from each other. The call is that we need someone who is going to work as a coordination point so that we are able to come together, harness our resources together. And let me tell you, the cooperative bank is basically going to be a game changer in this market. That is my submission number 1. Submission number 2, Jane talked about harnessing the information. There is a lot that is happening in this room, but how many people are out there and they don't know what is happening? I think some of this conversation, Mr. Commissioner, sir, needs to get out of this room and go out to the farmers and people, local people down there, so they're able to understand how the infrastructure is changing. The trend of things are changing. It's high time we stop thinking about a mere savings and credit as a circle, but think about the bigger picture and how we can come and contribute effectively to this economy. Lastly, I want to talk about regulation. As circles, I think we are in the market of everyone is looking at us and they're like, circles don't want to be regulated, they are running away from regulation. Commissioner, sir, we want to be regulated as soon as yesterday. Our ask from government is, can we get a regulator that is going to understand the business model, the circle philosophy, and then create an enabling environment for circles to thrive and be able to provide financing. Last year, 2024, only 14% of African farms engaged in export business, export activities. And friends, the barrier is not access to markets. The barrier is lack of access, lack of money. We're talking about money. Can government intentionally integrate circles into the bigger funding system of the economy? I think we need support, government support. We need all stakeholders to look at us as a model, as a vehicle that is going to, or that brings transformation to our members. And this is evident when you go on ground. Circles are creating a big transformation, a big difference in members' lives, in people's lives, in communities. And this conversation has to get out of this room. We have to go there and work out actionable actions that are going to bring, or to transform this this dream into reality. I appreciate the warehousing system. For example, what is it that is happening between her department and the circles? I think that is what we are looking out for. That is what we are looking out for, and we need to be intentional about that. I thank you.
Thank you. There's something you mentioned about regulation, that you need a regulator that understands you. Are you trying to say Bank of Uganda doesn't understand you? You don't need to answer.
Thank you. I will not answer, but our ask is, even if it is Bank of Uganda or any other regulator, what regulation are you giving SACCOs? I think that's the most important thing.
So
How
there's
are
an
you regulating
element
SACCOs?
of transparency.
Yes,
You
we
don't know
need-
what Bank of Uganda wants from you.
Because Bank of Uganda cannot regulate SACCOs like commercial banks. We are different completely.
Oh.
Our architect is completely different. So you need to understand us, we need to understand them, and then we harness. And
They
get
claim
a
they
position.
understand you.
Thank you. They do not.
Okay,
They do not understand us.
we shall
Thank
proceed
you.
from there. Now, we need to close this session. I'll now request you to give your closing remarks. I'm sorry but you are also many, so you forgive me for overshooting my time. I watched one clip. I think the president had been invited to New York, UN, and he had been given 5 minutes. He said, I cannot travel the way 4,000 miles, speak for 5 minutes. So, oh yeah, Colonel now is advising that this is actually, this should now, but let me request Patrick to close it off on behalf of all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. What my sister Mercy has been trying to emphasize here is one thing. Regulators or policymakers, we are disjointed from the actual persons who policies are being designed for. So to us, this trade review is actually an opportunity to get everyone on board so that we can actually co-design. The issue is co-designing legal frameworks that are going to be speaking to each party. And as you said correctly, Bank of Uganda, yes, as a regulator for commercial banks and other financial institutions, they know how these other guys work. But they need to go to the drawing board, eat that humble pie, come and listen to them, do empathy mapping from a human-centered design to understand what SACCOs can be, how they can be supported in that regard. Second, as part of the parting shot, one is, as Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, colleagues in-house, we maintain an open door policy. And we are open for feedback. Any remark, just come. Negative, positive. We believe in continuous improvement. And we are not empty of yesterday. Today we are today who we are, but tomorrow presents a possible bright future that we can as a ministry. And of course, just to bring this to your attention is that the Tenfold Growth Strategy, actually the DNA of that strategy is Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives mandate. Support us across board, let's partner, let's work together to make this a reality for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to our panelists this afternoon. For those of you like Jane who do not know what each department of the ministry does, and you are here, we have our PRO right behind there, Khadija Nakakande. Please approach her for you to understand this animal called Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. You can now take a photo shoot with our Honorable Minister, General Mbadi, and for a photo session, then Kanale will guide us on the next course of action.
If you look at the screens, there's a QR code. You scan it, you join our WhatsApp group that's been newly created. It's called the National Trade Think Tank. Scan that QR code and be able to join the WhatsApp group, share your thoughts with us. Okay, thank you very much. You may now take your seats. We're left with one panel that will be coming up after lunch. I hope you got your coupons. Kindly scan that QR code to join the WhatsApp group for the National Trade Think Tank. so you can share your ideas with us. So coming up in the afternoon, I will be talking about the application of trade policy for trade order. This is a must-attend conversation. You might not want to miss out. A round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. If you see what's happening downtown Kampala right now, or today, there are so many questions on what is the right thing to do. So the application of the trade policy for trade order will be focusing on such conversations. We'll have representatives from KCCA, we'll have representatives from the local government, Ministry of Local Government, we'll have the local economic, Ministry of Local Government, we'll have UNBS, all here on the panel after lunch, and that will be the last panel. You don't want to miss that. It's going to be a great conversation. I know you all have your coupons. I request that we go for lunch and be back here in 40 or an hour or so. So by about 3:30, and I request that we go down to the photo booth and take a group picture as we go for lunch. You'll be guided by the ushers. Thank you very much, and see you in the afternoon. The next session will kick off at exactly 3:30, which will be our last panel on applications on trade policy on the trade order. We'll take a group picture at the photo booth down, all of us, as we go for lunch. afternoon once again. Welcome back from your lunch. I hope you had a great one. The National Trade Review Conference 2026 is still ongoing, and we're going to get into our last panel. Welcome once again. We started off in the morning with a great panel on minerals-based industrialization, shifting from raw extraction to domestic value addition. That was a conversation that happened early in the morning. In case you missed it, we later moved on to the science and technology innovation in high-value manufacturing. The session was on leapfrogging competitiveness, featuring different partners. You had URI, Trademark, and of course the ministry itself. Discussions emphasized on innovation's role in manufacturing and trade. We later got into another plenary session where we had cooperatives driving export growth. That was also one that we had before we broke off for lunch. I just wanted to know if there are any people in the room who feel like they wanted to contribute to the earlier panels as we warm up for the last panel of the day. Are there any people in the room that feel they wanted to contribute but did not have a chance to the panels that we did? Where's the mic? The last panel will begin in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes, comrade, thank you. I really wanted to say something, but my fear is that the house is half empty. And
maybe
my
it is half
message
full.
will not reach out. So I'll wait. If I don't get a chance, I'll send the message on the WhatsApp group.
Maybe the room is half full. Yes, listen, there's someone here.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we've had a couple of interesting discussions earlier. I had a few comments on the panel that dealt with minerals and then the one on cooperatives. I have a question on the whole discussion about value addition, both with the minerals and also with the coffee. We are expanding. We are not creating new markets that are asking for value-added products, but we seem to intend on adding value to goods without the certainty of the market for the value-added goods. So are we ready to have Ugandan processed coffee compete against European Nescafe or any other brands? And is the ministry having the intention to promote? Yesterday, the gentleman from Tours and Travel, I've forgotten, Amos, mentioned that Ugandan products are not being advertised or making an attempt to compete. But then we are talking about value addition against countries and farms that are investing heavily in advertisement. So that was one element. The second element was on investor confidence. We seem to be having a very strong discussion on local producers and small-scale manufacturers or growers. But I've not yet fully had the discussion about investors who come and invest within the country. Even in the coffee, a lot of the coffee farms, the large-scale coffee farms, are managed by huge investors that put a lot of money. So how are we protecting these investors. And that comes off the background of my own research in investor-state disputes. I'm a trade and investment lawyer, and we've identified two things. Uganda's policy when it comes to investment with the bilateral investment treaties and the incentives seems to be slightly misguided, because these are not the things that increase investor confidence. It's proper systems that guarantee that if someone brings their money to the country, the money will be secure, and in case of any dispute, they will have a mechanism that is sufficient to address such a dispute too. However, we are not guaranteeing this kind of confidence with the people that bring in a lot of money to increase our production capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now it's about that time we get into our last panel. And this panel is going to be about application of trade policy for trade order, increased production, product quality, and standardization, going deep into improving production quality, standards enforcement, and institutional coherence for trade. And this panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Kaligazake. He's a Commissioner, Internal Trade, Minister of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives, meaning he's responsible for internal trade development and policy formulation. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Commissioner Kaliga on stage.
Thank you so much, the moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm coming in at a time when many of us are really happy after having a very good meal. I want to welcome the panelists for this session. And the first panelist is Mr. Richard Musafiri, the Executive Director, Uganda National Accreditation Service. We are supposed to have a representative from Kampala Capital City Authority. I don't know whether we have one. Yes, you are also welcome to join us. The third panelist is going to be Mr. Emmanuel Muhanguzi, the Assistant Commissioner, Local Economic Development, Minister of Local Government. No, me, I'm not going to sit. The protocol is that we are standing. Our next panelist is going to be the Executive Director, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I don't know who is the representative who is in place. And finally, we did not forget our representative in the local government, that is Mr. Kigozi James, the chairperson of the District Commercial Officers Association. Thank you so much. Before I begin the session, I will give an opportunity to the panelists within 30 seconds each to tell us your name and the organization that you work for. And it's something brief about this trade review, your expectation.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me this opportunity.
Yes.
Honorable Minister and members, By names, I'm called Richard Msafiri. I know on the program called Executive Director, but I have two hats for today. I'm sitting as the Executive Director because of this National Accreditation Services. This is a new baby which the ministry is just establishing, and I think we'll go ahead and explain about it, a lot about it. It has a lot of success that can enhance market access by ensuring that our goods, services meet the international standards. So I think that is where we shall delve on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Msafiri. Yes, next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm standing in for the Executive Director, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. My name is Andrew Othieno. Ordinarily, I handle all issues standards in the country. You want to know a little about UNBS? UNBS is a national standardization body that is responsible for 4 out of the 5 elements of a national quality infrastructure. Which are these elements? We are responsible for standardization. We are responsible for metrology. We are responsible for market surveillance. We are responsible for conformity assessment. The only element we are not responsible for is accreditation, and the gentleman to my right is the one who is responsible for accreditation. Why is the national quality infrastructure important? It is what supports trade, consumer protection, and economic growth. So whilst policy largely points you in a particular direction, national quality infrastructure builds the road for you to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. UNBS, the next.
Good afternoon, participants. My name is Musunga David. I work as Deputy Director, Production and Marketing, Kampala Capital City Authority.
Yes. That helps. You can tell us more about KCCA, because this is a very interesting discussion, especially when it comes to issues of trade order.
I thought that would be in part of the discussion. Anyhow,
just briefly.
KCCA, you all know it. Among others, responsible for the trade order downtown. It also has a responsibility of the infrastructure in the city. It is also responsible for, which is relevant to this discussion, growing MSMEs and cooperatives. It also undertakes revenue collection. Generally, KCCA has very many responsibilities. I could say in a nutshell, it is a frontline service delivery institution.
Thank you so much. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Namarome. I'm sitting in for Mr. Emmanuel Muhanguzi from the Ministry of Local Government. And
You said
particularly,
you're Anna?
My name is Sandra Namarome. And I'm sitting in for Mr. Emmanuel Muhanguzi from Ministry of Local Government.
Okay.
I'm particularly from the Local Economic Development Department, and this is a department that was established as to enhance the 6th objective of decentralization. And as we may all know, Ministry of Local Government exists with a mandate to extend services. So the Local Economic Development Department exists to empower and ensure that the local governments can grow their economies, because when we talk trade order, we think trade order interacts with local government because it meets the local economy. So when we build local economies, we are looking at bringing together the government, the private sector, as well as the local communities to enhance their synergies and solve their local problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally,
Chigozi Musazi James are my names. I'm the District Commercial Officer of Wakiso District, and at the same time, the chairperson for Uganda Commercial Officers Association.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel you see in front of you is a very important panel. It is coming in at the late hour, but it is the most important panel because you are looking at production. After production, you look at standards, then the order. But the question should be, I will begin with a scenario. In 2012, the ministry carried out a survey to establish the percentage of our local products in the supermarkets. By then we had Uchumi, we had ShopRite, and Nakumat. When I was talking to the manager of one of the supermarkets, I was asking, why do you have carrots from Kenya? And I see many of the products then in the supermarket, around 20% were from outside. Then he told me, even right now I have a contract. I gave a Ugandan to supply carrots. He said he wanted 100 kilogram bags of carrots per month. The Ugandan supplied for 2 weeks, and he disappeared. Could not supply anymore. In the ministry, around that time again, we got somebody from the Arab world, and he wanted goats. Goats of month between 3 and 6 months. For them, they take goats which are young. And then he wanted 30,000 goats per month. We said, no, we can afford this. We looked for goats. There was only one person who had goats that were at a level of 30,000 and included all his stock. So we could not meet that opportunity. So this panel today want to tell us production. The challenge has always been not only the quality, but even the quantity. So this panel is going to tell us what they think we can do to ensure that we have sustainable supply and then of good quality. So the panel is looking at product quality, standardization, and trade order, but in the aspect of the national trade policy. The national trade policy has taken the private sector to be the driver of economic growth. And as you should be mindful that this private sector, 90% is micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. That means their level of production is low. They might not be able to give us all the products that we want, in the quality that we want, and that is the situation we have. So this National Trade Review Conference would want to get out of this panel what we need to do to ensure that the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises are able to give us the right products in the right quantities, but in an orderly manner. You find a situation that it is only in Uganda where we don't have standardization of market information. You go to a market, somebody tells you, I'm selling you a tin of beans, but what does a tin mean? You go in a market, they tell you, this is a mulengo. I know you know what a mulengo means, some batch. But what is a mulengo? Those are issues also of order. Because if you have to go to a market and you say, for example, I want tomatoes, are they categorized in terms of kilograms when they are selling to you? Are they selling in terms of mulengo? Those are some of the issues that affect also trade order. Trade order also involves issues to do with where you are trading from. Where are our people doing their products? So this debate is going to be around in that area, and I will begin by asking the gentleman from Mr. Chigozi. Can you tell the panel what trade order means for you as a person from local governments, and how you think trade order has affected productivity and meeting the quality of standard of products?
Thank you very much. Trade order, especially in local governments, is not a policy which has not been enforced. That's why you find that in most local governments, markets are constructed, but there is no order in the markets. You walk on streets, people are putting their merchandise along the streets. You find in most local government, actually in Uganda, people are selling goods on streets, like recently, which has been happening in Kampala. You find that in most cases, maybe it also as a result of poor planning, whereby there is no organization in the cities such that we allocate spaces for particular businesses. In most, even in everywhere, you find here there is a workshop for carpentry. There is also a saloon nearby. And that's why I'm saying that trade order has not been enforced. But one of the major problems has always been, we have physical planning committees. These physical planning committees, there are no commercial officers on them, sitting on them. Because when you are planning for trade, businesses, they are not there. Two, I could also say maybe bureaucracies in some areas, whereby we look at these things and we leave them to be the way they are. Secondly, also this has affected especially the quality of goods we have, whereby, first of all, you say the scenario of these people of supermarkets. And the good thing is that all of them, they are not existing. Sometimes we produce for nobody. And when you get these orders, because I give you a scenario of tomatoes, it cannot be that in Uganda you cannot produce enough tomatoes for our markets. But why is it that these supermarkets are importing these things? If we had order in production, and we concentrate knowing that a particular area is so much in this production, that will be linked also to markets. Then about standards, we still have a major problem, especially with the UNBS. Their costs are making businesses running out of business. So many businesses which would be better, they cannot even afford to come to the market because of the cost for standardization, the Q mark and the S. And for some time, we have always discussed with UNBS. We need to see there is a collaboration and a coordination between these MDS with the local governments, because they don't have enough staff to reach everywhere. Instead of having these regional offices, why can't they allocate staff at each local government, such that these people, they find a one-shop point. People want to register business, go there. People who want to register for businesses, they're in the same place. But this has failed, whereby they go to a town to force standards. When they go, people come back. They don't report to local governments, such that the commercial officers work with them. Because these commercial officers, one of their major roles is to enforce those standards, and also to build their capacity. In actual sense, it would be very important that all the MDAs, whatever their mandates delivers, it is in the local governments. And the entry point is the offices of commercial officers. But there is no linkage. We want to make sure we establish that coordination and the collaborations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chigos, for that. You have really told us what happens at the local government in terms of order, but we are discussing, as you said, we are looking at production. Madam from Minister of Local Government, are we aware of the production levels of products that we want to sell in the market? If yes, can you tell us how you are ensuring that that information is on table? If not, what do you think we can do at the local government? Because this is where production occurs, so that we are able to know the amount of volumes of the products that we are supposed to sell in the markets.
Thank you. The Ministry of Local Government has the mandate, like my brother has just discussed, to actually license people that are able to know that they are producing for the public, the general public. So we start from the licensing bit, and here we can know in every jurisdiction, in every local government, through the production office, who is producing what, and why it's important that we actually come together and work with a trade policy is because we have to raise the standards. And if we are looking at production, we are looking at the value chains. What are we producing and for what markets? And it all starts at the local economy, in the local governments. So for the production information and data, I would have to give you the updated information, but everything that is from every local government is actually handled by the production officers in every local government.
Okay, maybe what we wanted to know is how do they collect this information? Because we have had scenarios where, let me give you an example in the carrot sector. And those people importing carrots from Kenya say there are no carrots in Uganda. Yet, the farmers say they have enough carrots in the local government. So I wanted to know if there are any mechanisms that are there at the local government level to know the levels of production of the various products that we have for our markets.
Okay, we're looking at creating economic profiles, first of all, for every local government. Because if we have sub-regions that have been categorized as doing particular production entities, we shall know that in this sub-region, this is what they are producing. So Ministry of Local Government is building and creating different economic profiles of the different sub-regions to ensure that once we have the volumes that we need, we can align them to the best markets. If we do not develop these value chains, it is very hard to trace and know who is producing enough milk, where should we take the excess milk. We have agricultural processing facilities. These are bulk facilities that are able to handle a lot, whether it's in grain, whether it's in dairy, whether it's in coffee, and that is how we come to know that we're actually now the biggest coffee exporter. So the value chains that we are developing through the economic profiles and then also handling the assessments of who is doing what, this is how we know that we are able to produce this and that and also align it to the relevant markets.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to come to the element of the trade order and the markets. David, I know you are in the city center, and we have had various products, almost every product somewhere, somehow, reaching Kampala through these markets. What we want you to tell us is, what is the biggest challenge that the products or the markets face at that level, and how do they affect the quality of products and production?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Amongst the challenges, One is when these products reach the market in Kampala, of course there is a revenue collection. The revenue collection modalities are not well streamlined and somehow deter the trading of the business. The other, especially when you are talking about agricultural produce, is the required infrastructure. In these markets of ours, a lot of produce is brought in, as we have said, from all over the country, most of which are fresh. We do not have the storage. There is the ordinary storage, and also, because they are fresh, cold storage. And we find out that some of these products go bad before they are offloaded, because if somebody brings a truck, you may need to supply 1, 2, 3 markets, move around, and in so doing, some of these products go bad. Of course, the other is the coordination. There is the governance of the traders in that space. There are some conflicts in that leadership. There is no organization. Every trader brings in, and sometimes some assume the space, and when another comes in, there is a struggle. So that space is not well organized, and it needs to be addressed. And also, related to that, information, market information. That would not be the case if we had adequate market information and the governance of the trading of these businesses streamlined, whereupon, say, maybe so and so will be supplying at this time and this date, so that there is no clash, there is no antagonism at that point of sale. Those are, I think, among the key issues there, which I see are challenging at that level.
You have mentioned about markets, and I saw of recent, there was a project called the Markets and Agricultural Trade Improvement Program that was building markets.
Yes.
And if you look at the name, trade improvement,
yes,
this might not be particularly to you. Before I come to the people of standards, I just would want to go back to Mr. Chigozi. Do you think these markets that have been constructed under the MATIP program, because these are key market infrastructures that can promote trade, especially collection of the products that we sell in the market, were they effective, improving trade? If not, what do you think would be done to ensure that? Because we are looking at production and how this production moves from the market, from the point of production to the market.
Thank you very much. I think, to be realistic, everything is coming from the design of the program. That program was so good, but who implemented it? Your Minister of Trade and Minister of Local Government. The role of Minister of Local Government would have been coordination. They left you, I think, Minister of Trade. I don't know whether you were part in the whole programs, because most of the markets, there is no order. Everything is the way it is. So I think there is a need of collaboration.
What do you think would have been done better in those markets?
Yeah, of course, when I talk about collaboration, is that there could be a lead ministry and probably a lead implementer, such that you bring all these two together. Because by policy, order is under Minister of Trade. Probably you are the one to enforce. But the way how we design some of these infrastructures, we need to make sure that everything is included. And two, These markets would be very good to bring order in our localities. And some of the things probably which failed them, where they failed, is because they never consulted the users. Here in Uganda, you find somebody has been selling tomatoes seated on the ground. You design a market where this person has to sit. They will lose out. Okay. 2, they are putting their tomatoes down, but you are putting a stall which does not even have these tomatoes that's where people fail. Then secondly, sensitization of the community users. We need to make sure probably the sensitizations were not done well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chigozi. Now I'm coming to the people of standards. You have heard what is happening. Going back to my scenario, I began with that here is a person, he has been given a contract to supply packed ground nuts to Nakumatt or any other supermarket. Do you think he's going to be able to meet that market? Is he going to be allowed to get that product in that market? Take an example of honey. Our people are producing honey into the local government. Why is it that we are not seeing the honey that is coming from our local people into these supermarkets? What is it lacking that they have to do to ensure that they access that market? The production might be there, but what is the problem?
Thank you very much. I'll start with what you started with the trade order first of all. Our understanding is that trade order equals the presence of predictable rules, transparent market practices, effective enforcement, and fair competition. Are all those checkboxes backed? I would say probably not. The example you are giving, the market is determined by the consumer preferences, broadly. So if you want your products to access a market, the first thing you have to understand is what is the consumer preference in that market. Normally, markets would define these consumer preferences in their standards. If you want to export your fish to the EU has set their standards for what kind of fresh fish they will require. And the definition of that market preference is written in a standard. So that is your first point of call. Why do we have standards? To ensure that the consumers are safe, the environment is safe, and that the preferences of those markets are met. So the role of UNBS is to sit with the stakeholders and determine what those preferences are, what the standards should be like. UNBS does not sit down and write the standards, but it is the stakeholders who are interested, have a stake in that sector or that product, who sit down and write the specifications in the standard. So standards are critical and indispensable in accessing markets, be they at the local level, the GNATs wanting to enter Nakumatt. Nakumatt would want to ensure that what they sell to the consumer will not result in a consumer having an upset stomach and probably suing Nakumatt for selling food that has upset their stomach. So standards are very key and are indispensable in accessing markets for anyone. So that is where you really have to start. Of course, Mr. Chigozi raised a couple of issues, the costs associated with, maybe before I get there, how do you show that your product is safe? You go through a process we call certification, and you are able to mark your product with a specific mark. In Uganda, we call it the Q mark. You mark your product with the Q mark. That is communicating to the consumer that this product is safe and meets the standard requirements. So Mr. Chigozi was indicating the cost of the standard, but I think he meant the cost of certification, because our standards are, whilst we sell them, they are pretty cheap. They range from probably 20,000 to 60,000 Uganda shillings, depending. The cost of certification is considerably higher, and that is something we are addressing through a number of interventions, working with our partners such as Trademark Africa to address things such as the turnaround time for testing and certification, taking these services closer to the people, which leads me now to dovetail into an issue that Chigozi raised, collaboration, particularly with the local government. UNBS, we have already started collaborating with the local government. We actually at the moment have a team in Uganda that is engaging with the district commercial and district production officers. We see these as very key in our quest to extend our services closer to the people. We can never be all through, have a presence in all corners of the country. But working with the commercial officers, the production officers, we are moving forward to engage them, train them, tool them, so that they're able to meet the local population that ideally we wouldn't be able to meet.
Thank you so much. What I want to also request, ask is, you have told us standards determine the customer, okay, the customer preferences determine the standard. And we have noted that the national trade policy has indicated to you that 90% of our private sector is these people are small and doing their own things, maybe in their garages and houses. And these are the people that want to see having their products in the market. And as you know, domestic trade is the springboard for international trade. So if they cannot access the market even in our local markets, then how sure are we they are going to access the external markets? So my question to you again is, what do you think is not working? How are you going? We had an exhibition last year in Mbarara, and one of the issues that came up is that almost 70% of all the exhibitors did not have the certification by UNBS. We have PDM. PDM is going to come up with a lot of production, but the market requires standard production. So as UNBS, what do you have for these SMEs to ensure that their products, one, meet the standards, and two, to be even aware, because some people are not aware, you have to meet standards. I go, I make my honey, put in a butter, I know that is the standard, then I move on.
Thank you very much. As UNBS, we have actually just finalized our strategic plan, 2025-26 to 2030-31. In that strategic plan, we are rebranding ourselves from largely an enforcer to an enabler. And actually, our tagline is growing quality MSMEs and enterprises. So we are going into a phase of hand-holding. Now, for MSMEs, we are developing a program where we shall have a number of interventions, because MSMEs and local producers, as you have rightly said, compliance with the standards is not as easy as we would want it to be. So we are coming up with what I would call a regulatory sandbox to support the MSMEs and those local producers through a supportive pathway rather than the old punitive approach. So number one is we are simplifying the standards. Many times the feedback is that these are highly technical documents. MSMEs struggle to understand and to comply with them. So we are providing simplified technical guidance, sector-specific manuals are being drawn up, but also the issue of awareness is being ramped up. To help them understand the quality and safety parameters. Number two relates to the issue of affordable conformity assessment services, which is critical. Conformity assessment encompasses largely inspection, certification, and testing. Working with our other partners, Trademark, for example, we are developing regional laboratories so that they don't have to come all the way to the Kampala laboratory for testing. We are procuring mobile laboratories so that these can reach out further to where they are. But also, we have what we call a laboratory recognition scheme that recognizes other private laboratories with the capacity to undertake testing so that there is enough laboratory expertise out there that is able to offer the service at a reduced price. The third one is we are undertaking risk-based market surveillance to ensure that our market surveillance largely focuses on high-risk sectors, allowing the MSMEs time to improve their production services. This is under the Regulatory Sandbox initiative. The fourth one is relating to product labeling and traceability, which is being strengthened because this will enable consumers to make informed decisions. The other one that is again also going to bring the services closer and therefore much cheaper is the collaboration I talked about with the local governments, where we are going to train the production and commercial officers, district, to be able to also provide the compliance support and outreach activities to help the MSMEs upgrade their production systems. So we are now moving into a phase where we are hand-holding MSMEs with the tailored interventions that should be able to see them graduate.
Thank you so much for that. I think those are good interventions that if we are implemented, maybe we shall have our products in the market. Mr. Musafiri, we have heard. Production is there. The quality standards and the quality of products is still lacking. Now, can you tell us, as Uginas, how are you protecting consumers in the market to ensure that they get access to quality standard, quality goods of good quality, but also the fair competition? Because what happens if somebody who's an SME is selling liquid soap but with no mark, and somebody has already a mark, but they are selling to the same person and competing in the same market? That means there are issues. So can you tell us?
Thank you, moderator. I'll start to agree with my colleague from UNBS. The challenges for MSMEs in terms of implementing standards is a bit high. Back in 2020, I had a concept from a guideline from UNIDO. Then the topic was increasing productivity and competitiveness. It recommended that at the lower end, you talk about the production. You must have corruption. But the second step is you must conform to the standards. That's now you must. The products must be certified. It must be inspected according to the international standards. Then that is when to go to market access. So market access will be a pool they will access the market easily when it meets the market requirements. And that was what some of the panelists have been talking about. You can only access markets when you meet the market requirements. So he said that process is a pull. It is a pull. So it is a pull factor so that it will help us to increase more because you will be ready to sell your things to the market. Now, one of the challenges, of course, which was raised was we still have poor quality culture. Going down the road, I'll give you an example where we had issues with you remember horticulture, which was being intercepted in Europe. The products came back, and good enough we had that quality infrastructure and the standards program. It helps us to do traceability issues up to the ground level, and they really gave us a report. We need to support these farmers, right from the farm up to when they sell their products. So they had to get a consultant to develop procedures how they can go around so that they operate consistently. From there, they can now go for certification. Remember now they go for UGACert, and they got it very fast, and the rejections dropped. So when we do that, definitely we'll do that. Now, market access is enhanced by accreditation. Let's take, we are looking at the tenfold growth. And we want to grow the economy, tenfold. And what does the economy need to grow? You need exports. You must meet the export standards. The exports, you're exchanging goods and services. And the people who are exchanging goods on the market, they need to trust that the reports for quality, product performance, they meet the market requirements. They can only get that trust through accreditation. Because now, like a colleague was saying, EU has now put a lot of regulations where accreditation is a requirement to meet. Before that, you cannot access that. A colleague of the experience we had the other time, we lost some market of beef to Qatar. It did not meet, they needed accredited halal certificate, and we did not get, we missed that business. So that's why I thank the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and Government try to now to establish this unit, because we have been getting this accreditation from foreign accreditation bodies, like from South Africa, Kenya, and elsewhere, at a high cost. The high cost comes from the cost of flying in assessors, the cost of paying the accommodation in 5-star hotel or 4-star hotel as the minimum. Those are requirements. But when you establish and operationalize these UGANAs, you are good to drop the cost by 50%. And the figures are there. I've shared it in the various meetings. So the objective, the main task of Uganda National Accreditation Service now is to reduce the cost of accreditation cheaply, because the private sector has failed to get accreditation because of the high cost of getting accreditation from outside countries. So I think that is key. Two, the issue of sensitization on quality should be really pushed up, because that's an area where we have suffered so much and we have delayed to implement all the 4 pillars of the quality infrastructure. Now the last one is now coming on board, which is the top notch, which is the accreditation body. Accreditation ensures, attests that the test reports and certificates actually can be believed in, can be trusted. You can have confidence in them. And that's why WTO Article 8, 5, whatever says, if your certificates of conformity assessment is supported by an accredited accreditation laboratory or inspection body, should not be rejected. That's why it is said, accredited once, accepted globally. And that's why we need to move quickly and operationalize that. That will help us to do increased production. A few of the issues which came earlier on, of course, market access is key. And then competence of this training, we need to train them the various standards, and which I'm sure our colleagues, UNBS, they have a facility, they can do that. Even UGANAS is establishing a training facility, especially for conformity assessment bodies. We shall start training them on international standards after building the competence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musafiri. Before we conclude, I want to also ask you to say something about weights and measures, especially if we are looking at formalization of our businesses. do you think we still have to continue setting measurements in terms of tins, in terms of mulengo? And then what happens also when you go to buy maize and 10 kilograms of those maize are stones, then somebody says, I'm selling you a bag of 100 kilograms of beans, but 10 kilograms are stones. Because this is what now is translating into other countries where it goes, then your maize is rejected in the region. Because you are used to doing that here. So what do you think can be done? But you can also talk about measurements and then...
Okay. Yeah, what you have said, when I visited one grain milling in Kenya, and that was the complaint, I cannot mention the name of that factory, to make ngano and other products, and they said most of the maize that crosses from Busia, they buy it from Busia, but when they sieve it, aflatoxin is one of the issues which have infestation, pesticide, and then those stones are talking about. So what do we need to do? We need to work in collaboration with, for example, our stakeholders like Uganda Grain Council, Ministry of Agriculture, and others. 2 weeks ago, we had the EAC we were writing memorandum of understanding, bilateral, and we agreed to have a uniform conformity assessment procedures and processes across the two countries. And I think it was signed by our minister, and it has already been agreed and signed. So once we use that conformity assessment, which we have already agreed on, that means the procedures and everything will be the same. Sieving, how do you sieve this, how do you do all that process, it will help us improve on that. And then to sensitization, these guys need to be organized and we sensitize them. Otherwise, we need to work together. In single-handed, it is difficult to cut those people off. You heard one of the panelists saying that some farmers want to sell in the field instead of taking to the middleman, then you aggregate, and then you take to the store. Between that case, post-harvest losses increase. That's the loss. Now, talking about the weights and measures, I think UNBS is doing a good job in terms of maintaining. That is the calibration laboratory. It is doing a good job. It has the standards. Only that Ugandans will come in to ensure that you accredit private sector calibration laboratories. We're a little bit move off from these weights and measures who are being monitored. These private accredited calibration laboratories, because accreditation cost will be cheap, they will now provide effectively accreditation services, calibration services to these weights and measures people. And then we shall maintain our weights. So that should be okay. Of course, the other thing is, when they are drying the maize, it is not fully dried. It absorbs moisture. You load them in the sacks. By the time you go to Kabale, it has dropped the what? The weight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Msafiri.
Thank you.
As we come to the conclusion of this panel, I want to give each panelist between 1 and 2 minutes to tell us what can be done better. Like I told you, the survey that was conducted in 2012 indicated that our shelf space in the supermarket, because this is an indicator to see how much import substitution we are doing. That reason from now, currently we are between 50 and 60%. So I want the panelists to tell us, what do you think can be done such that we increase this shelf space? Because this is the indicator we are going to use to see that our products now are into the market. Maybe we want to reach 80%. What do you think can be done to ensure that when you go to a supermarket, 80% of what you see are local products, hence contributing to import substitution? I'll begin with Mr. Chigozi in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things we must do is to enforce BUBU policy, to promote local content, and ensure that this BUBU, local government can be able to have BUBU centers. And the secondly is data collection. We need to have information on SMEs and even on production, which must be hosted in the various ministries. Because if somebody has got an order and does not have enough supply, he can go there to get to know other people who are producing that, such that they are able to deliver. Then secondly, to strengthen these workshops of my colleague from UNBS has talked about. Let these workshops go down to local governments to help out those private sector or SMEs which are in that stage to understand. And if also possible, a fund can be developed to help them in having the standards. Because some of them they can produce, but they don't have quality. And that's the major problem. Uganda, we have enough production, but the problem is on quality. So we need to make sure we sensitize our community on quality. Going down, because some of these workshops like here, they're only here at Speak Hotel, where we only invite the bearers. But there are those ones down there who could be good. We can promote their innovations, do some research and promote the innovations of those people by encouraging them, their products to come on markets. And then two,
finally, because that is for now, not two.
Okay. Let us tailoring our production to markets. Because we only tell people to produce, but how to produce, sometimes they don't know. If those people who are producing, let me say tomatoes, can we be able to produce tomatoes for the market? Because right now, you go to markets now in Kampala, all those tomatoes and onions are coming from Kenya. And yet here in Uganda, we can be able to produce the same. Then three, when we have markets, let us map out where our products are coming from. If, for example, in Wakiso you have a market along Hoima Road, how can we be able to promote these smallholder farmers from Bulisa to Wakiso, who can be able to be the suppliers in that market? And not only that, we need also to attach the production departments in local governments to ensure they have data on how many farmers are producing what. Our major problem here in Uganda is about information. We need to strengthen by building those information centers where people can access whatever they need. Finally, is encourage local governments to develop ordinances on quality and everywhere, especially things to do with grains. You see, recently we had some issues with exporting our maize, not only maize, and so many others. They should be able to develop ordinances and the bylaws, and they should be able to enforce them.
Thank you very much. I think those are good observations. And what is coming up is about production information. The National Trade Policies of 2008, but we noted that it is only in Uganda where you see there is a lot of supply in one area and other areas are dying of hunger. Maybe that is something that we need to know. But like I said, let's continue with Madam from local government. What do you think has to be done better? Is it legal reforms? What can we do to see our shelf space increasing to 80%?
I would want to propose that we improve on our mindset change in terms of building synergies and encourage the population to produce massively. Because we're talking about production. In the season of protecting the gains, the government has done its part through PDM to ensure that more people have some funds, and that is capital. All the sessions here, people have raised capital. Low, probably taxation or withdrawal of the high rates that are charged by the banks as people take loans. So this is a sure way of giving people money in their hands to invest in the things that they are interested in and ensure that they join the market economy. So PDM is doing that. And the other thing that the government is doing, but also, apart from what government is doing...
Maybe let me just interject. Could you be having any information on the volumes the volume trend ever since PDM was instituted?
I would want
as
to...
Minister of Local Government, do you have this information to tell us that when before PDM, the production of eggs in this area was this, and now it has come to this?
I can submit that information in the chat online after here, so that I submit for you the updated...
But you have it?
Yes, it's there.
Okay.
Because we know which farmer is producing what and what you're getting in the database. Yeah, so if we can improve on the synergies, and I want to thank Trademark Africa, in partnership, of course, for funding such an opportunity, and also all the efforts in building like markets, not only on the borders, but also sensitizing people to understand. So people need to know that there is room to be part of the economy and to join even the world markets. So we are mobilizing what we call the local economic development investment committees at the local governments. Why? Because we know that the funds that are available are not enough, and we can only cut our cloth according to the material that we have. So we are encouraging private partners to come together with the local governments, sign probably or establish special purpose vehicles where local governments learn how to do business. If they have land, how can we interest the investors to go and invest in the various areas where there's already like a key factor like land, where they can probably do contract farming, where we can have free labor, because government is doing much, but it cannot do it all at once, because the population keeps growing. So we are encouraging all partners who are here, and those that may not be here but will listen to this, to go to the local governments and join the local economic development investment committees that sit every month or twice a month, to ensure that they are part of the planning. The regulation we are talking about here will be very key, because sometimes we bring upon very good documentation and then we almost work in reverse because we have not had a very good plan to lay out a framework. So I would want to encourage that the committees take root, the sensitization happens, we develop those plans that are local, that people can understand, be part of, and support. If you do not support people, like I think one person mentioned about where maybe you may need to supply a lot of carrots, and then you don't have the registration or the backing or the data, you will not meet that requirement because you don't have the data. Sometimes markets are established and people abandon them because consultation probably was not done well. So we should increase sensitization, ensure that people are part of the development processes, and this will see us push the trade order, which is effected at the local governments.
Thank you so much. Yes, KCCA, as you give us what we need to do, you should also tell us why the Trade Licensing Act and the Markets Act are not working, whose main purpose is to promote trade order in the city, as you give us what we need to do to enhance our shelf space. 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think what I can add on to what has already been said, that we need to invest more in extension services. Will lead us to increase production productivity, and these extension services, in terms of quantity, numbers, and also the quality. One question which I ask myself is that, whereas we are here discussing about this issue, like my colleagues have put it, what is the status or situation at the local governments? Are they in the same, have they got the issue in the same context as we are having it here, the discussion here? Because if they are not also reflecting like we are doing on where we want to go, then we might not be achieving much. I look at this in the context, how much interaction is there between the center here and the local government staff in the respective lines, for example, in agriculture extension and then commercial services extension. How many times do you interact? That's the partnership between the center and the local governments. How many times does ministry, like you as Commissioner Internal Trade, interact with the district commercial officers so that you harmonize, synchronize action, so that you are pushing in the same direction? And we are in the NDP4, the PIAP, have all these colleagues of ours at the local government internalized this, the government position, the government strategy on this achieving the tenfold GDP increase?
Okay, that one is noted, the one of strengthening the working between the center and the local governments.
Yes, then also, of course, market information. When we strengthen extension services, we want to bridge the gap between the farmer and the consumer and try to eliminate the middleman, because many of these are briefcase people, and for them it is profit motivated against any other thing. The quality is not an issue. So if we bring our farmers closer to the market, these markets we built had provisions for cold storage according to the designs. But I'm not aware that there is any market which has a functioning cold room. I don't know, Mr. Local Government can functioning cold room,
yes,
which is can be used by the farmers, because the farmers will bring things in bulk, put them in the market, and then sell piecemeal, so that that profit that the middleman takes, they can benefit from it. So that arrangement where we connect the farmer directly or nearer to the market and reduce on the middleman who compromises on quality along the way.
Okay, I think that is all. That is all. Thank you. But what I wanted to bring up is that the purpose of the Trade Licensing Act, its main role was to create trade order, trade order.
Yes.
We were supposed to be licensed in an area where the local government has set for that particular business. When Mr. Chigozi was saying that you have a warehouse here, the next is a clinic, the next is a petrol station, that is an issue of planning. So the local governments are expected to have done that planning, and then by the time you come to do business, you are licensed in that already organized setting. But again, what is important that I wanted us to get from you is if you know the amount of volumes of products that come, for example, in Nakasero market, yes, you capture that information. Can you tell us the number of carrots that, for example, enter the market in a day or in a month, such that we can know those volumes? Because that is also another purpose of the licensing, not only to get revenue. But these are some of the ideas that we can look up and discuss. But thank you so much. Yes, UNBS, tell us.
Yeah, two quick ones, a soft one and a hard one.
Yes.
Number one is to implement an MSME standard support program, providing simplified standards, guidance, subsidized testing services, and sector-specific training. That will enable the MSMEs to be able to have some products that can enter the market shelves. The number two is the hard one on improving trade order, where UNBS should be able to establish a national market surveillance framework, coordinated national market surveillance framework, integrating UNBS, local governments, URA, enforcement agencies, supported by digital inspection and reporting systems. You need a strong market surveillance to ensure that those who are following the requirements are able to enjoy the benefits. Otherwise, it doesn't help to have some people who are following and meeting the requirements, and when they enter the marketplace, it's awash with substandard and others who are not meeting the requirements. And if I was to summarize in one sentence, I would just say, he who holds the standard owns the market. It's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you so much. But I wanted you to speak on something to do with the traceability, because one of the requirements why our local products are not in these supermarkets, one of the requirements is now a barcode. I don't know what you have to say about that arrangement, because our people are going to be able to manage this barcode. If not, what do you think are some of the solutions? Because at the end of the day, they want to trace the origin of the product.
Traceability is very key. And in this age, we now have digital solutions that are able to support this. Actually, these solutions have moved away from a barcode into standards such as the GS1 standard that is able to offer you traceability along the entire logistics chain. It comes at a cost, but we are seeing already markets and consumers are requiring traceability. So it's something we can't run away from. It's something we have already started thinking about. It is currently being piloted in the pharmaceutical sector. And I think we have learnings in that sector because they are piloting the GS1 standards for traceability purposes. URA is doing it with the digital conformity mark. That's some form of traceability, and UNBS is also has piloted that on a few products, cosmetics, building materials. This offers traceability, particularly to the consumer, to understand where this is coming from and whether it meets the quality and safety requirements.
Okay, what do you think we can do for SMEs to take up on this opportunity?
SMEs cannot run away from traceability. And once the way we are looking at assisting SMEs is through, I called it a regulatory sandbox, where you only require those key requirements that would impact health, safety, and maybe the environment. But this would not be for the entirety. This would probably be for 1 or 2 years, and then they would graduate into the full requirements. So they would transition into that one, and barcoding at that level can be a solution in order to provide.
So are you trying to say that you can take a resolution from this meeting that government should come up to support the SMEs in the issues of GS1 or barcoding so that their products can be traceable?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And finally, Mr. Musafiri, what do you think we need to do to increase our shelf space?
Yeah, I think regulation should be, some of the regulations should be reviewed. We did say that we recognize from the discussions that some of the farm supplies, the chemicals, fertilizers, some of them are fake. And I know there's how those suppliers are recruited and supposed to meet a certain minimum standard. Seems that standard should be taken up through the regulation. Otherwise, it will help us to improve this supply, the quality of these supplies to our farmers at the lower level. That's one. But that can only be done through regulation, because I'm sure under MAIF, there must be some regulation in that area. Then two, formation of clusters. I remember in many fora we talk about this, but how we need to engage key stakeholders to see how can we really move around and form clusters around certain key value chains. That will help us to improve on our productivity. And then lastly, if we happen to get some incentives, my kind request would be we need to support some 3 to 4 value chain products. We support them in certification so that their products are certified, and we pay for that money so that they can access export market. After 1 year or so, you may now come out, they will have got business. So in that way, incremental every year, should be able to move forward. We need to support some key value chains for certification.
Thank you so much, my panelists and the audience. It has been a very good discussion, I must say. And I don't know if there are some questions from the audience. We can take 1 or 2. I know it is a very interesting session. I see around even 4. But we can take 1, 2, 3. But please be brief, 1 minute. Then we'll see if the panelists can also address some of those. Yes, we begin with him.
Mr. Commissioner, I would like to give an opportunity to the Executive Director, Uma, to make a comment. Then we can get into the Q&A with the audience.
Where is he? You wanted to make a comment?
Yes, wanted to make a comment.
Okay, okay. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for giving me this simple opportunity to speak after the panel. The panel, thank you very much. I'm going to speak 4 things. Number 1 is the expectation of this trade review. The organizers don't feel offended to invite us for a consultative meeting. But when you invite us for a trade review, the expectation look a bit different. And in my view, this is how we can improve on it. When we are talking about trade review, for us we expected from the private sector, I don't know where others are coming from, but private sector, this is what we expect. 1, what did we target for the last year to trade in terms of A, volumes, 2, revenue to be collected from these volumes, 3, the products supposed to be traded, and 4, the markets we are targeted to capture in terms of both the segments and their expectations. So that now we assess, did we get the numbers first right? Because as my colleague put it here, trade differs from business in one way, where it differs. Trade is war. It's about numbers. We have a general in the room. He will tell you when you are planning for war, it is about numbers. The strengths of the army, the ammunitions you have, and it is numbers. In business, fine, you can open up and be there, and whether you close or you don't, it is okay. But once you speak trade, because the competition out there is you cannot have the room for playing around. Now, I expected in the review to be saying what did we plan to achieve these numbers, and of those actionables, what did not come right, where do we need a policy shift? Other than now...
Maybe to have an interview, you are raising very pertinent issues, which I think would come towards the end after we had the discussion. I suggest that let's get the views, we summarize this, then we shall review at the end, because you are looking at now a summary of what has transpired. So I thought you are making a submission to this
This is what I was called to do.
Please, you can reserve that one. Let's first discuss this panel, then we shall look at the entire review of the whole meeting later.
Okay, sir.
Yes, I had given a hand there. We had seen one. Please use 1 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a lady.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, panelists. Just briefly, there is a concern that really curtails competitiveness of SMEs. In Uganda, laboratory price tests are based on each parameter measured rather than a bundled test. For example, for water, there is a pH, conducivity, alkalinity test. So is there a possibility, beyond waiving the certification fees, is there a possibility for UNBS to waive or reduce the laboratory testing fees? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Thank you. Briefly, this goes to UNBS from the fruits and vegetable exporters. With effect from January this year, the EU put a mandatory requirement of testing of fruits and vegetables to the European Union due to chemical residues. And this has greatly impacted on our volumes to the European Union on majorly 3 products. On capsicum, these are the hot pepper and chilies, and other garden eggs. So, and we have only 2 laboratories that are doing that, which is not UNBS. And the peppers are our leading after avocado to the European Union market. So my question is, and maybe the representative from UNBS can tell us the truth. We have DIGAL, which is, I think, the Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratories, which I understand is under Internal Affairs. And we also have CHEMIFA, which is also a private lab. And from what we got from the Minister, which is our regulator, these are the only 2 laboratories accredited to conduct MRL testing. And the cost for us at private sector is too high. The girl is charging 350 per sample. CHEMIFA is around 400 or 500 per sample. Our small scale farmers, you may get 2 tons from 10 farmers. So you need 10 samples at 350, that is 3.5 million for a 2-ton consignment. So, UNBS, is it true you are not accredited to conduct MRL testing and you have delegated that to these 2 labs only? Or could you help us to reinforce with those 2 to reduce the cost for the private sector so that can do business? Because most of our people now are not in trade because of that, and also for Minister of Trade. Have you been able to negotiate with the EU for some relaxing in that protocol or in that regulation?
Okay, thank you. That's noted. Yes, then this one here. Now the hands are becoming more. We chose only 4. Was it 4 or 5? Please be brief. You give this one. Yeah.
Thank you. Elias from Islamic Chamber of Commerce. Mine goes to Ugandans and UNBS. One, how are we handling the TBs, trade barriers, especially agrotoxins that come from the high production of agriculture we have? Then 2, how are we protecting the halal trade consumers, and what is the avenues for promotion of the traders in the halal? Yet we have not seen the regulation particularly. We have private sector initiatives, but the government initiatives on halal trade and the halal production, how is it guided? Then 3 is on the small and medium enterprises access to ethical financing or the halal finance avenue. What are they short from? Because there are opportunities. For example, I found UDB has money, but doesn't have the Sharia compliance to release out that money, over $100 million. But this should facilitate trade. How can we tap into that opportunity? Lastly, the trade facilitation. What avenues that trade is putting on warehouse development, transport systems, standardization, we are seeing packaging, and the market access. Trade facilitation should be a core to help us. And lastly, tax imposition, especially in the IFRIs. We saw the traders here running upside down. But why do you wait to see that? Can't we have a trade where we can have the sector interplayers to handle this before it gets out? Thank you.
Okay, please limit yourself to only one question. We have a group where you can send your discussion.
My name is Janita.
Yes, please, yes. Go ahead.
So mine is on the lack of trade order with how supermarkets operate. Put differently, is the lack of policies to protect local suppliers. So when these supermarkets buy products from China, they will pay 100% upfront, and the Chinese will send their products to Uganda. But when the local manufacturers and local suppliers are giving to these supermarkets, they want credit basis, and the credit basis is not standardized, and suppliers are not protected. We've had supermarkets closing with people's money, and there was no redress for the suppliers, and this subjugates the local suppliers, particularly the local manufacturers. So that lack of order with how the supermarkets are operating. Thank you.
Okay. We are taking two more, the last two. Yes, here, the lady and the one at the back.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Robert Wasson. My question is going to KCCA panelists. The debate over street vending in Kampala has resurfaced again after elections, drawing strong opinions from city authorities, traders, and the ordinary residents. As this point in time, as we see it, these people are now facing the worst of conditions, are living in perpetual vulnerability, and are swimming now in a hemorrhage of poverty, not knowing what to do next. My question, are there any plans or proposals for a compromise from KCCA for these people to earn a living? And two, what is the government's long-term plan for these people? And three, what happens if some of the vendors really refuse to leave the town? What course of action will you take?
Okay, noted. And finally, yes?
Isabella, once again, thank you so much. I'm glad we're having a conversation on standards and quality, because these are the biggest barriers to exporters. As regulatory bodies, I hope you have some concretized, grounded strategies to go on ground and work closely with producers to ensure that these laws become more of a competitive advantage rather than a compliance burden. So just my question is brief. It's basically we're looking at the future, and the future is AfCFTA. And I'm asking, what bold trade policy reforms are necessary for Uganda to fully maximize opportunities under the AfCFTA and position itself as a strong export-driven economy? Thank you so much.
Mr. Commissioner, there's someone who has been meaning to say something here at the back. He's requesting for a minute.
Where is he?
As the last one, at the back here, in the front row.
Okay.
The middle row.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Bernard Robinson is my name. A vintage banker for 25 years, a chartered accountant, a UK-trained financial advisor, and right now, my role is to see how I can complement my experience to see that we can create complementary growth. In the morning and yesterday, there are two issues that have come up every now and then. Is the issue of the challenges of accessing credit. And you will agree with me, bank money is supposed to be given and extended after complying with A, B, C, D, E, F, up to Z. What do we need to do? I have listened, I have audited circles, SMEs, I have given advice, and there are two things that I've found that are becoming a biggest challenge and hindrance for bankers to extend credit. Number one, poor risk management and lack of compliance. Number two, lack of governance. If cooperative societies, as an example, circles, as another example, if they move in the direction of making sure that they put their act together by having good governance, there must be a chairman, even when the framers of the Cooperative Act were very good at doing the job, and I thank the ministry and the commissioners for the job they did. They had a supervisory board, what they are supposed to do, and very recently, I audited one of circles, which I won't mention, and was challenging a decision and a provision in the act, because they wanted the board members to guarantee loan takers, as an example. So what is the point which is helping here? I'm willing to volunteer to offer pro bono for those cooperative societies so that they can be ready for banks to give them money, to facilitate them in the area of governance, in the area of risk management and compliance. And why am I saying this? I'm just not talking. I'm an advisor for the largest Chinese company, group company. And last year, I mobilized $55 million. This year, I've mobilized 35. So I can do that for Ugandans as well.
Very good.
So what is the catch? Is that once we can meet these requirements, we need to package our people because they are not meeting. That's why they cannot be given loan. Bank money is taken to be brought back. It is not government. Even government that no longer gives money for free. Even PDM money must be brought back. That is it. For those who are willing to and want to take this opportunity, I'm happy to do so, to support in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bernard, for the offer. We shall be waiting for you.
Pro bono.
Maybe if we knew, we shall get more contact and see how we can get you for that pro bono service. We shall be very grateful for that. So the panelists, many of the questions were from for UNBS, and it is about standards. I don't think. Can you please?
You had one for KCCA, then
okay, then you summarize the issues. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you for the question. Yeah, we have an exit strategy for the street vendors. First of all, we have some markets constructed which are not fully occupied, and we have advised all the vendors to go into those markets, apply for space. There is space there. That's the short term. The long term is we're also constructing, we have a project to construct markets. We're constructing one new market and then redeveloping 2 markets beginning this financial year in the next 3 financial years. So we are creating space for these people who are exiting the streets that they can occupy in these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, UNBS, in 2 minutes, much of the issues were about to reach out.
Quite a number. How are we handling trade barriers, especially aflatoxin in agriculture? 1, the standards are very clear, they're available. 2, the implementers are very clear. We are working together with the Ministry of Agriculture. 3, if any of you, for example, at this point in time, wants to, for example, supply grain to government, of course, you have to go through a procurement. There is a requirement that you have the certificate from UNBS and that your grain is aflatoxin free. So it's about that. The other one on halal, yes, we actually work together with the Halal Bureau. We certify products as halal certified together with the Halal Bureau. We don't put our mark until the Halal Bureau has put its mark. The last I checked, the Halal Bureau was getting the accreditation from, I think, Saudi Arabia. Certification through the accreditation body in Saudi Arabia, because we don't have the capacity here to do that. So very soon we'll be able to export. But for purposes of our local market, the presence of a halal mark alongside the UNBSQ mark is good enough. MSME access to halal financing. Bernard there can help us with money, he has told us. Trade facilitation, warehouse development. I'll leave that for MTIC with transport systems. But I think Trademark is working on most of these enablers with not only MTIC but UNBS to address these issues of tax. That is for URA. Yuri, Madam Orishaba, lack of trade order, very clear lack of policies to protect local suppliers. I think this is something that the ministry should be able to take up and address.
Please choose those ones of UNBS.
KCC has addressed. The Isabella AfCFTA, what we are doing is, number 1, we are participating at the African level in harmonizing of the standards, because you will not be able to trade, the trade within the AfCFTA will be on the basis of harmonized African standards. So we are taking a lead role to ensure that our requirements are input in there, and then we are bringing those standards back and adopting them. But that is not enough. To trade, it will require mutual recognition agreements. We are already signing a few. We have signed with Kenya, and we are going to sign quite a few others. We have a national implementing committee which is working on all these interventions that are needed. The other one, my brother who is looking for certification for, I think he said the peppers, UNBS lab does the MRA pesticide testing. We are actually cheaper than both DIGAL and Chemifa. We are actually internationally accredited for fish, fruits, vegetables. Please walk into UNBS. Let us see how we can help you. You shouldn't be struggling with that. Our certificates are respected all around the world because of that international accreditation. Thank you very much.
Just 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, to my colleague from Halal, yeah, we are working together with the Gulf Accreditation Center. We have got an arrangement, and they are willing to come here and establish that unit for Halal certification body, so that you can now accredit those, certify them in the country. So we need to sit together and have meetings to see how we can get that help. I think that is okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the audience, I want to thank you so much for being a very good audience. It is not very easy to have such discussion at this hour, but we are very happy. I think we need to clap for ourselves for being good. I want to thank my panelists for the good work they have done, but maybe for information for UMA, the Trade Review Conference looks at comprehensively reviewing the policies, the trade policy, but we have also other sessions for now looking at performance, and that is why you find the government has now changed from sector-based planning and budgeting and reporting, and now we're handling at program-based. But this trade review mainly is dedicated to reviewing how decided trade policies are moving on. But if you wish to, in the future that we should have a dedicated session, which we also have in the program working group, then that can be done. So that is the spirit in which this was organized. With that, I want to invite the panelists to the floor for a picture with the Honorable Minister, and then I hand over back to the organizers to continue, and the masters of ceremony. I thank you so much.
We also request the County Director to join the panelists on stage for the picture moment. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may now take your seats. A round of applause for the panelists and Commissioner Kaliga for the well moderation and the insightful panel. We're going to get into our closing remarks. We'll hear from Trademark Africa and then later from the ministry. But before that, I would like to invite the Executive Director, Uma, to give his brief remarks.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just summarize the point I was beginning to make. Since the protocol has been observed, to begin with, thank you for the opportunity that you are giving me to make just these two comments. I was making a point that the expectation was maybe the communication wasn't clear of what we should prepare for when we are coming in. But when we saw trade review, what came in my mind was that now we are going to see exactly where we stand after the last year, since last year, in terms of progression of trade. And I have always known that you can do anything in the kitchen, but what you bring at the table is usually what is eaten. So in this case, trade cannot be disassociated with the numbers. So that's why I keep still insist, yes, we can have a review of the policies, but to say a policy is good or bad, the metric is clear, it's trade numbers. And that's where I'm going to insist that we review based on trade numbers, and therefore we can be able to say, policy X needs to shift, policy B needs to be retained. Because there is sometimes a practice of you get a policy, after a period you review it, and it comes back as the same policy. So setting the criterion on which we evaluate these policies is very good enough, and I will still continue to insist. Point number 2, I want to make out of this conference is one of the panelists was telling us that, for instance, the leading product in export was gold, then coffee, dairy, and fish. There will always be leading at any moment. There will always be leading exports. But what we are interested in, what are those percentage changes happening in each of these products? Then we can be able to say, a product may not be the leading, but has recorded a bigger percentage change. And that one, to us, makes a lot of meaning. I was born in 1977. Coffee was the leading export of Uganda. How do I then say the actions in the coffee export strategy have been meaningful? It's only when I say last year, since last year, this is the percentage change in coffee exports. Then we can be able to say, let's adopt the strategy we used in coffee and take it to maize. To me, that would make a lot of change. Then the other thing relatedly is, who are the exporters? We have 3 streams of exporters in this country. We have exports done by FDIs. A company came from Germany, came and produced from here, and eventually is exporting to Germany. They are taking back. That is a category. Then we have local manufacturers who produce from here but sell to the world out there. We have category 3, where we have got speculators. They do not have necessarily registered businesses, but wherever there is an indication that there is a market for them, they are there. Then we have now a new dispensation of the so-called cooperatives, which we've been discussing here. So of these, we need to see which category is recording what numbers. Then, point number 2, which I have picked from here, is that we need to go back to the basic principles of commerce. Before we talk of trade, we need to strengthen production, and production. These other ones we can talk in between, but trade has got to be based on the strategies of production. That's why every product comes up with a challenge of numbers. Until we address that clearly, I think it makes sense. And relatedly, Honorable Minister, we have discussed something called circles. I ask myself 2 questions. Circles save what? Money. Where does this money come from? In the discussion, I didn't get the answers. where does the money in the circles come from? And when it comes from there, where does it go? Why are some circles closing? You note that some circles have evolving fund, but not productive fund, because they have premised the organizations on money movement, not producing money. And at the end of the day, we get this money, collect it from the villages, keep it in the banks take this money and start to loan it elsewhere. What has happened with NSSF? We have the money in the country, we lack capital, but they are busy lending money outside to other economies. So the same syndrome is coming with circles. So my suggestion is, let's change something, and we call them production circles, or production groups, or production cooperatives. Where we have S starting, we have P. Each of these circles or cooperatives begin with production. They identified around a product that they produce. Then we know that this is where they are getting money, save it, plow it back. And when we go back to evaluate, we see the progress in terms of the accumulation of the money out of what they have produced. It takes me to, some lady asked a question, which was to do with, we are very busy celebrating African continental free trade area, but what are we selling there as a country? My suggestion here is, let's get the products that we have. We calculate what I call economic propensity for each of these products. Economic propensity has a simple formula. You remember there is what they used to say, that let a country produce a product on which it has a comparative advantage. Then a new theory came and said, let a country produce a product where it has a competitive advantage. So when you get those two principles and add them together, you add another one we call the impact a product produces. And you create what we call propensity of a product. In other words, this is a product that you have a comparative advantage of, you have a competitive advantage in terms of cost to produce, and then it has impact. It is very good, we can produce and send out bullets. It's a good product, in the market it will sell. But my mother may never or may not benefit directly from that in terms of propensities. So we create propensity. When we got finance to look for budget, we can justify that we are looking at coffee, we are looking at beef, we are looking at these 6 products, these are the markets, we shall sell at this, and this is the money that we will bring back, and eventually the impact it will create. I think it needed to come out clear. Point 3, I have observed, and we are making a common mistake, we will make this mistake, and once this formula works, I will take maybe the degree I got in economics back to the university. If it fails, this is what it is. We are making a common mistake, Honorable Minister. A designer for ladies' clothes is different from, you cannot design a man's suit the way you design a lady's dress. It is completely different. Now, in Uganda, we are running a dual economy. The rural economy and the conventional national economy. And we have consistently used approaches, parameters of national economy to solve rural economy issues. That's why every time we measure, poverty is still grounded in the villages. We have pumped money, there is no question about it, government has pumped money there. Governance structures are there. People produce actually work every day. But the rural economy has failed. If you want to know that it has failed, 3 indicators. 1, Non-tax revenue that comes from there is hobbling. Tax revenue that comes from there is hobbling. The product value that comes there is close to zero. Now, how do we continue to plan them assuming that it's one nation, it's one economy? It does not work. Time is now. We sit down and look at these two as separate economies, but that we can link together. When we meet here, it doesn't mean that we come from the same area. We meet here for a purpose. So when it comes to aggregation, let them aggregate. But we plan and evaluate these two economies separately. At the best optimal time, I will continue to engage with the ministry, and I put on paper what I think could be the strategy for rural transformation agenda. And then we can be able to boost that economy with its own parameters, separate from the conventional ones, and it will make sense.
As you summarize.
As I summarize on the last one, the last one is about the changing role of MTIC. As a party that to MTIC, we need to change somehow our role. And this is not idealistically, but I think the situation is pushing us to change a little bit the role of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. If we are to deliver the 500 billion, one of the speakers said that the DNA for delivering 500 billion lies with this ministry. I agree with him, but I again suggest that we tweak a little bit of what we are doing at the ministry. Number one, we must up the game for market management and start to create compliance, enforcement. The ministry needs to bite. Number two, we have been here talking about exports, talking about trade. We need to create an army for trade. Currently, all the products we have been talking about, who are the experts for taking it into these volatile markets? URA, their job is very simple as coming to your door and knock, and they say, here is the invoice payers. But they have a school, Honorable Minister, at Yusufurure, that trains tax collectors. But now we think that someone will move from here and go to China, has never learned Chinese, and that person is my mother, as I normally say, and she's going to sell in China. No. We need to train people, and we have those as the army for trade, who will know the legal regime out there, they will know the language out there, the logistics constraints out there, and they can be able to come and advise us and say, this is what is required. And commercial diplomacy will not provide that, unfortunately.
We're out of time.
Just 1 second, thank you. 2 or 3 under market changing of the role of MTIC. We have treated the market, I call product market, the same way we are treating factor market. Factor market is about the inputs into production. Currently, all the things we've been talking about of aggregation, these are issues of factor market management. The license, the permission to extract, all these come because we have not controlled the so-called forces of demand and supply are very good at product market, but not factor market. Since the man is here, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give the observation and some of these sum-ups. Thank you. For God and my country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CD. You might not have been here yesterday, but some of these issues were addressed. I'll give a minute to Commissioner here to give clarity.
Thank you, moderator. And I really appreciate my brother, Dr. Ezra, for having given us a very good keynote, actually, address. We appreciate. So, Dr. Ezra, yesterday, maybe you were engaged somewhere else, you were busy. We discussed the performance and the numbers, but of course, given the days we have and the people involved here, you cannot now start saying, why did you export 10 sacks of coffee, not 20? So we do have, if you look at the website, you will see the percentage growth of 36% from 20, up to 13.6. We did go into the numbers. Perhaps we didn't go as much as you would have loved us to go deeper, because when we are talking about the trade review, if you are familiar with the WTO trade review issues, when they come, they don't go into asking you, why did you export this and not that? We are talking about the rules and the regulations and the policies that govern trade. When you come into doing the statistics, more of those details, you are now going into trade performance. You are going into M&E. And the purpose of this review was not to go into the monitoring and evaluation. There are other program interventions which we will do. We broadly mentioned how far we have gone, both at the keynote address. Unfortunately, you missed the keynote address by the Secretary General of AfCFTA, what we have done in the rules of origin, what we have done in the tariff liberalization, what we have offered, what we have done. We did discuss, as you have said, that trade is a war. We discussed the integrating, the fragmenting the trade regime. So there was a broad discussion. I don't know whether you had representation from UMA, but you had some of your people here from Tembo Steels and all that. So we do appreciate your statement, but maybe moving forward, we will have more of like a week for us to go into breaking it into what you'd have, but we do appreciate. Then on the statistics, I wanted to maybe deviate a bit. You mentioned that we don't have statistics of the rural what, but if you look at the reports of the Ministry of Finance, you're an economist, you know what is called the Gini coefficient, which determines the distribution of income across countries, I mean across a population. So the reports do have it. Perhaps it is that we don't overhype it. And then we have the PDM. And I thought the PDM in its structure is meant to do rural transformation, because it's looking to bring those, the 38%, as His Excellency says, who are outside the money economy. So perhaps, as you said, you are going to write that paper. You write it, and then it may have a new insight, because insights are always there, and we cannot, that's the purpose of this kind of engagement, so that we can seek new and innovative ideas. So I just wanted to bring that clarity to you and to the meeting and those listening to us overline, so that we get a clear understanding of what this is. Moving forward, perhaps we can, since we work in program working groups, we can sit and say, let's have a whole day of looking at statistics only. But broadly speaking, the overarching issue is about the policies, because they are the ones which determine the direction you are going to. I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to throw clarity and some more lights regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity. We're now going to listen into the closing remarks. Allow me to take this opportunity to invite to hear from one of our partners, Trademark Africa, and I would like to, you will come with me on stage, the Country Director for Trademark Africa.
Honorable Minister of State for Trade, General Mbadi, distinguished representatives of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, distinguished representatives of government, the private sector representatives here, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, let us give ourselves a standing applause for being here till this time, 2 days in. The sun has set on us and we're still in the room and paying attention, participating as well. Please also join me in appreciating the Ministry of Trade for bringing us together for these 2 days. And specifically for having our State Minister present for 2 full days to listen to the issues of the sector. Over the course of this forum, we have had candid and constructive conversations, as we've just witnessed the last few minutes, in the region and the continent. As we've heard yesterday from the Honorable Secretary General, Mkele Mele, and also as we've been interacting throughout the conference, the East African and the African markets are very important export destinations for Uganda. So at the same time, operationalization of the AfCFTA gives us a lot of opportunity. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I just want again to appreciate the government of Uganda, because although Honorable Mkele Mele, when he showed, the certificates of origin that he mentioned yesterday, Uganda was not a part of it, okay? But URA, as of October 2025, already published the certificates of origin. Now, I've had a lot of dissemination, queries happening here the time we've been here, but again, I want to assure you, since about July last year, the Ministry of Trade, Trademark Africa, the UNDP, supported by the UK government, have trained and had capacity building of about 1,000 business people. And even next week, we're going to meet with WUMA. Last week, we were with PSFU. Before that, we've had exporters from URA who are already in the market, because we're trying to get them to use a regime. They're already trading in Africa, okay? They're just not choosing the regime that gives them preferential treatment. So now that the certificate of origin is ready, we're hoping by June to see, a few of these businesses now transition to this and benefit from the whole AfCFTA program that we're talking about. Of course, when I say 1,000, it may seem like a big number, but it's very small because we have a much bigger population that needs to be served. But again, it's a start in the right direction. In the same regard, we've had about value addition being one of the key elements of Uganda's future. Value addition ties in very closely with the quality, standards, and productive capacity. Again, the last panel has really elucidated this well, so I will not talk about that. But just on the issue of value addition, we've been talking about, exports, for instance, going to Europe. If we're talking about avocado, again, I was just reading recently a story that came out from a certain cooperative, which has over 300 farmers, where the avocado, when you have top quality, it sells about 88 cents. This is US dollars for a ton, and then 7 cents for each. So they had about 28 tons, and out of these 28 tons, over 70% were rejected. So that means they had to go at the lowest price, and then some of it was destroyed. This is not because it's bad quality, but it's because the export market is very, very keen on so many aspects, some of which, owing to our good weather, can really not be done away with. So then we say, okay, so what happens to all of that we're not going to take the export market? Let us try and add this value here. Let us make avocado oil here. Can we get maybe common user facilities where, again, in different growth areas, we can be able to stimulate this production? So again, good questions and good revelations coming out of this conference. The issue of digital transformation and in trade facilitation was also talked about this morning. And in this regard, I just wanted to mention, we have been, as Trademark Africa, as I mentioned yesterday, facilitating one-stop border posts. But now, again, as my colleague John talked this morning, we are going to no-stop border posts. And how are we doing this? On the Kenyan side of Malaba and Busia, they've already established smart gates. Smart gates will be able to apply, for instance, to complying exporters like the authorized economic operators or those on the green lane, so that you just drive through and you're able to just export without stopping at the border. On the Ugandan side, during the next 1 year, we're also going to work on establishing smart gates on both sides of Busia and Malaba. Now, of course, complementarity then comes in, because while we're working with the URA that is in charge of all these customs, we cannot leave aside a part that we need to work closely with the Ministry of Works, because again, if our traffic to these border states, for instance, 10 kilometers away, by the time you get to the smart gate, you've still spent a considerable time in the traffic. But again, a foot in the right step. We have also had the resounding communication of the youth in this forum, and we really appreciate you attending and not cowing away. So the youth and the women all speak to inclusivity. Trade should benefit all segments of the society and these challenges. In this regard, again, as Trademark Africa, working with support of the different donors, the EU, Sweden, and Denmark, we are supporting cross-border traders. Now, these are the vulnerable groups right at the borders of Elegu, which we've had mentioned here before, but also on the Uganda-DRC borders. We have borders of Ntoroko, Goli, Paida, Vura, and we're going to be training, and we'll have training, but also attachment of 100 youth that are based in those communities from across both sides of the borders. These will be, attached for 6 months with different agencies that are in trade facilitation, the chambers of commerce, the district local governments, over the space of 2 years. So again, too little, but a step in the right direction. With the cross-border traders, a lot of capacity building is going on for them to be able to get semi-formal, to get into groups, to be able to have bookkeeping so that they can access capital, which again has been one of the things mentioned here, is very dire and in need of. A key challenge that remains for us are, one, the daily operational bottlenecks that the businesses go through. Here, Mr. Chigozi referred to them as bureaucracies. Those we still need to constantly have government working together, breaking those mandates, and working to merge together towards common goals of facilitating trade towards the $500 billion goal for Uganda. And then the broader one is the non-tariff barriers at the regional levels when we're exporting to our partners. Now here, I mentioned yesterday, for those of you who are here, that Trademark Africa is working with the Ministry of Trade to upgrade our non-tariff barrier monitoring system, and we're linking it to a new regional system. Again, it's a platform so that we can have real-time reporting of non-tariff barriers. Wherever you are, you're stopped, it's illegal, you send a message, the Ministry of Trade picks it up, sends it to all different partners that need to look into it. And if it's not in Uganda and you're at the region, you will still send it, and then the Ministry of Trade has capacity to follow it up. So this is, again, very key. Bear with me, I'm concluding on the issue of partnerships. We've had it said in so many different ways and languages through here, but the whole thing is we have to have trade transformation, and we cannot have the Ministry of Trade work alone. We must have the Ministry of Trade work with the Ministry of Energy in regard to minerals, okay? We have to have Ministry of Trade work with the Ministry of Agriculture in regard to production. We have to have the Ministry of Trade work with the Uganda Development Bank, the banking sector in terms of access to affordable financing, and so on and so forth. So if we want to go far, we will have to work together, and this is my plea here. So the discussions we have had must now translate into concrete actions, coordinated reforms, and sustained implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda stands at an important moment in its trade journey. Let us leave this forum with renewed determination to turn this dialogue into action and results. At Trademark Africa, we remain committed to working alongside the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Trade, and other partners to support reforms that strengthen trade facilitation and enhance competitiveness and expand our market opportunities. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I once again extend our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Trade for convening us and the UK government through the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, which is represented here by Madame Christine Mugoya. Please stand up, Christine. Please do, because we owe this to you. She is Ugandan, she represents us there, she's our ambassador, and she's very, very passionate about seeing a change. So thank you, Christine, for making this happen. Honorable Minister, also allow me to introduce one of my colleagues, Mr. Martin Kaboine, who is the project lead for this and has been working closely with the ministry. Martin at the back, he's right here. We had some other colleagues here before, but Martin, thank you so much for putting this together. We also had a representative from South Sudan, but I think she's gone away today. As we conclude, the real work begins. I just wish you all safe travels, continued success for Uganda's trade and economic transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause for County Director, Trademark Africa, Ms. Rose Namboze. Thank you so much. And now, at this point, I would like to invite the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Trade, who is going to be representing the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Deogracius Masagazi. Mr. Undersecretary, you will later on invite, after your remarks, the Honorable Minister to give the final remarks, and also, according to the program here, you're tasked to give the presentation of key outcomes and recommendations, adoption of the conference communique, and outline the implementation and follow-up mechanism. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Good evening, members. Once again, I'm Masagas Deogracius, the Undersecretary, Minister of Trade, Finance, Administration. I'm in for Madame Linette Wagonza, the Permanent Secretary, who has been unable to come due to other engagements. In line with the theme, trade-driven transformation, I believe timing is key. I don't want to take a lot of your time. I'd like to go to, I've been given a document which is about 10 pages, and I feel the way I see the atmosphere and the timing, I want to seek permission to summarize it. And I'm going to summarize it under the panel discussions, which we have gone through for the last 2 days. However, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome to this event and to thank Trademark Africa for the support given to this to ensure that we achieve the desired objectives. Honorable Minister, Trademark, dear participants, once again, good evening. This conference has discussed salient issues and came up with a recommendation focusing on how we can transform our trade. They are under thematic areas. One of the first issues you looked at was navigation, fragmenting global trade system, which was looking at implementing Uganda's revised trade policy for competitiveness, resilience, and inclusive growth. There are so many things here, but to bring it to speed, this one looked at reducing time and the cost of trading across borders through trade facilitation, streamlined permits, and digitized border procedures. Another point, we looked at trade-led solutions to scale agro-industrial value chains, whereby looked at improved logistics, border clearance, inland transport for time-sensitive exports. Another panel looked at trade in service policy, regulatory reforms, private sector, capacity building for service-led growth. Here, one of the key issues he pointed out, reduce regulatory barriers, licensing, professional recognition, and administrative compliance. On mineral-based industrialization and extraction to domestic value addition, here I looked at there's need to improve geological data transparency and licensing frameworks. As regards science, technology, innovation, we need to build innovative infrastructure, that is labs, meteorology, photocopying facilities, etc. On cooperatives, as market-driven engines of export growth, you looked at, we need to monitor the performance of cooperatives, look at what they can produce, and ensure that they are of quality, and also we need to look at their financial management. Regarding the trade policy for trade order, we need to establish joint trade order, quality action framework, working together with the Ministry of Trade, local government, UNBS, and other local government setups. On coordination and monitoring and accountability, we need to have regular reports published to enable us assess how far we are in terms of implementation. It is a 10-page document. All the details which I have not mentioned are going to be loaded on our website for members to consume. Finally, we are, as Minister of Trade, we affirm our commitment to provide necessary support, technical, political, to ensure that whatever is decided here is implemented in order to achieve our USD 500 billion economy by 2040. I thank the organizers who have made it able that you are here today to deliberate on key issues, and you participants for being here. And I would like to wish you safe journey home. At this moment, members, allow me to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Trade to close this function. Honorable Minister, you're welcome.
Everyone present here now, as we close, Country Director, Trademark Africa, and all the other participants, good evening. I've been here with you for all the 2 days, trying to listen to what has to come from you, so that it becomes a basis for doing better what we are supposed to do, working with all of you. So it is not a platform for lambasting each other. It is a platform for sharing ideas. And therefore, when we make invitations to you, we should take them seriously so that when you come here, you don't make us go back. Otherwise, as we come to the close of this National Trade Review Conference, which has been clarified by one of my commissioners, allow me, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to sincerely thank you for your active participation, your candid contributions, and your unwavering commitment to Uganda's economic transformation. Once again, I want to add my voice to express special appreciation to our valued development partners, Trademark Africa and Uganda or UK International Development for their continued technical and financial support to Uganda's trade reform agenda and for their partnership in organizing this conference. Your sustained collaboration in trade facilitation, standards, regional integration, and private sector competitiveness has significantly strengthened our institutional capacity and improved the business environment. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives remains firmly committed to working even more closely with you and other partners to ensure effective implementation of our shared objectives. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Secretariat, for delivering such a powerful and thought-provoking keynote address. His insights set the tone of our discussions, reminding us of immense opportunities that the African Continental Free Trade Area presents for Uganda's industrialization, export diversification in the wake of those global conflicts, and regional integration agenda. We are deeply grateful, and as a ministry, we commit to translating the valuable perspectives he shared into concrete actions that will advance our national and continental trade objectives. We also wish to express our heartfelt thanks to all our panelists and moderators who generously took time out of their demanding schedules to contribute to this important dialogue. Your expertise, practical experiences, and candid reflections have enriched our deliberations and provided clarity on the strategic priorities we must pursue. Your contributions have not only deepened our understanding of the challenges and opportunities within the trade sector, but have also strengthened our collective resolve to drive forward a results-oriented trade transformation agenda. The rich discussions held over the past 2 days demonstrate that building a competitive, resilient, and export-oriented economy is a shared national responsibility between the government, the private sector, development partners, academia, civil society, and all the people of Uganda. The most important thing here is for each to play his part effectively and efficiently. I must emphasize that the private sector is the engine of trade development in Uganda, driving production, investment, and export growth because they are the ones who do business. Our job is to set the favorable environment. The role of the private sector is embedded in the vision of national trade policy, the Tenfold Growth Strategy, and NDP4, with institutional framework that foster public-private collaboration, address trade barriers, and promote standards and value addition to strengthen a dynamic private sector-driven economy. So when Honorable Sechitolek was here saying we must mention it every time, it is embedded in all these frameworks. And so mentioning it every time is not a problem, because Jesus, we are told, came on this earth 2,000 years ago, and every Sunday we still go to church to go and pray to him. So we will never get tired. The ministry takes seriously the recommendations that have emerged from the conference. The Undersecretary elaborated on them, and you're going to all see what they were. We commit ourselves to fully incorporate and implement the outcomes under the revised national trade policy and the National Export Development Strategy in alignment with the National Development Plan 4 and the Tenfold Growth Strategy. We are also coming up with a National Trade Policy Implementation Plan that will now churn out the nitty-gritties of what has to be done by who, when. In particular, we will prioritize strengthening trade financing mechanisms to ensure that businesses, especially MSMEs, have access to affordable and predictable capital. We will intensify efforts to address non-tariff barriers that continue to constrain our exporters, and we will accelerate the full and effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area so that Ugandan enterprises can take full advantage of the continental market opportunities. Uganda has made significant strides in implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area, establishing strong institutional frameworks and the policies to guide participation in the continental market. We have already ratified the agreement. We have set up the Africa Continental Free Trade Area National Implementation Committee to coordinate across ministries, private sector actors, and civil society, ensuring alignment of trade policies and stakeholder engagement. We developed and launched a comprehensive national Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation strategy for 10 years, for the next 10 years, 24/25 to 2033/34, to enhance export competitiveness, support SMEs, strengthen value addition, and integrate Uganda into the regional value chains. The ministry has also spearheaded technical measures to include the configuration of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Rules of Origin into the Uganda Revenue Authority's ASCUDA system, and the notification of 92% of tariff lines to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat under the East African Community Customs Union, enabling seamless application of preferential tariffs and commencement of trade within the African region, and ensuring compliance with the continental trade regulations. Implementation has also focused on trade facilitation, regulatory reforms, and industrialization, customs digitization, border infrastructure improvements. Again, I want to thank Trademark Africa for the several one-stop border points and the adoption of continental systems such as Pan-African payment and settlement system. PAPs have lowered transaction costs and improved cross-border trade efficiency. These measures collectively will strengthen Uganda's diversification and integration into the African markets and promote industrialization to enhance private sector growth across the country. We further commit to scaling up productivity and production across priority value chains, strengthening standards and quality certification systems to enhance the competitiveness of Ugandan products, and harnessing regional integration frameworks such as the East African Community and COMESA to navigate increasingly complex traditional markets. And as a global trade becomes more uncertain, diversification of both products and export destination will no longer be optional. It will be essential. The ministry will therefore champion value addition, deepen industrial capacity, and ensure that youth, women, and vulnerable groups are fully integrated into trade and industrial development as active participants and beneficiaries. Uganda's journey towards a $500 billion economy by 2040 demands discipline, partnership, and sustained implementation. Today, we reaffirm that trade and industry will remain at the heart of our transformation agenda. The ministry stands ready to translate these commitments into action, working closely with all stakeholders to ensure that the resolution of this conference lead to measurable impact on the ground. With those many remarks, it is my singular honor to declare the National Trade Review Conference 2026 officially closed. I want to thank all of you for your patience, and I wish all of you safe travel to wherever you are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Another round of applause for the Minister. And for your time, for all these 2 days that you've taken off to be part of this conference and convening us. Thank you to our partners, Trademark Africa. Thank you so much, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and the UK International Development. We're going to leave this place. There's some tea outside, but I would like the QR code for the WhatsApp group to be put again on the screen, flashed on the screen once again, so people can be able to join. It's the WhatsApp group for the think tank. Yes, you can scan that QR code and be able to join the think tank WhatsApp group to share ideas and connect with more sector players. So thank you very much, everybody. Now that the minister has closed the conference, I have nothing much to say. Good evening. The anthems. Can we have the anthems, please? Can't find the anthems we sing? Okay, who is going to lead us in the East African anthem? Thank you. Thank you very much. You can exit whenever you're free to, at leisure.